In the pitch-black room, Wei Shuai stood there, coldly asking, "Where is it?" The person in front could only gasp for breath continuously, making her even more impatient as she pointed her sword forward. "I'm asking you." Zhu Yangtian struggled to sit on the ground, looking at the blade before him. The two of them, one standing and one sitting, just stared at each other like that. Who could have expected this woman to think of Wei Shuai and the person behind her, who was the direct disciple of the Sword Venerable, remembering how she alone charged in with her sword, cutting down the demonic beings who held the power of life and death. Wei Shuai directly grabbed Zhu Yangtian by the collar. "You must know." She lifted him up, interrogating. "Where have the remaining demons gone?" Wei Shuai angrily said, "If you still feel even a shred of guilt." Zhu Yangtian remained silent, coughing hoarsely. "I know, but I can't speak. My vocal cords have been destroyed." And he thought of his own heart filled with forbidden curses. That heart was still beating erratically in Zhu Yangtian's chest at this moment, along with this cursed incantation. Wei Shuai couldn't hold back her tears. The last chance. She slowly lowered him down. "Everyone wants you dead, but if you speak, I'll do everything to save you." Yangtian looked at Wei Shuai, who was trembling uncontrollably before him. "Please." She bowed her head to the ground, begging, "Please." But he could only cough hoarsely, looking at Wei Shuai, wondering if she was pushing herself this hard, out of hatred. Could it be? Suddenly Zhu Yangtian thought of the scene where she was happily with someone else. Or was it because of the sword god, Liu Xingjian, the man she was engaged to, who had been taken by the demons? He smiled mockingly. "How ridiculous, the strongest woman in the world worrying about a man like me." Seeing this, she couldn't help but grit her teeth in anger. Zhu Yangtian's collar was grabbed again. Wei Shuai showed no mercy as she swung her arm, throwing him far away. She trembled as she stood before Zhu Yangtian, saying, "If I had known you were this despicable, I would have killed you the first time we met." Wei Shuai bit her lip tightly, tears streaming down her face. Truly regretful. Zhu Yangtian lay there watching her turn and walk away. The first time we met, when did she think it was? He remembered their encounter on the street when they were both young. It must be different from what I remember. Zhu Yangtian sneered back then, when Wei Shuai smiled and offered a sweet potato. What did I do wrong? He thought of later standing alone on a pile of corpses. I am the traitor who stabbed so many people in the back and sided with the demonic path. Surely this is my karma. Wei Shuai, now crying, stepped out of the prison. Suddenly she became alert upon hearing a noise from behind. Wei Shuai turned her head to see Zhu Yangtian lying on the ground writing something. Seeing him gasping for breath while using fresh blood to write, she asked Zhu Yangtian, "What are you doing?" Zhu Yangtian's heart suddenly beat violently, causing him to vomit a large mouthful of blood before Wei Shuai. Zhu Yangtian immediately dipped his finger in the blood, writing this cursed incantation. Then he extended the blood trail, remembering the heavenly demon who once raised his hand to his mouth, warning, "If I break it, my heart will explode." Zhu Yangtian's heart began to be destroyed by the forbidden curse, causing him to vomit another mouthful of blood in pain. The demonic path of the demonic sect does not allow betrayal. He clenched the ground tightly, hearing the voice calling, "Zhu Yangtian! Zhu Yangtian, can you hear me?" Wei Shuai ran over, constantly worried for him. "Why are you bleeding so much? Is it because of you?" "Stop writing." But Zhu Yangtian could only lie there continuously using blood to write on the ground, unable to hear her voice anymore. If only I could tell her. Looking at her panicked expression, he couldn't help but wonder, if I were falsely accused, would she believe me? Wei Shuai was shocked to see his finger stop writing. If I had a pile of reasons to explain, she was utterly stunned when she realized. But it was already too late. It no longer mattered. Zhu Yangtian had tried to write what Shuai wanted to know. "My life is over." Then his heart immediately exploded, causing him to vomit another mouthful of blood. Zhu Yangtian just lay there like that, his eyes and heart now completely empty. Why did my life turn out like this? He remembered the time when Zhu Yangtian sat before Jiu Xi. She gasped for breath as she reached out her hand. Jiu Xi's hand slowly rose until she could touch Zhu Yangtian's face. Jiu Xi smiled brightly, instructing little brother, "You must be truly happy." Wei Shuai on this side held him in her arms constantly, calling Zhu Yangtian. "Zhu Yangtian, can you hear me?" Zhu Yangtian's eyes had now become empty. All the regrets, big and small, have shaped my life. He remembered the time when Tang Suni knelt by the crumbled stone wall. Her eyes bloodshot. Zhu Yangtian stepped forward. He stood calmly before her. Tang Suni sensed it and smiled, asking, "Is it you?" Then she suddenly said, "I'm sorry." But Zhu Yangtian only looked down coldly from above. Wei Shuai of the present was sobbing uncontrollably, constantly calling, "Zhu Yangtian, Zhu Yangtian, Zhu Yangtian." Her tears just kept falling onto his face. Zhu Yangtian remembered himself once crying under the rain. In this lifetime, someone reached out to touch my face, asking, "Are you crying?" He looked down, denying. "It's just the rain," Nang Gongfei said haltingly. "So you're not crying?" Then she asked, "Has the moon risen yet?" Zhu Yangtian, in the midst of the rain, replied, "It has." Nang Gongfei smiled at him. "Everyone is here now, that's good." Then her hand suddenly went limp. Finally, Nang Gongfei died in Zhu Yangtian's arms under the rain, and in reality, he was gradually passing away in Wei Shuai's arms, Zhu Yangtian of the Gu clan in Shanxi. Born into a prestigious family of the Orthodox sect, Zhu Yangtian's face gradually became dull, living as a martial artist of the Orthodox sect before betraying and joining the demonic path. The demonic path lost in the Great War between good and evil. And Zhu Yangtian was tortured as a prisoner of war. His eyes gradually drooped. Before death, they slowly closed and finally shut completely. Wei Shuai happily held a sweet potato in her hand, asking, "Potato, potato, do you want to eat a potato?" Yangtian looked blankly at the sweet potato before him. He looked at the two of them standing on the street, unable to understand. "What is this? What's going on?" Zhu Yangtian looked puzzled at his own body. "What the hell is this? Clearly I had." He remembered the moment his heart exploded, violating the heavenly demon's taboo. Then remembered the moment he died. My heart had exploded right. Zhu Yangtian also remembered. Then my last breath in Wei Shuai's arms. Surely that was it. He reached out to grip the hem of his robe, feeling his heartbeat. But my heart is beating normally, as if nothing happened. Then Zhu Yangtian let go again, his hand hanging limply. Below, Zhu Yangtian observed the surroundings, wondering. Moreover, looking at these small and clean hands, surely this is me as a child. Is this a dream? Then he glanced around. But why? Shuai still stood, holding the sweet potato, tilting her head. Is this the first time we've met? Looking at the sweet potato in her hand, Zhu Yangtian wondered. What did I say back then? He remembered raising his hand to knock the sweet potato away. Wei Shuai was stunned, watching the sweet potato fall to the ground. Then Zhu Yangtian didn't hesitate to crush it before her. He glared at her angrily. "How dare someone like you block my path? Shameless thing." The current Zhu Yangtian could only hold his head. Did I really say that? Then he suddenly smiled. Having a dream like this proves I still have many regrets. Wei Shuai now began to feel hurt. "Brother, don't you like sweet potatoes?" Then Zhu Yangtian reached out to take it. Holding the sweet potato in his hand, he smiled and said, "I like it very much." Then Zhu Yangtian opened his mouth and took a bite. She happily watched him. But as soon as he finished eating, he cried out in alarm, because the sweet potato was still hot. Zhu Yangtian was puzzled. This isn't reality, but why does it feel so real? Wei Shuai smiled brightly. "Brother, your face is all red now." Suddenly he heard someone running up from behind, calling young lord. Wumian hurriedly ran over. "Young lord, you suddenly disappeared? Turns out you're here." Zhu Yangtian tried to remember. "This is my guard. What's his name?" He wondered Wumian right. At this moment, he was still looking at him, saying, I was worried something had happened. Zhu Yangtian was opening his mouth with a swollen tongue, holding a hot sweet potato in his hand, given by Wei Shui. Wu Mian angrily drew his sword. How dare you! But he was stopped by Zhu Yangtian raising his hand. It's fine, making him surprised what suddenly Zhu Yangtian ordered. Bring me the honey cake. Wu Mian was puzzled. Honey cake. Then he took out a cake. This is the last one. But before he could finish, Zhu Yangtian snatched it. Then Zhu Yangtian offered the cake, asking, Do you want this? Making. Wu Mian widened his eyes in shock. Young lord is willing to share with someone else. Wei Shui was surprised. Brother, are you giving this to me? He smiled and replied, Of course. Yangtian scratched his head, smiling. I received a delicious sweet potato, and this is all I can give you in return. She looked at the cake, drooling uncontrollably. Wow, this is the first time. Wei Shui's face lit up. I've been given something so beautiful, and it smells so good too. Suddenly, both Zhu Yangtian and Wu Mian tilted their heads in confusion upon hearing a scream. And she also turned to look. Everyone on the street turned to see Wei Xiaojun running up in a panic. Wei Shui's grandfather hugged her tightly, overjoyed. Grandfather Wei Xiaojun, your granddaughter is here. I told you not to let go of my hand. Wei Shui happily held up the basket of potatoes. It's okay, I've got the potatoes. Wei Xiaojun immediately said, I'm not talking about that. He held her hand continuously, asking, Are you hurt? Did anything happen? Wei Shui answered one by one. I'm fine. Zhu Yangtian was a bit stunned when he recognized this person. Suddenly she raised her hand. I gave this person. Wei Xiaojun turned his head to look in the direction Wei Shui was pointing at a sweet potato. He couldn't help but hesitate for a moment. Then Wei Xiaojun suddenly pulled her hand hard, making Wei Shui panic. Grandfather, why are you pulling me away? The three of them watched as he continuously bowed his head in apology. My granddaughter. I don't understand the proper etiquette. I've truly offended young lord. I sincerely apologize to young lord. Zhu Yangtian quickly waved his hand. It's fine. I just wanted to give her this cake. Then he politely clasped his hands in gratitude, bowing his head. I was hungry. Luckily, this lady gave me a sweet potato. Then he respectfully offered the cake, saying, This is all I can offer in return. I hope you'll accept it. Wei Xiaojun could only silently look at the cake, just as he was about to say something. Young Lord Wei Shui excitedly interrupted. I'll take it. It smells so sweet and fragrant. She immediately reached out to take the cake. Wei Xiaojun immediately grabbed Wei Shui and ran off. No, we can't accept something so valuable. We dare not disturb young lord any longer. Farewell. Zhu Yangtian could only sigh. Right after he called out loudly, Wait! He turned his head to look back, saying, Young lord, if you're unhappy, you can. Wei Xiaojun immediately fell silent when he saw Zhu Yangtian happily shove the cake into her hand. Here, take it. Let's meet again if fate allows. He raised an eyebrow when he saw Wei Shui's excitement as she took the cake. Wei Xiaojun watched the conversation between the two. He offered another sweet potato. Let me give you another one. He happily agreed. That's fine. He couldn't help but smile, thinking, Wei, my child, you've found it. Then the two of them stood from afar, saying goodbye. Zhu Yangtian and Wu Mian on this side silently watched. Suddenly he raised his hand to support his chin, sighing in relief, making Wu Mian worried. Young lord, are you feeling unwell somewhere? Zhu Yangtian realized the old man who was once respected by everyone. That old man was once the martial world's leader. Wei Xiaojun amidst the swords was one of the three pillars. Others couldn't stop staring at him, praised as the strongest in the martial world. Wei Xiaojun stood tall amidst 10 swords, terrifying and intimidating the disciples of the demonic path. Sword Venerable Wei Xiaojun, looking at his back now filled with anger, he wondered, but what is the Sword Venerable doing here? As for Wei Shui, who was scolded, she couldn't help but pout. Even though this is just a dream, I was almost killed. She happily turned her head, waving goodbye. Zhu Yangtian watched her go. only sighing in relief. Wumian now said, "Young lord, let's return to the manor." He turned and walked in the opposite direction. "Yes, let's go back," thinking of the sunlit flower field. "I have no more regrets." Time to wake up. Soon the two arrived at the entrance of the manor. "Young lord, we're here." Zhu Yangtian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in confusion. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking, "Damn, why isn't this over yet? If this is a dream, shouldn't I have woken up by now?" Zhu Yangtian thought of the heavenly demon sitting on the throne. If this is reality, she made a gesture for silence. Could it be related to the heavenly demon's curse? Wumian immediately clasped his hands when he heard someone step out, saying, "Well done." Zhu Yangtian turned to look at the voice. The person opened their mouth to add, "I didn't expect you to not run away, but dare to show your face here." Zhu Yantu stepped out from the crowd. Zhu Yangtian frowned when he recognized her. "Flamesword Zhu Yantu, my second sister," she smiled disdainfully, looking at him. "And the person who hates me the most in this world," looking at the long shadows on the ground. "So the reason everyone is gathered here is because the sect leader is coming, right?" Zhu Yangtian turned his head when he heard Zhu Yantu ask, "What are you plotting this time, brother?" She walked around him, saying dismissively, "If you're planning to cause trouble again, stop right now and leave." Zhu Yangtian indifferently brushed off Zhu Yantu's hand. "I'm here out of duty, making her grit her teeth in annoyance. Now you show up and dare to speak so boldly, huh?" He glanced sideways. "Yes, it's my fault. I'll apologize to the sect leader later." Wumian was surprised. "Young lord will apologize." Zhu Yantu frowned angrily. She shouted loudly, "Zhu Yangtian!" Zhu Yantu immediately unleashed her power, causing the nearby ground to crack. She stepped forward, filled with rage. The servants around all looked on in fear. "I don't know what you're planning, but it's best to stop right now." Zhu Yantu grit her teeth, warning, "I won't forgive you." She was still about to say, "If you keep being so shameless." Zhu Yangtian immediately raised his hand to interrupt. "Wait, the sect leader is coming." His eyes widened like a red horse. The person holding the reins pulled tight, making it raise its leg with a loud neigh. The clan head looked down, asking, "What's going on here?" Everyone clasped their hands to welcome the sect leader, but he only silently looked down. Zhu Yangtian pursed his lips, silently looking up. The clan head now seemed to be deep in thought. Suddenly he turned his head and asked, "Where is everyone?" Someone stepped forward and replied, "Yes, sect leader." The sect leader dismounted and asked, "Is there any sword battalion left?" The servant replied, "The 1st Sword Battalion has returned and is resting. The 4th Sword Battalion is currently awaiting orders." The clan head led the group and ordered, "Then tell the 4th Sword Battalion to prepare, and come see me." He on this side fell silent, remembering the look in his eyes. At that time, I don't know if this is a dream or reality, but that gaze is still as heavy as before. Suddenly, the sect leader's footsteps came to a halt. He turned his head and said, "And you, Yangtian, come to my room after dinner." The two people beside him turned to look at Zhu Yangtian, who was still in shock. Suddenly, he turned his head and asked, "Wumian, do you have any digestive medicine?" Night quickly fell, enveloping the house. Inside the hall, various dishes were quickly laid out. Looking at the bowl of white rice in front of him, he sighed. Zhu Yangtian nervously held his chopsticks, thinking, "The atmosphere of the meal is still the same as before. Damn, I can't even tell if I'm eating with my mouth or my nose anymore." He ate while lost in thought. Hearing father call is really uncomfortable. I wish someone could do something to change this atmosphere. Yes, suddenly the sect leader opened his mouth and called Yantu. He held a glass of wine in his hand and asked, "I heard your martial arts have improved." Zhu Yantu blushed and boasted, "Yes, I've had a bit of enlightenment. I reached the 3rd star 3 days ago." The clan head sat on the throne and praised, "Very good, keep it up." She immediately clasped her hands in gratitude. "Thank you, father." Then he allowed her to sit down and continue eating. Zhu Yantu replied, "Yes." Zhu Yangtian, sitting beside her, observed and thought, "She's so talented. At that age, she's already reached the 3rd star. It's only natural because even though she's very gifted, she still works hard every day." She suddenly noticed him observing her from across the table. When she smiles, she looks really beautiful. Zhu Yantu immediately showed disgust. "I take back what I just said. She looks at me like I'm some kind of snake. Just as he was about to put the food in his mouth, he was startled by a call. Yang Tian. The clan head turned and said, "I heard you went to the street." Zhu Yangtian didn't deny it and replied, "Yes, I had some business to take care of, so I went out for a bit." He nervously looked at him and let out a soft, Then the sect leader turned his chair and stood up. He stood tall and said, "I'll go first. You all continue eating." Making Zhu Yangtian feel puzzled, huh? Father seems to want to say something. He had a slight suspicion Father said he wanted to see me after dinner, so it must be the right time. Just then Manhwa approached and said, "Young lord," she whispered. The sect leader said to rest well today and come to his room tomorrow. Making Zhu Yangtian surprised, huh? He wondered. Why did Father suddenly change his mind? A while later, Zhu Yangtian sat by the window, letting the moonlight shine on him. He rested his chin on his hand, looking at the scenery outside. I still haven't woken up. This isn't a dream. Could this be what they call reincarnation? Something I've heard about. Suddenly, Zhu Yangtian lowered his hand. He clenched his fist, making the veins on his hand bulge. Perhaps Zhu Yangtian remembered the scene of himself standing on a high mountain facing a sea of fire. This means I might be able to kill the heavenly demon. No, how absurd. How could I kill someone who defeated 3 masters said to rival the heavens? He thought of his past self. In my previous life, I had to live like a cursed demon under the heavenly demon's command just to survive. At that time, Zhu Yangtian could only sit, hugging his knees amidst the pools of blood around him, realizing he had too many regrets. But my life, full of regrets. He reached out to catch the red liquid. It helped me realize many things. Then Zhu Yangtian separated his hands, letting the liquid fall. If I'm truly reborn, I want to choose a different life. He now looked at his hands, continuously clenching them. The heavenly demon will be killed by Wei Shui-a, and the demonic path will disappear. Until then, I'll live a peaceful life, doing what I can. Zhu Yangtian's eyes shone with determination. I can't miss this opportunity. I can't repeat the regrets from my past life. Then he took a deep breath. So first, Zhu Yangtian raised his hand, sensing the dantian in his body. The pill was still emitting a scorching flame. He looked at his palm and chuckled. The night seemed to envelop all of Zhu Yangtian's thoughts. I've searched my entire body, but this is all the inner force I've found. He remembered Zhu Yantu continuously radiating abundant power. My meager inner force made me realize how talented my sister is. She's only a year older than me, but has already reached the 3rd star. Then Zhu Yangtian tightly closed his eyes. Still, I have a way. He sat in meditation, guiding the dantian through his meridians. I can practice the secret technique passed down only to the bloodline of the Gu clan. Around Zhu Yangtian, a fiery red light began to emanate. The fire wheel technique, cultivated slowly like a blooming flower, will allow me to become a 4 spirits cultivator. He thought of the predecessors with their abundant power. I will be able to unleash fire energy. And when I reach the 7 stars, I will be able to envelop it around my body. But now Zhu Yangtian was a bit disappointed to realize he was only at the 1-star level. He tried to focus and stabilize himself. I must cultivate inner force as much as possible, as quickly as possible, and refine it until I reach 2 stars. Zhu Yangtian's hands came together, moving the energy. To live a smooth life unlike my previous life, I shouldn't borrow the power of demons anymore. The dantian inside him gradually underwent changes. Instead, I will strengthen my own power. Zhu Yangtian's entire body began to transform as the power flowed through him. He gritted his teeth. The problem is, Zhu Yangtian was startled out of his meditative state. He gasped for breath lying on the mat. If I push myself harder, I might die from a backlash. Sweat poured down Zhu Yangtian's face. With my current ability, using inner force isn't easy. If I continue, I might suffer from reverse energy flow. But then he still bared his teeth in a smile. Zhu Yangtian became even happier when he realized. But there's progress. His dantian had now completely transformed. Zhu Yangtian quickly reached out to grasp it. even though it's just the beginning. I've reached 2 stars. He decided to continue step by step firmly in his room, to live a life different from my previous one. The sun now appeared, illuminating the entire manor. I won't act recklessly anymore, preparing for the future ahead. A bird song on the tree welcomed a new day. Zhu Yangtian slowly woke up. He was surprised by his body. Why is my whole body aching like this? I only practiced a little. Zhu Yangtian walked out the door, moving his shoulders. Is it because I haven't been diligent in training? I still have a long road ahead. He reached out to touch the doorknob. I'll wait until the afternoon to go to Father's room. Until then, Zhu Yangtian happily opened the door and stepped out, not noticing someone sitting in front of the door. Or should I practice a bit? Wei Shua sat there, reaching out her hand. Hello, brother. A crack appeared in the air. What are you looking at? Aren't you planning to return? Someone looked up at the sky. It doesn't seem to be a star. A strange eye appeared from within the crack, making the person exclaim, "What?" right after a giant monster's foot stepped straight onto the ground. One day, a series of monsters appeared, eating and killing the people. The monsters appeared from the sky. The red crack widened. That's the gate to the demon world. There were people with swords charging to kill the monsters. Every sect nurtures a group to fight against the monsters. That group is called the Sword Battalion. A sect must have a sword battalion. Thinking of the current sword battalion of the Gu clan. The Gu clan has 5 battalions. Big sister Ju Shi is the general of the 5th Sword Battalion. Ju Si happily grabbed Zhu Yangtian's head, and I was always lectured by her. When she dragged him by the head, he suddenly turned to look back. Zhu Yangtian was surprised to realize it was. She lowered her head, glancing at him. When I officially met Wei Shua, but she just stood there indifferently glancing. The sweet potato incident was half a year ago. Wei Hua, now embarrassed, reached out her hand. Hello, brother. Zhu Yangtian stood at the door, seeing her lying on the ground. He immediately returned to the room. Oh, I stayed up too late last night, making Wei Shua panic. Hey! She quickly reached out to grab Zhu Yangtian's clothes. Wait! He turned to see Wei Shua holding his clothes. She blushed and smiled. I'm so happy to see you, brother, from now on. But before she could finish, a hand reached out to separate Wei Shua's hand from Zhu Yangtian's clothes. Wei Xiaojun sternly scolded, I've told you before, you can't speak to young lord like that. He looked at him, opening his mouth in confusion. What is he saying? Wei Xiaojun continued to lecture. Apologize to young lord. She immediately bowed her head. I'm sorry. Making Zhu Yangtian stand there in confusion. What's going on? He was still resting his chin on his hand, thinking when he saw him bow. He humbly introduced himself. My name is Wei Van. From now on, I will serve you to express my gratitude to the sect leader. You may not be satisfied with the service of a weak old man, but I will give my all. Zhu Yangtian became even more confused. Wei Van not. Wei Xiaojun. Wei Shua knelt beside him, also looking up. I'm Wei Shua. I'll also help my grandfather. Very pleased to meet you. He frowned with a series of questions. Serve who me? Then Zhu Yangtian could only sigh helplessly. Father must have ordered it. Now in the manor, a voice rang out. He hesitated before saying, very pleased to meet you, though he felt a bit uncomfortable inside. It feels like I've just started my life and already run into trouble. Zhu Yangtian added, Can you call me Yangtian instead of young lord? But Wei Xiaojun still replied, I understand, young lord, making him sigh. Fine. A while later, he picked up the broom and diligently swept the courtyard. Zhu Yangtian sat on the corridor, resting his chin on his hand. Is that a broom? Wei Xiaojun heard this and glanced over. Then he turned and nodded in response, making him even more speechless, really. Then Zhu Yangtian glanced in a more important direction, a huge pile of clothes swaying back and forth. Manhwa beside her tried to persuade Wei Shua. Carrying so much is dangerous, but Wei Shua still trembled, carrying the basket of clothes. It's okay, Wei Shua can do it, she continued. Don't do that, let me help. But she stubbornly insisted Wei Shuia can do it herself, really. Suddenly Wei Shuia tripped over a rock, and she and the basin of clothes fell to the ground. Wei Shua let out a cry and fell face first onto the ground. Everyone turned to see her lying on the ground. Then they were speechless when they saw the basket fall straight onto her head. Then everyone was startled again when they heard her trembling cry. Zhu Yangtian couldn't help but wonder, why is she so clumsy? She was being comforted by others. It's okay. Just a small mistake. He saw everyone trying to comfort Wei Shuia and wondered, she should have martial talent. Why does she seem so inept? Zhu Yangtian now turned around and stood up, nodding to himself. Manhwa looked up and followed Wei Shuia. Where are you going? He turned to see Wei Shuia carrying the basket of clothes, Zhu, Yangtian wondered. Why don't you finish what you're doing? She boldly said, I was told to follow you everywhere, making him confused. Who told you that? Who told you? Wei Shuia teared up my grandfather, making Zhu Yangtian only say, oh, then he suddenly realized. So Wei Shuia is my maidservant. The other maidservants behind her silently cheered. Do your best. You're the only one who can handle him. Zhu Yangtian was still lost in thought. I think they just pushed the responsibility onto her because they didn't want to deal with me. He looked at Wei Shuia trying to climb onto the corridor. I'm still the son of a prestigious family, but my maidservant was decided so casually. Is that okay? Zhu. Yangtian lowered his head to look at her, happily fixing his hem. Well, Wei Shuia is fine, but the sword venerable is too much pressure. Then Wei Shuia raised her hand happily. Done. His hem became crooked and ugly. Zhu Yangtian turned around and took off his robe, surprising her. Let me do it myself, he wondered. Does father know their status? Or does he not care because too many maidservants have already quit? Zhu Yangtian started putting on his shoes. Father told me to go to his room. I'll figure it out later. Wei Shuia began to follow him. What's going on? She ran after him, calling, Young Lord, wait! Zhu Yangtian turned to ask, where are you planning to go? Get familiar with things here first. Wei Shuia bowed her head, sobbing. Yes. Wei Xiaojun saw this scene and was heartbroken. He looked at her silently for a moment. Then Zhu Yangtian pushed the door open, while turning to look back. Learn how I work. He stopped when he sensed Wei Shuia was still behind him crying. Zhu Yangtian, on the other side of the door, called out, Hey! The door slowly closed along with the words, I'll bring food when I return. Then the door completely shut. Wei Shuia's face suddenly lit up. I get to eat. The man behind her now felt somewhat relieved. The bright sunlight shone down on the manor. It's really scary. Zhu Yangtian stood in front of the door, lost in thought. We were never this close in my previous life. I've never had a private conversation like this with father before. What should I say? He must have something to tell me. That's why he called me here. He was still calculating. After hearing what he says, I'll ask why Wei Shuia and Wei Xiaojun are in my room. Suddenly, the sect leader holding a wooden box stood behind him and asked, What are you doing making Zhu Yangtian jump? Oh, father, you scared me. He said, Go in, and he replied, Yes. Inside the room, Zhu Yangtian sat across from the sect leader like a lost soul. Oh, I should have died before facing father. He asked, Have you seen the new servants yet? He happily replied, Yes, I just greeted them. The sect leader asked again, What do you think? Sitting in front of a basket of buns on the table, he politely said, I'm very grateful that father sent the servants, but I'm curious. He silently took a sip of tea. Then the sect leader only said, For now, don't ask. I'll let you know later. Zhu Yangtian could only reply, Yes. Then he just silently stared. The sunlight outside the window illuminated Zhu Yangtian's mind. So father sent them, even though he knew everything. Did father make some agreement with Wei Xiaojun? Under the eaves, a voice said, Don't worry about this small matter. Prepare to leave for the Dragon Unity Assembly tomorrow. He replied, Yes. Zhu Yangtian frowned, looking out the window. What is this Dragon Unity Assembly? Right after his pupils immediately shook the Dragon Unity Assembly. Zhu Yangtian now coldly said, "Cut my throat." Wu Mian nervously called young lord. He stood opposite him and asked, "Do you hate attending the Dragon Unity Assembly that much?" Zhu Yangtian bluntly replied, "Yes," remembering the scene of the people cheering before the monster-hunting sword battalions. It's an important event to select new members for the sword battalion, held every 2 years for the safety of the sword battalion. The warriors who close the demon gates. The majestic and beautiful natural scenery changes with the seasons. Sacrificing one's life for the Gu clan and the people of Shanxi is a mandatory rule. Those with the bloodline of the Gu clan must attend this event. Zhu Yangtian still coldly said, "I told you to cut my throat. If I'm dead, I won't need to attend." Wu Mian immediately took out a scroll. "Isn't the sect leader going to kill you himself?" Making him angrily say, he added. "Even Elder Li will be there, making?" Zhu Yangtian, surprised. Elder Li Wu Mian relayed. "He said he'll give you a beating if you try to escape again." He gritted his teeth. "Damn it!" Zhu. Yangtian remembered the terrifying image of Zhu Lun grabbing his head. "Where are you going, huh?" he thought. Among the elders, Elder Li was especially strict. He always believed I should behave properly because I'm the only son to carry on the family line. He struggled. "Let me go," but was held by the head. "No, you must respect me." Zhu Yangtian knew he should be grateful, but he was quite busy. Still, he always found time to teach me. All the scolding and punishments made me want to stay as far away from him as possible. He thought even father never cared for me like that. Zhu Yangtian muttered, "I didn't expect his teachings to leave me so pathetic," making Wu Mian ask, "What's wrong?" Looking at the luxurious carriage under the sunlight, he said, "I'm just talking to myself." "So when are we leaving?" he replied. "We'll leave as soon as everyone is ready." Zhu Yangtian indifferently said, "Is that so?" Then he and Wu Mian turned toward the bustling scene ahead. "Wei Shuya, you're so beautiful. How can someone be so beautiful? I bet you'll break many hearts when you grow up," he asked Honghua. "Are you done?" Honghua now turned her head and replied, "Sorry, young lord, I'm taking care of Wei Shuya." Zhu Yangtian raised an eyebrow. "Wei Shuya, is she causing trouble again?" She heard this and awkwardly replied, "That's..." Wei Shuya stood between two maidservants, now shyly stepping forward. He saw this and couldn't help but marvel. Then Zhu Yangtian immediately blushed. She also shyly glanced over. Wei Shuya now ran over, calling young lord, making Zhu Yangtian startled and step back. She looked up happily. "Everyone says I'm very beautiful." He embarrassedly turned his head. So what, secretly admitting in his heart? She really is beautiful. Wei Shuya reached up to brush her hair. Then she expectantly asked, "Do you think I'm beautiful?" Zhu Yangtian's face now exploded. The courtyard echoed with his voice as he quickly changed the subject. "Nonsense, let's go." Wei Shuya still pressed, "Am I beautiful?" But Zhu Yangtian urged, "Let's go," making her feel hurt. The carriage wheels rolled quickly on the road. Wei Shuya excitedly stuck her head out the window. "This is so fun! The carriage is moving." Honghua saw this and wondered, "Is this your first time riding a carriage?" She turned her head and replied, "Yes, I thought horses were only for eating, but I didn't expect them to run so fast." She was surprised, huh? Now he also stuck his head out the window and asked Wu Mian, "Where is the Dragon Unity Assembly held?" Wu Mian, riding a horse beside him, replied, "At Tianshang, young lord." Zhu Yangtian remembered. That's the most famous trading district in Shanxi. It seems Elder Li put a lot of effort into this event. He now asked, "It'll take about 4 hours, right? Why don't you take a nap?" He sighed, "I can't sleep because I practiced all night." Zhu Yangtian thought, "Lately I haven't been sleeping much." He got annoyed and turned his head, hearing Wei Shuya excitedly describe, "I said, horse meat smells a bit unpleasant," just as she was saying, "But it's still delicious." Zhu Yangtian shoved a bun into her mouth. "Eat this and shut up." Wei Shuya raised an eyebrow, nibbling on the bun in her hand. He immediately lay back As Manhwa watched Wei Shuya devour the bun like a pig, Zhu Yangtian's eyes slowly closed. Finally, it's quiet. I'll take a nap. Around him, it gradually became pitch dark. When Zhu Yangtian opened his eyes, he saw Wei Shuya calling, young lord, young lord." He irritably said, "The bun's gone." She gradually became sad. "Ah, I see. Now someone asked Wei Shuya, have you told young lord we've arrived?" Wei Shuya now said, "Ah, right." He now sat up abruptly. "We've arrived." Zhu Yangtian reached out to pull back the curtain. They saw the city ahead, brightly lit with lanterns and bustling streets. Wei Shuya stuck her head out the window. "Something smells so good!" As he stretched, he exclaimed, "No wonder it's a big festival so crowded and lively." Now Zhu Yangtian was surprised to hear someone beside him say, "You must be tired after the long journey." Tianmi smiled brightly and introduced, "I'm Tianmi, the deputy merchant of Tianshang. It's an honor to meet the rising star of the Gu clan." He also happily clasped his hands. "I'm Zhu Yangtian of the Gu clan. It's an honor to meet you." Zhu Yangtian was confused as he kept talking. The first day here went smoothly thanks to Elder Li and the young lady. "You must be tired. Let me take you to your room." He couldn't help but think of Zhu Yantu's angry, gritting face as she said, "I won't forgive you." Zhu Yangtian's group was led by Tian Mia. "I probably won't run into her, right?" But then they stopped when they encountered someone, and that worry became reality. Zhu Yantu, pushing the door into the room, also turned to look at them. She angrily gritted her teeth. Zhu Yangtian called sister, but was cut off by Zhu Yantu. "Don't call me sister to annoy me." Then his group witnessed her arrogantly say, "Though I don't think you'll cause trouble at the Dragon Unity Assembly, don't do anything to disgrace the family name." Zhu Yangtian happily replied, "I'll be as quiet as a mouse, so sister doesn't need to worry about me." Zhu Yantu angrily turned. "I'm not worried about you." He suddenly noticed her attention on Wei Shuya. He also turned to look at her, who quickly hid behind him. Zhu Yantu unexpectedly let out a cold laugh. She irritably asked, "You're still the same as ever, huh?" "Zhu." Yangtian leaned on his hand, confused. "What are you talking about, sister?" Zhu Yantu spoke as she walked into the room. "I thought you had changed, but I was wrong." The room door was then tightly closed, leaving him and the others still confused. What's wrong with her? Under the quiet night, Zhu Yangtian continued, "Let's go. Sorry about earlier." Tian Mia smiled and said, "It's fine. I heard siblings often argue. You must be tired. Let's go." Someone following asked, "Can we stop somewhere first?" Now in the incredibly large arena, an exclamation echoed. Wei Shuya widened her eyes in amazement. "It's so big, I've never seen such a huge building." "Oh my!" Zhu Yangtian also smiled and replied, "Yeah." Looking at the massive arena before him, he thought, "Though I've heard merchants evaluate each other's financial strength. By how much they spend on festivals, isn't this a bit excessive?" Zhu Yangtian thought of the scene of Zhu Lun and Zhu Yantu sitting on the platform watching everyone. Today is the day to honor the Sword Battalion and their extraordinary efforts, thinking of the people who will charge at each other. The matches will be held tomorrow to select new members for the Sword Battalion. He happily leaned on his hip. "Luckily, I don't have to participate." Zhu Yangtian was still looking down, thinking, "The only thing I have to do here is watch." The two completely didn't notice someone else radiating power behind them. "It's so peaceful." Zhu Yangtian was startled to hear someone ask, "You're not running?" Zhu Lun reached out toward his head. Zhu Yangtian couldn't avoid his hand. "Not good." But Zhu Lun only gently placed his hand on his head. "Huh?" He happily asked, "What's going on?" Zhu Lun leaned down, puzzled. "Don't you always run away when you see this old man?" Zhu Yangtian let him pat his head. "Who said they'd break me in half if I didn't show up, huh?" Zhu Lun pretended to be startled. "Who would dare say such cruel words?" He replied. "You, of course." He continued to pat Zhu Yangtian's head. "Oh, now you dare talk back," ignoring him, saying, "I feel like vomiting." In his heart, he speculated. "The two elders always have a strange obsession with me, probably because I'm the only son of the sect leader." Just then Wei Shuya opened her mouth. "Wow," she excitedly said. It's bear meat. Bear meat is delicious and horse too. But before Wei Shuai could finish, she was met with Zhu Lun's cold gaze. She gradually became scared, soft. His eyes remained completely indifferent, making Wei Shuai cry in fear. Zhu Yangtian immediately shielded her elder. You're scaring people. Wei Shuai behind him said, I don't want to eat bear meat anymore. The flag fluttered in the dark night, carrying a soft, you worry me. Zhu Lun immediately pointed and asked, Is that child your concubine, making him astonished? Zhu! Yangtian pointed at her, correcting. What are you talking about? Look at her clothes. She's a maidservant. Hearing this, he rolled his eyes and tilted his head. Is that so? If you say so, then I believe it. How boring. Then Wei Shuai, now running far away, called, Let's go quickly before he eats us. Zhu Lun turned and said, Tomorrow is the Dragon Unity Assembly. Even though you're just a spectator, go to bed early, because you still have to be there. Zhu Yangtian didn't care and clasped his hands. Yes, she kept urging young lord, hurry up! Then he suddenly heard him add, oh, and one more thing. Zhu Lun bared his teeth, making a throat-slitting gesture. If you run, Zhu Yangtian immediately said, I know it's so troublesome. Wei Shuai worriedly asked, will the bear eat you? He didn't deny it. He'll strangle me first, making her scream in fear. He stood under the moonlight, glancing over. Just as I thought, that child isn't ordinary. Zhu Yangtian turned to look at Wei Shuai, who was tearing up. The flags fluttered in the sunlight. In front of the city gate was a long line of people. The day of the Dragon Unity Assembly had arrived. He looked at the long line of people and said, I thought the Dragon Unity Assembly would start early in the morning. But with this line, it probably won't start until noon. Wu Mian looked over. It seems so. They began discussing the long line of people in front of them. People from the Shanxi clans, or those who can prove their identity, are allowed to participate, but I didn't expect so many people to come. Zhu Yangtian exclaimed, Becoming a member of the Sword Battalion is very meaningful. Wu Mian agreed. That's right. Wei Shuai now suddenly spoke up. Young lord, more importantly, she kept trembling, clinging to him. Will the bear come to take my head? Zhu Yangtian darkened his face. What's wrong with you? Wei Shuai asked again. Can't we tell him to hibernate? He immediately said. It's spring now. Zhu Yangtian stood in the middle of the street, shooing her away. If you're so scared, you should have stayed in the room. Let's get out of here. It's too hot. She disagreed. Grandfather said, I must stay by your side. In his heart, he knew, I can't tell you to defy the Sword Venerable's orders. Zhu Yangtian pointed at Wu Mian. It's fine. Our guard here can defeat that bear, making Wei Shuai overjoyed. Really, he whispered. The bear. He turned his head and said, Second elder. Wu Mian immediately reminded, How could I lay a hand on the second elder? Moreover, you must address him respectfully. Zhu Yangtian said, I'm doomed. Wei Shuai, offer your head to him, making her scared. Wei Shuai won't do it. The fragrant buns and Wei Shuai's voice, I understand. Today is the day Wei Shuai dies. If everyone will be happy with Wei Shuai's head, he immediately said. It's fine, I was just joking, she said again. Young Lord Wei Shuai will be beheaded, making Zhu Yangtian raise an eyebrow. I already said it was a joke. Wei Shuai pointed longingly at the bun seller. People say that ghosts who die with full stomachs look better, especially those who die after eating buns. The bun seller suddenly let out a soft whistle. While she went to buy buns, Wu Mian turned to him and said, You treat this maidservant too well. Zhu Yangtian was confused. Who her? He replied, Yes, maidservant Wei. Hearing this, he couldn't help but be puzzled. Treat her well? Didn't you see? She only asked me for a bun. In his heart, Zhu Yangtian thought, partly because I don't know how to treat her, since I met her in my past life. Wu Mian happily explained. She doesn't seem to understand what a maidservant is, But you still bought it for her. He still wanted to explain to him that it was because, but then Ju Yangtian didn't know what to say. Wu Mian looked at him with a bright smile. He suddenly said, "You're really different from the rumors. I'm too gullible, and I still have a lot to learn, making Ju Yangtian even more confused. It's just a few buns. You're overthinking it." Then he was surprised to realize, "Wait, how long have you been my guard?" Wu Mian counted on his fingers. About 2 weeks. Wei Shuia was bent over buying buns, unaware of Jiu Yangtian's thoughts. He must have been assigned just before I reincarnated. So I don't know who's luckier here, me or... Suddenly, the two heard a loud call. Young lady making him turn in surprise. The female servant spoke up to advise, "You shouldn't wander around in such a dangerous place." She turned and said, "You're worrying too much." The two stood far away, hearing her say, "The Dragon Unity Assembly is being held. Many people from the Gu clan are here, so what could possibly happen?" Ju Yangtian suddenly felt uneasy. That voice sounds so familiar. It can't be. The female servant continued to advise, "That's exactly why I'm worried. What if you run into the heir of the Gu clan?" Hearing this, he denied again. "Me no way. The Gu clan has so many men." She was still saying, "How could it be such a coincidence? There are so many people here." Ju Yangtian widened his eyes. This doesn't sound good." She now turned her head and said, "Let's go." Bing Axi and the female servant were both extremely surprised. The two sides just stood there, facing each other on the street. Ju Yangtian and Wu Mian on this side were also a bit uncomfortable. She gaped, looking at the two of them. Suddenly he leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Young lord." Wu Mian looked puzzled at the expression of the young lady and her guard, as if they had just seen something terrifying. "Do you know them?" Looking at Bing Axi's uncomfortable expression now. There's no way I could forget her shoulder-length hair and pitch-black eyes. Then he looked at the ring on her hand. The ring on her hand contains a symbol. Ju Yangtian saw the gem embedded in the ring. But for someone who knows these things like me, the meaning of that ring isn't too unfamiliar. He thought of the blue sword that protected a place the Bing family of Hebei, remembering Bing Axi, who was once lavishly dressed, and Ju Yangtian, who sat across from her in a room. The person who was once engaged to me, recalling the time when Jiu Yangtian and Bing Axi sat face to face. There was a simple reason why the marriage was arranged with the Bing family of Hebei, one of the 4 great families. The Gu clan is no less prestigious than those 4 families, and they also have children of the same age. He was extremely annoyed. Then frowning, "If nothing happens, I will definitely be the heir." She also indifferently glanced over while brushing her hair. And the Bing family probably also thought that the arranged marriage with the Gu clan was very reasonable, but Ju Yangtian knew people were talking behind his back. The problem lies with me. All the bad rumors about me, the one who avoids training all day and only causes trouble. This is not good for the Bing family's reputation. And what broke this relationship was the words I said to her. Bing Axi was surprised. "Why are you here?" Ju Yangtian immediately interrupted, asking in return, "Shouldn't I be the one asking that? Why are you here?" She raised an eyebrow. "I just happen to have some business. You don't own all of Shanxi. Do I need to report my every move?" He didn't care. "Say whatever you want." Suddenly, Bing Axi angrily asked, "Why are you talking to me so rudely? Have you forgotten that I'm still a year older than you?" Ju Yangtian smiled and said, "Yes, sorry, I forgot. Is that okay?" Then he turned and said, "Hey, after buying the buns, let's go." Wei Shuia now came over carrying a stack of buns. "Got it?" She happily hugged the stack of buns standing behind Ju Yangtian. "No matter why you're here, have fun." She was surprised to hear him say, "We'll go ahead. See you later." Bing Axi frowned, wanting to say something. Ju Yangtian walked ahead, not paying attention. She called out, "Whether it's for work or fun, have a good time." In her heart, Bing Axi was still lost in thought. Of course, right when I'm busy dealing with my siblings. She saw Wei Shuia looking at her and nodded slightly. "I've never seen that girl before. Is she a maidservant?" To have such a cute maidservant by his side. Thinking of Ju Yangtian's expression, Bing Axi wondered, Has he changed? Back then he arrogantly said, "Who are you? You're just the daughter of a concubine." She immediately grabbed Zhu Yangtian's collar. Bing Oxy jumped straight onto the table, gritting her teeth. "What did you say?" she angrily asked again. "What did you just say?" Even though he was pale with fear, he still spoke boldly. "I'm not wrong, am I?" Immediately, Zhu Yangtian was punched by Bing Oxy. The guard behind her tried to intervene, but she said I was prepared to endure everything, even if it was an arranged marriage. He lay on the ground, covering the corner of his mouth that was hit, listening to Bing Oxy say, "Despite all the bad rumors about you for the sake of the Bing family," the guard hurriedly stopped her. "Please calm down," but was slapped away by Bing Oxy. Then Zhu Yangtian saw her foot stomp down beside him. Bing Oxy went crazy, picking up a chair. "There's no marriage, I'm going to beat you to death." In the house on the lake, the sounds of destruction echoed. Now she had finished reminiscing. Nothing has changed since then. Suddenly, Zhu Yangtian spoke. "Why did you buy so much?" Wei Shui-a replied, "I can carry it." But he had already taken half the stack. "How can you carry it? Come here. I'll help you." Wu Mian beside him also bent down. "I'll help too." But Zhu Yangtian refused. "Focus on your guard duties. If there's any left, take it back to Manhwa," he replied. "Got it." Bing Oxy kept looking at them. Looking at him chatting, she felt something was a bit different about him. Bing Oxy suddenly hugged her head, trying to shake off the thought. No, it can't be. He's probably just having fun. That lunatic can't have matured. No way. But another thought flashed in her mind. But maybe? Bing Oxy kept staring at the backs of the three people in front. Just maybe? Suddenly they were startled to hear a shout. "What did you say?" Zhu Yangtian was annoyed. "Damn it, I've been scared all day today." Wu Mian worriedly asked, "Are you okay?" "Young lord," he replied, "I'm fine." Wei Shui-a now interrupted. "Young lord is the bun K. Making. Zhu Yangtian order. You shut up." A martial artist tried to explain, screaming like, "This won't solve the problem. Please calm down." The person slammed the table again, shouting, "I said I don't have time. You'll be responsible if I get caught, right?" The martial artist's eyes suddenly sharpened. "Get caught? What do you mean?" The person stood opposite the three martial artists and suddenly fell silent. The atmosphere around the line of people also gradually became eerily quiet. They began to argue. "I didn't say that. Are you joking with me? Just let me participate." "No, you can't." Wu Mian now asked, "Should we help?" Zhu Yangtian wondered. For what, anyone can participate in the Dragon Unity Assembly, but clearly only if you can prove your identity. He continued to ask, "I'm asking if we should let him continue causing trouble." He looked over and explained. Arguments about participating in the Dragon Unity Assembly aren't rare. The martial artists of the Gu clan are waiting and will handle it. The three martial artists all stared at the person. One of them placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "How about we?" But immediately his hand was grabbed. The person didn't immediately knock down the martial artist. The martial artist was slammed onto the ground. Another martial artist jumped up and asked, "What are you doing?" Bing Wuzhen raised his head and replied, "I've proven my ability. Can I participate now?" The three on the other side remained silent, witnessing the argument. "Of course not. Why not? I've already shown you my ability." Wu Mian continued to wonder. Should we help? Wei Shui-a beside him excitedly described. Just now that person threw one punch and the other fell down. Boom! Zhu Yangtian turned his head and ordered, "Let's go!" He asked again, "What about that person?" He showed annoyance. "I don't want to get involved in that. Let's go." Wu Mian still wanted to say something, but Zhu Yangtian stopped him. "They'll handle it themselves." The martial artist on this side was still extremely angry. "You can't just have whatever you want. We have our own rules. You can't enter if you can't clearly identify yourself." Bing Wuzhen slammed the table again. "Isn't my skill enough to prove it?" making the martial artist confused. What does that have to do with it? He angrily shouted, "How dare you!" Zhu Yangtian's group suddenly stopped when they heard disrespecting the eldest son of the Bing family. He was startled and turned to look back. Bing Axi also quickly turned around. Bing Wuzhen stood there with his arms crossed, angry. Huh, what did he just say? The eldest son of the Bing family. Wei Shua on this side didn't care and smiled foolishly. A snowy winter day covered everything in white. Bing Axi walked over. Puzzled, brother? What are you doing? Bing Wuzhen sat in front of the fire roasting sweet potatoes. It's too cold, so I lit a fire to warm up. And I'm roasting some sweet potatoes too. She pointed and asked, let's put aside the fact that you lit a fire in front of my room. What's that token in your hand? He immediately held up the token. This. Bing Wuzhen was immediately attacked as he smiled and said, I thought the sweet potatoes were taking too long, so I wanted to add more fire. Amid the snowstorm, he asked, why did you hit me, Sister Bing? Axi raised an eyebrow. You deserved it. Do you know what you're holding? Bing Wuzhen stubbornly said, a piece of wood. That's the token of the Bing family patriarch. The reward for being the top of DIY Dragon Academy and becoming the youngest successor in history. Do you know what you can do with that token? He replied, I can use it to make the fire bigger, and was immediately kicked a few times by Bing Axi. I'm tired of living, just say it. Bing Wuzhen lay on the snowy ground, covering his face and shouting. She showed annoyance. Brother, you need to act more like a successor. He was a bit disheartened. A successor. Right? Bing Axi also looked a bit pained. Then she stood in front of the fire and said, I can't guess what you're thinking. You have all the skills and talents. You were even chosen as the successor, yet you seem dissatisfied. Bing Wuzhen raised his head and smiled. Not at all. He looked up at the sky. I just want to leave this place. Bing Axi blew on the sweet potato and asked, then why don't you leave and come back? Bing Wuzhen heard this and widened his eyes in surprise. Oh! Then a crumpled piece of paper with the words, I'll be out for a bit. Next, angry hands continued to crumple the paper. She sat in one spot, angry. It seems that bastard thinks a bit equals 4 months. The female servant saw this and reported young lady. He approached and whispered, I have news for you. Bing Axi bit her nail and asked, finally, can I find that bastard? Where is he? The guard said. Shanxi. She repeated in confusion. Shanxi. Why did he go so far? Bing Wuzhen was now angrily saying, why now? I've already shown you everything I have. He was in such a hurry that he was distorted. Then let me participate quickly. The martial artist still tried to calm him down. Calm down first. But Bing Wuzhen ignored it. No, I don't have time. I have to show you the Black Knight Blade, so you'll believe me. Wu Mian worriedly asked, did you hear that young master the Black Knight Blade Zhu Yangzhen? He wondered. Isn't that the secret technique of the main Bing family line? In his heart, he thought, so that guy really is the eldest son. Zhu Yangtian was lost in thought and didn't notice a hand reaching out. We need to get out of here quickly before we get into any trouble. Zhu Lun grabbed his face and charged forward. Oh, you dare mention the Black Knight Blade? It seems you're not a fraud. Zhu Yangtian immediately knew he was doomed. He stepped forward and said, he seems skilled enough. Let him participate. Right after there was a clap of hands. Bing Wuzhen bowed and introduced himself. I am Bing Wuzhen, the successor of the Bing family. It's an honor to meet you. Elder, the famous Fire Fist of the Gu clan. Zhu Lun laughed loudly. It's been a long time since I've heard that title. You can participate. I'll vouch for you. The martial artist beside him hurriedly advised Elder, no, we can't confirm if he's really the successor of the Bing family. He immediately affirmed, I'm sure. The martial artist beside him was puzzled. A person like him, Zhu Lun remembered his appearance and his father's. He looks exactly like his father, and look at that body. That's the body of a Bing family member. Zhu Yangtian was speechless, like he was cast from a mold. He then mentioned the ring on his hand. The black ring on his finger is also enough to confirm his identity. He saw it and was a bit incredulous. That's the ring Bing Axi has. That bastard is really the successor of the Bing family. Zhu Lun leaned over and smiled. Quick, tell me the reason. Why does the successor of the Bing family want to participate in this competition, whose purpose is to select new members for the Gu Clan Sword Battalion? Zhu Yangtian also tilted his head. Curious. I'm also curious. Bing Wuzhen immediately replied, the Bing family is unhappy. He looked up at the sky and laughed loudly. Well said. Did your family allow it? Zhu Yangtian beside him crossed his arms, confused. Is he crazy? He happily said I didn't think they would allow it. So I ran away. Zhu Lun laughed until tears came out. He ran away. Did you hear that, Yangtian? He just thought, is he stupid? He continued to ask. You seem quite well trained. How old are you? Bing Wuzhen replied. I'm 23 this year, Zhu Lun exclaimed. So young. The Bing family has raised a monster. Then he glanced at Zhu Yangtian. I wish that idiot of mine could learn a bit from you, Wu Mian whispered. He's definitely not talking about you, young lord. Wei Shuia beside him also whispered. He called you an idiot. Why did he say that? He darkened his face and ordered, Shut up. You hurt me more than he did. In his heart, Zhu Yangtian thought, I don't even care what he says about me. Looking at Bing Wuchen smiling in front of him, he thought, if he's really Bing Wuchen, then he's indeed a monster. In a while, he'll receive the title of Sword Emperor. Then Zhu Yangtian suddenly remembered. So he's from the Bing family. Aren't there other Bing family members here? The two behind him were still chatting. Why did he say that? I'm not sure. You're just as stupid as I am. Just then Bing Axi ran over and called brother. Both he and the elder turned O. Immediately, Bing Wuchen was punched straight in the face. Everyone stood there and watched him get knocked far away. Bing Axi went crazy, brother. You're insane. You call yourself the successor but leave a note and disappear without a trace. Bing Wuchen, with his face dented, raised his hand. Wait, she asked any last words. This sentence made him break out in a cold sweat. Then Bing Wuzhen smiled and said, Forgive me. Bing Axi kept attacking him. Brother, you ran away from home to join the sword battalion of another family. Have you lost your mind, sister? You're going to kill me. Die, you bastard, Zhu Yangtian behind him asked. I think he might really die. Should we stop them? Zhu Lun stood beside him with his arms crossed. Let them handle it. The Bing family members are very tough. He won't die even if he's beaten with a metal rod. He now shouted loudly, Elder, help villagers, help! Hearing this, he asked, Are you sure? Yes, maybe you're right. Then she heard someone say, Enough, you're going to kill him. Bing Axi angrily turned. Huh. Who dares to interfere? Zhu Lun stood there, making her exclaim, Elder Gu. She politely clasped her hands and apologized. Sorry for the late introduction. I am Bing Axi. I apologize for making you witness us fighting over such a trivial family matter. He reached out and patted her head. No, I like meeting cheerful people like him. Bing Axi bowed and replied, I won't forget this. I will definitely compensate you later. We'll leave now. Bing Wuzhen now said, I'm not leaving, making her angrily ask. Haven't you been beaten enough? He coldly glanced over. I'm not joking, making Bing Axi also feel a bit scared. She wondered why Bing Wuchen stood up with his hands on the ground. The Bing family is unhappy. Bing Axi was still confused. So the Gu clan and other families are happy, he replied. Definitely happier than us. She placed her hand on Bing Wuchen's shoulder, advising, Please, brother, you need to grow up. You're the successor after all, he replied. That's why I want to have fun before becoming the clan head. The only way to avoid becoming the clan head is to become disabled or die. But I don't like either option. Bing Wuzhen remembered the gloomy gate with the sign, Hebei Bing family. I don't want to become the clan head. But besides you and me, everyone else is just a beast bearing our name. He placed his hand on Bing Axi's hand. I will definitely become the clan head one day. I can't let you become the clan head. That's why I accepted the position of successor, even though I didn't want to. Zhu Yangtian pointed and asked second elder, Are you really going to let him participate? I don't think getting involved in the Bing family's affairs is a good idea. Zhu Lun stroked his beard, thinking, I want to, but considering the situation of the Bing family, I'm not sure either. Then the two Bing siblings turned to look at him. Then how about this? Julun stood there and set the condition. I'll let you participate if you defeat me. Bing Axi was shocked. What are you saying? He was also confused. Second Elder, have you lost your mind? He didn't care, and continued to ask 10 moves to decide the winner. What do you think? Bing Wuzhen frowned. Really, he replied. Have I ever lied? She hurriedly said, female servant. Catch that bastard. She asked again. You mean the successor? Just as Julun said. Here's the deal. If you can touch me in 10 moves, you win. He had already used his speed to run behind him. Bing Wuzhen quickly drew his sword. Then he prepared to launch an attack on Julun. Bing Wuzhen was surprised when he suddenly heard him laugh and say, You're too hasty. Immediately after, Julun turned and threw a punch toward him. In the evening at the arena, ladies and gentlemen, you've waited long enough. Please look forward to the dramatic showdown coming up. On the arena now were Jiu Yantu and Jiu Yangtian. The battle between two talents who will lead the future of the Gu clan. She smiled brightly when introduced as Flame Sword Jiu Yantu. He frowned on this side when he heard and Jiu Yangtian, the successor of the Gu clan. He wondered, why do I have to compete moreover with my sister? Remembering before, Julun had punched Bing Wuzhen straight in the face. The punch sent him flying far away. He stood there looking at the white smoke in front of him. Suddenly, Julun gasped for breath. Then he excitedly shouted, I won! He looked over in confusion. Elder, wasn't it just about dodging Julun? Immediately asked back. When did I say that? Looking at Bing Wuzhen, unconscious in the distance, he added, Anyway, this was a sparring match that both agreed to. Moreover, I controlled my strength. He'll wake up soon. Jiu Yangtian immediately said, If the Bing family comes looking, I'm not involved. Julun confidently leaned on his hand. Don't worry, Fire Fist won't die alone. He refused, no. You can die alone. Then Jiu Yangtian quickly turned to the side. Hey Bing Axi. This was entirely Second Elder's decision. Bing Axi just indifferently said, It's fine. It's a relief that he's lying down like that. Then she turned to explain. Who knows what trouble he could cause? That's why such an unreasonable sparring match happened. Julun laughed heartily when he heard this. Young lady of the Bing family, do you really think so? I just did it because it was fun. He was a bit concerned. How did he become an elder? The Gu clan is not doing well. Shuea grabbed Jiu Yangtian's sleeve, calling out, young lord, and he turned to reassure her. Yes, stay away from that big bear. But she excitedly waved her hands, describing how the bear had just pounced. Then the wind whooshed, and that person was blown away and thrown to the ground. Jiu Yangtian was puzzled by her straightforward expression. How could she save the world? This is going to be a disaster. Julun chuckled as he spoke. This adorable child truly has a better perspective than that gloomy fellow. This old man will give you a gift. Shuea, hiding behind him, was surprised by the gift. Then he took out a cake, making her excitedly exclaim. The clear blue sky echoed her voice as she spread her arms and said, Shuea has liked the bear from the very beginning. Julun leaned on his hand and laughed. I knew you'd say that. Jiu Yangtian just silently watched the two of them. Then he turned to him, raising a finger. Are you disappointed that I only gave a gift to your maidservant? I think I should give you a gift too. Jiu Yangtian was about to refuse. I don't like sweets, but Julun interrupted. After the grand assembly, you'll have to participate in a demonstration match. He looked at him in confusion, hearing him say, You'll have to join a performance battle, returning to the battle between the two on the martial arena at this moment. Jiu Yantu rested her sword on her shoulder and asked, You're not using a sword. Jiu Yangtian, who was stretching, was startled and wondered, Have I ever used a sword? He thought about the sword and fist techniques, the old firewheel technique, which could be used with various weapons and was particularly effective with swords or fists. At this moment, Jiu Yangtian suddenly realized that using fists suited him best. If he didn't use a sword, would it be strange? But Jiu Yantu on the opposite side shrugged. I don't care if you use a sword. fists or whatever making him secretly relieved. Her annoying personality finally came in handy. She suddenly smiled. I'm really glad to have this opportunity. Zhu Yangtian was puzzled. Glad. Zhu Yantu's face turned red with excitement. Yes, the chance to defeat my little brother in front of thousands of people. He was a bit flustered. Elder, are you serious? Recalling earlier, Zhu Yangtian shouted. Why do I have to participate in this battle? And with my sister, too? Zhu Lun reminded him, You don't need to shout like that. He looked bored. I don't want people to think the clan is dull. He could only sigh, calculating the old man's madness. It was clear on his face that he wanted to see some fun. Anyway, he would surrender halfway through. Zhu Lun smiled, pointing at Bing Wuzhen lying on the ground, warning, if you think about quitting halfway. Zhu Yangtian leaned on his hand and asked, Do you really want to see me defeated and lose in front of so many people like this? He looked down at him, calling Yangtian. Zhu Yangtian could only remain silent as he heard him ask, Do you really plan to lose? The night sky reflected his thoughts at this moment. Losing, he didn't want to waste this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to start over. He didn't want to waste energy on a battle that hadn't happened in his previous life. Zhu Yangtian was still standing opposite Zhu Yantu, moreover. Suddenly, he heard her voice cutting in. My dear little brother. Zhu Yantu began to raise her sword in a defensive stance. You will become clan head just because you're a man. I hate you to the core. She immediately charged forward as soon as she heard the words begin. Zhu Yangtian immediately dodged Zhu Yantu's attack. She quickly raised her sword again. He quickly lowered his head narrowly, avoiding Zhu Yantu's slash. Her feet continued to pivot. Zhu Yantu spun around again, slashing backward. But Zhu Yangtian quickly tilted his head, dodging again. Her face showed confusion. How could someone with only 2 stars dodge her 3-star attacks? Zhu Yangtian dodged while thinking. That's what she's thinking right now. I'm just trying to move half a beat ahead of her, but even that makes it hard to breathe. He hurriedly stepped back as Zhu Yantu swung her sword, proving his lack of training. Now how to end this battle if he lets himself be hit? Zhu Yangtian wondered if he'd remain intact after taking one of her blows. Suddenly he heard the person opposite say, You still only know how to dodge? Zhu Yangtian glanced and saw her charging forward again. Zhu Yantu quickly grabbed the hem of his robe. With one hand, she tightly gripped the hem of Zhu Yangtian's robe, pulling it, while the other hand swung up. He quickly spun around, shedding his outer robe. Zhu Yantu immediately slashed down, cutting Zhu Yangtian's robe in half. He darkened his face and shouted, If you swing your sword with such clear intent, it only makes it easier to dodge. Sister, can you stop? Watching her slash his robe, Zhu Yangtian was puzzled. How much killing intent did she have to tear his clothes like this? Zhu Yantu lowered her head and said, I've forced myself to accept that I'll never become clan head, no matter how hard I try. Her hair began to rise with a surge of energy. And you who wasted your life like trash get that title just because you're a man. Watching Zhu Yantu's sword transform. Do you understand? Zhu Yangtian raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, She's applying martial skill to her sword. That's too dangerous. It's far beyond 5 stars. The blade burst into a large flame. She continuously slashed toward Zhu Yangtian, but he easily dodged each time. Zhu Yantu became furious, raising her fist again and again. You only know how to run away. She charged toward Zhu Yangtian, but he quickly sidestepped. You're not doing anything. Zhu Yantu leaned on her hand and kicked both legs toward Zhu Yangtian. You're incompetent. You don't even try. He leaned on the ground, supporting his body. If you live such a worthless life. Zhu Yantu, exhausted, shouted, Then you should just disappear. He could only silently watch her. Zhu Yantu continued to swing her sword toward Zhu Yangtian. He just stood there, letting the flames burn beside him, disappearing like your mother. Suddenly, she turned pale with fear. The wrist holding Zhu Yantu's sword was easily grabbed. The two of them stood opposite each other under the night sky with the moon. Zhu Yangtian's eyes burned red as he asked, What did you just say, sister? Zhu Yantu, who had once happily looked at the woman beside her. Sister is the most formidable person I've ever known. At just 15, she was given the title of Sword Phoenix, always the best, and at 20, she entered Dai Wane Dragon Academy and was appointed as the 5th Sword General of the Gu clan. Everyone acknowledged her, but she could never become the clan head of the Gu clan. Zhu Yangtian beside her glanced at the two of them. Instead, the one who would become clan head was the son of a concubine, Zhu Yangtian, but I don't hate him, but I don't. The two of them had once slept in the arms of the same person. Even though we are half-siblings, Zhu Yangtian's mother always treated me well, and I cherished her too. So I didn't feel uncomfortable with Zhu Yangtian's existence until that happened. The two of them then sat gloomily in the rain one day when his mother suddenly disappeared. Zhu Yangtian hurriedly ran toward his mother while the sect leader went in the opposite direction. The father ordered not to search, so no one dared. From then on, everything began to change. Zhu Yangtian spoke and acted rudely toward everyone, and there were rumors that he had touched the maidservants. Still, the position of clan head remained unchanged. From the beginning, the clan head has always been male. Zhu Yantu was extremely furious. No matter how talented I am, I can't have it. Even my talented elder sister, I hate Zhu Yangtian, who enjoys privileges but doesn't appreciate them. No, I despise him. Zhu Yangtian's eyes had now turned a fiery red. What? She was now extremely frightened. Zhu Yantu hurriedly drew her sword and stepped back. Too dangerous. Zhu Yangtian quickly dashed behind her. Zhu Yantu turned her head just as a fist flew toward her. The scene shifted to a person who was lamenting. Bing Axi sat on a chair observing the battle. Zhu Yantu is the same age as me, but so talented. I don't dare to boast about being from a side family anymore. The attendant beside her encouraged her. Young lady is doing very well. She intently watched the battle. It seems they're saying something. Did you hear anything? The female servant replied, I couldn't, making Bing Axi wonder why. Bing Wushen, with a swollen face, came over and patted her head, explaining second elder has created a barrier so you can't hear anything. Bing Axi complained, Don't go around saying my brother is from a side family with that face, he asked back. Are you ashamed of your brother? She calmly replied. Of course I am. The grand assembly until the swelling subsides. Bing Wuzhen reluctantly agreed. The attendant at this moment brought a bag of tea. Here is the tea, young lord. He took it. Oh, just in time. I'm hungry. Bing Wuzhen then asked, So the one you're fighting is the younger brother of the sword, Phoenix? Bing Axi replied, Yes, isn't she very formidable? She's already 3 stars, her sword technique is smooth, and her use of inner force is the same. He held a stone in his hand, denying, No, I'm asking if the one dodging is the younger brother of the sword Phoenix, right? She replied, Yes. The attendant beside her raised 2 fingers, adding, Young lord. Both are younger brothers of the sword Phoenix. He then said, I understand. Bing Wuzhen rested his chin on his hand, showing interest. So the clan doesn't just have the sword Phoenix. Bing Axi beside him looked at him worriedly. She remembered the words, That's why I want to have fun before becoming clan head. Bing Axi couldn't help but think. When he becomes clan head, he won't have that look in his eyes anymore. Suddenly, Bing Wuzhen announced, It's over. Zhu Yantu on this side hurriedly dodged the technique. I have to dodge. She continued to swing her sword toward Zhu Yangtian. Hurry the opportunity. Sister Yantu gritted her teeth and slashed down at him. Yangtian suddenly spoke up. I understand you, sister. So even if you hate me, it's okay. I've lived my life like this. She was still gritting her teeth as she heard him say, The words you said are really unpleasant. But I understand. At this moment, Zhu Yangtian raised his hand. So, sister, you should understand why I did this. His hand immediately condensed a source of power. Zhu Yantu's eyes widened, reflecting the flames before her. Zhu Yangtian didn't hesitate and punched her straight in the face. Zhu Yantu thus received his punch. After that, Zhu Yangtian stood there looking at her unconscious on the ground. Throughout the martial arena, the announcement echoed, Zhu Yangtian wins. A while later, he sat in front of the gate, muttering, Damn it. Zhu Yangtian sighed deeply. I didn't intend to win. I didn't expect that 2-star inner force could cause a nosebleed and knock her out. I hope nothing happens. Zhu Yantu had shouted earlier, You should just disappear, which made his mood even heavier at that time. Suddenly, Zhu Yangtian heard Wumian running over young lord. Under the night sky, the sound of people chatting echoed. Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? How's the situation inside? Is everything all right, to be honest? He reported, everyone thought you would lose, so when you won, they were all in an uproar. He wasn't too concerned. That's reasonable. I didn't expect that scoundrel rumored to be a ruffian could defeat a genius, Wu Mian added. Although the atmosphere calmed down a bit when Second Elder immediately concluded the grand assembly. Jiu Yangtian leaned on his hand and jumped down. We should leave here before we run into him. Wei worriedly approached young lord. Your hand is bleeding. He looked at his injured hand and said, Right. This is proof that I still can't control inner force properly. Jiu Yangtian blushed and turned away. It's okay. She quickly bandaged his wound. Yangtian looked at his hand. Huh, Shuya? Are you still trying to adjust the bandage? I didn't think so. She held his hand, her face red as she sobbed. I can't do it. I'm sorry Shuya doesn't know how to do it, so, young lord, don't get hurt. While Jiu Yangtian was still thinking. Bing Wuzhen suddenly blocked his way. I also don't like seeing young lord injured, making him blurt out, this scoundrel. He asked back. Did you just say something rude? Jiu Yangtian quickly changed the subject. It's a pleasure to meet you. Sighed young lord. I am Jiu Yangtian. Bing Wuzhen was confused. Huh? Oh, nice to meet you. Shuya behind him also said, You can call me Maid Wei. Bing Axi, embarrassed, hid behind the attendant and called brother, Let's go. He reluctantly replied, I understand. Bing Wuzhen laughed heartily. Surely you feel embarrassed because you and young lord were once engaged. She called out, brother. He added, Take this opportunity to make amends, making Bing Axi shout. Brother, Jiu Yangtian couldn't help but hold his head and wonder. Why are you here? Bing Wuzhen asked back. Isn't it better to use this opportunity to befriend strong people? Just call me side brother, she begged from behind. Brother, please? He straightforwardly said, Being close to someone like me won't bring you any benefits. Are you doing this on purpose? What's going on? Bing Wuzhen put his arm around Jiu Yangtian's shoulder and laughed. Someone like you? I thought the Gu clan only had the sword phoenix, Jiu Shi. It's surprising to have a talent like you hidden in the Gu clan. He was annoyed, wondering why he suddenly spoke so familiarly with him. At this moment, Jiu Yangtian suddenly realized, Judging by how you mentioned Jiu Shi, I guess you know my sister. He excitedly replied, Of course we're very close, but I don't know what she thinks of me. He concluded in his head, So not close then. Under the pavilion, the sound of laughter echoed. So we're brothers now, right? Yangtian ha! It's late, let's go! Suddenly, Jiu Yangtian realized something. Bing Axi was still standing there staring at him intently. Jiu Yangtian crossed his arms and asked, Do you have anything else to say? She finally spoke up. The day our engagement was cancelled. Bing Axi blushed and turned away. I hit you with a chair. I was wrong, so. But then she was surprised to hear an apology. He was a bit embarrassed and turned his head. I called you the child of a concubine back then. I was too immature. I deserved to be hit, so you don't need to apologize. Bing Axi smiled a little happily, yes. Then she beamed and tilted her head, agreed. After that, Bing Axi turned and walked away, reminding him, Don't lose what brother gave you. Jiu Yangtian was puzzled and searched his body. What are you talking about? Then he held in his hand a card with the word side written on it. Confused. What is this? By now they had gone far, leaving only small dots behind. After that, the scene was a quiet street with only the lights on both sides. Goodbye. Jiu Yangtian stood in front of the gate, looking into the distance. The night carried many thoughts. There are still many things I need to fix along with the sound of conversation. Let's go. Yes, young lord. Where did you get the bandage from? After I finished eating the bun, it was at the bottom. So that's where the smell came from. Your hand will heal quickly with the power of the bun. Don't throw it away. Don't throw it away. The group moved through the night, the darkness enveloping them. Manhwa leaned over and called out she was sleeping with her mouth open. Jiu Yangtian looked out the window deep in thought. No matter how much I think about it, I don't remember ever sparring with her in my previous life, let alone winning. Then he turned his head to look at her. Since Wei Chuea became a servant, many things have started to differ from the past. Shuya was sleeping soundly unaware. Could that small action have changed something? Zhu Yangtian sighed again and looked out the window. After returning, I need to act faster. Suddenly, he sensed something. Zhu Yangtian blurred out and called Wumian check the talisman. Sense the demonic object. Wumian turned his head and asked back, the talisman to sense demonic objects. As he spoke, he took out the talisman. The demonic object hasn't changed at all. Young lord, I don't know what you sensed, but it will automatically light up if a demonic gate is nearby, so don't worry. Before Wumian could finish speaking, the talisman suddenly lit up. You can rest assured, and he hurriedly shouted, Everyone stop! Wumian was horrified as the talisman burned beside him. A gate to the demon realm has appeared. Prepare for battle. Young lord's safety is the top priority. But Zhu Yangtian had already gotten out of the carriage and was stretching, making him panic. What are you doing here? It's very dangerous. Wumian tried to persuade him, Young lord, it's really dangerous, but he didn't care much. I'll listen to the lectures later. In front of them, something tore through space. Look, it was a gate leading to another dimension, a blue one. A horde of monsters immediately rushed out. Zhu Yangtian mobilized his power, his hand glowing blue. This means the lowest level of danger. It's a bit difficult, but completely manageable. Right after he punched a monster straight in the head, Zhu Yangtian quickly pulled out something. The common weakness of demons. He held in his hand a blue jade demon stone. Zhu Yangtian, engrossed in the demon stone in his hand, didn't notice a monster attacking. It's like the heart of the demon. When taken away, the demon dies instantly. He immediately crouched and struck the monster's belly. If it's just about taking the demon stone, then it's no problem. Zhu Yangtian began to tire and panted. Damn it, my energy is depleted. Maintaining the fire wheel technique is too difficult. Seeing this, the monsters immediately turned red-eyed and attacked. If I want to survive, I need to use the fire wheel technique. He was startled when he heard someone call Young Lord. Just as Zhu Yangtian wasn't paying attention, Wumian rushed over and shielded him. He swung his sword quickly, cutting down the monsters, charging at them. Zhu Yangtian watched, unable to help but exclaim, wow him. He looked at Wumian in front of him, a bit skeptical. This stung. At this moment, he turned and asked, Young Lord, are you okay? Zhu Yangtian, flustered, replied, thank you for saving me. He observed the monster corpses around him. Is it over? That was fast. Wumian leaned on his sword and stood up. Yeah, there weren't many demons. Luckily, they were the lowest level. At this moment, he couldn't help but worry. More importantly, what are you doing if you get hurt? Zhu Yangtian didn't notice one of his hands glowing and replied, I'm fine. Wumian denied. No, it's not that. Only then did he notice the source of the light. While Wumian was still busy observing the surroundings, I must take you to a safe place, young lord. You must know that you are the one who will become the next clan head. Zhu Yangtian was already lying on the ground, screaming in pain. Everyone hurried over to see what was wrong. Young master, what's wrong? But he could only hold his body tightly and cry out. Zhu Yangtian's body curled up. Damn it, why does it hurt so much? He frowned when he realized this is the demonic path absorbing demonic energy. The demon stone in Zhu Yangtian's hand was still emitting a purple light. Demonic path absorbing demonic energy. In the purple remnants of the past, a man appeared, panting heavily. He held his severed arm and asked, Why did you do this? His fellow disciples lay scattered everywhere. What did we do to you? Why? Zhu Yangtian coldly looked down from above and asked, Is Flower Blossom Dao your last words? Suddenly Feng Ge saw a head rolling towards him. He looked at him trembling and called Sect Leader. Throughout the courtyard, Feng Ge's voice echoed, Sect Leader. The heavenly demon riding on a dragon's head appeared from the gate in space praising Flower Blossom Dao isn't bad at all. Right after she jumped down from the dragon's head, the heavenly demon's toes quickly touched the ground. She walked towards Zhu Yangtian. He bowed and paid his respects, hearing the heavenly demon say, But it's not enough to satisfy me. Anyway, I've found some shallow joy in it. Then she smiled and ordered, Raise your head. Suddenly, a source of power emerged from Zhu Yangtian's dantian. He was stunned and wondered, What is this? The power quickly enveloped the demonic energy. The purple color is the fire wheel technique purifying the demonic energy. No, it's consuming the demonic energy. This didn't happen in my previous life. Shuya and Wumian worriedly called out young lord. Everyone surrounded him and asked, "Are you okay?" Zhu Yangtian slowly sat up and replied, "Oh yes," he reassured everyone. "It's nothing. I must have been more injured than during the sparring session." He was still worried and said, "Then I'll find a nearby physician to treat you." Zhu Yangtian refused. "I'm fine. No need to worry." Deep down, he was anxious. "I should hide it. It's not good if people find out I've absorbed demonic energy," she cried from behind young lord. Shuya hugged Zhu Yangtian's face. "You looked in so much pain earlier." He looked at her and said, "It wasn't that bad." But Shuya was still extremely sad. "Your face doesn't look good," making Zhu Yangtian angrily shout, "What are you saying?" Manhwa held her head and said, "Shu, you should help young lord not bother him." She struggled. "I was just worried." Wumian also said, "Young lord, if you're not feeling well, we can stop by a nearby pharmacy." He disagreed. I said, "I'm fine. I just need to sleep." Hearing this, he could only reluctantly say, "If you say so." Right after, everyone turned to busy preparations. Everyone prepare to leave. Only take the useful parts of the monster corpses. "Hurry up, young lord is tired." "Shuya, can you stop drooling in your sleep? I don't remember drooling." "That's because you were sleeping." Zhu Yangtian, on the other hand, was still engrossed in what he held in his hand. "I can no longer feel the demonic energy in my body." The fire wheel technique is really useful, huh? The demon stone in his hand had now become useless. Looking at the faded color of the demon stone, the demonic energy has been properly absorbed. Anyway, then Zhu Yangtian turned his hand and crushed the stone. "We must move on." The three of them were now at a market early in the morning. "Young lord, the sparkling cakes are so delicious." Shuya excitedly pointed at the bakery. "Honey cakes." Zhu Yangtian didn't care and walked away. So what?" She was startled. "Why did you bring Shuya if you didn't plan to buy honey cakes for me?" Remembering how Shuya tightly grabbed his leg and said, "Let me come with you. Grandfather told me to stay with you." "Zhu!" Yangtian turned his head and reminded her. "What are you saying?" "I said I had business at the market, and you used grandfather as an excuse to follow me." Wumian also wondered. "Young lord, why did you come to the market?" He remembered how he had been in pain holding his body. "You haven't recovered from the battle yet. If there's no urgent reason, I think it's best to return to the mansion." She was still craving looking at the bakery counter, not hearing Wumian. "What are you looking for? If so, let me help you." Zhu Yangtian walked and said, "I understand you want to help, but now is not the time." Suddenly he saw something. Zhu Yangtian stopped and looked into the alley. He reached out and observed inside. "It seems this is the way," he wondered. "What's in this alley?" Zhu Yangtian suddenly ordered Shuya go home. "Wumian, come with me." She stood behind, confused. But why?" He didn't explain anything and told her to return to the mansion. "I'll be back in the evening. Inform the other servants." She still wanted to say something. "Oh, but grandfather." "Zhu!" Yangtian pointed and interrupted. "I'll give you 10 honey cakes if you return to the mansion right now." Shuya smiled brightly and extended her hand. "And buns, too." He also raised his hand in agreement. "Of course." She smiled and extended her hand forward. The two quickly shook hands, sealing the deal. After that, the three of them split up. Zhu Yangtian walked and said, "Let's go." Wumian continued to ask, "Where are we going?" He urged, "You'll find out soon." The two of them continued to walk deeper into the alley. Zhu Yangtian observed his surroundings. "I think it's around here." He was alert. "Young lord, this is a very dangerous place." He immediately interrupted, "Yes, I know." Suddenly, Zhu Yangtian stopped. "Oh, found it." In front of them was an extremely gloomy area. He secretly felt lucky. "I was afraid it wouldn't be here." Wumian wondered. "Young lord, why did you come here?" Zhu Yangtian asked back. "Why is something wrong?" He couldn't help but worry. "Of course, I have a bad feeling about this building." He smiled and praised, Oh, you have sharp senses. Right after Jiu Yangtian pushed the door open and stepped inside the house. The people sitting there began to chatter. Who's this kid? What are you talking about? Maybe he just took the wrong path. The guy behind the child had a sword. The people sitting opposite them. What should we do? Should we kill them? Wu Mian angrily reached for his sword hilt, but was stopped by him. A hand holding a lantern approached. Kid. The boss emerged from the crowd. This isn't a place for you to play around. Why are you here? Zhu Yangtian calmly smiled and said, I want to buy something. The guy gritted his teeth. Kid, your attitude isn't good. Or should we cut out your tongue? He angrily shouted, How dare you? But was stopped by him. Step back. Zhu Yangtian calmly spoke to the people opposite him. Since I stepped in here, you already knew who I am. You're worried that the Gu clan will sweep this area, right? We have no reason to do that. Moreover, we gain nothing from it. He smiled provocatively. Now before everyone tears each other apart, take me to the district leader. The boss sneered. District leader. The two of them were surrounded by the people there. I don't know where you learned this, trash kid, but you're too insolent. The two of them, Zhu Yangtian, stood at the door, observing the people in front of them. But he didn't care. You're not exactly polite people either. The boss raised an eyebrow and laughed out loud. Then he frowned and ordered brothers seize them. The people immediately grabbed their weapons and charged at Zhu Yangtian. Wu Mian immediately drew his sword. You won't succeed. One of them took the full brunt of the sword. The people were immediately attacked by him. I won't let you touch a single hair on young lord's head. The sword now stopped in front of a person's face. The people immediately froze, looking at Zhu Yangtian still standing at the door. The boss gritted his teeth. Damn it. He looked at him smiling and couldn't help but think, this kid is still the future clan head of the Gu clan. I knew he'd have a bodyguard with him. We can't let him meet the district leader. While the boss was still deep in thought, someone pushed the door open and stepped out. What should we do? The person reported, Boss, the district leader has something to say. He turned his head. Damn it, the district leader knows about this. I'm doomed. The boss tensely turned to him. What did he say? The other person hesitated for a moment. Zhu Yangtian on this side watched the two of them discuss. He wondered from afar. What are they plotting? It's hopeless now. Zhu Yangtian was about to order Wu Mian to kill all of them when he was interrupted. Hey, kid. Both of them heard him say, put away your swords. The boss looked at them and opened the district leader's door. He wants to see you. Hearing this, he clicked his tongue. Zhu Yangtian complained. You should have said that earlier. Wu Mian put away his sword. Wu Mian, sheath your sword. Yes. He ordered, let's go. He hurriedly followed. Wait, young lord. Wu Mian ran over and said, Young lord! I don't understand. Zhu Yangtian immediately interrupted. It's okay. I plan to meet the leader of the gang, but there are some issues. Thinking of the impoverished area where the gang lived. The gang has managed to secure a position among the top 10 gangs solely with the information they possess. However, since they're still part of the orthodox gangs, they don't accept disruptive jobs. The door slowly closed. The task I need to do has some issues, so I need to go somewhere else. The door leading outside completely closed. If the gang is the best orthodox gang at gathering information, then this is the place for the unorthodox gangs. The building area returned to its gloomy appearance. This place is the Hao Gang. The two of them walked down the stairs step by step. Someone was already waiting there for them. Greetings. She stood there and introduced herself. I am the leader of Shanxi Tang Yunkyu. Tang Yunkyu smiled and welcomed them. I didn't expect someone like you to visit this corner. Sorry for the warm welcome. Zhu Yangtian directly walked over and sat down. No need to apologize. Will you take my task? She also sat down and interrupted. Tang Yunkyu placed her hand on the table and asked, May I ask why you didn't go to the prestigious gang of the Gu family, but came to us instead? He also leaned forward and replied, I came because this is a task that the gang can't handle. Only the Hao Gang can do it. Why do you keep testing me? She immediately clasped her hands in apology. I apologize if I made you uncomfortable, but because of your family name, we have no other choice. Please understand. Zhu Yangtian raised an eyebrow and asked back, I know. So will you take the task or not? Tang Yunkyu shrugged and replied, The Haogang can't refuse a task as long as you name the price. He leaned back. Then I'll take it as you've accepted. Zhu Yangtian immediately handed over a piece of paper. I'm looking for a boy, a little over 10 years old. She took the piece of paper and examined it. Then Tang Yunkyu said to him, I'm sorry, young lord, but I think I have to retract what I just said. I can't take this task. She looked troubled. Someone before you is looking for the whereabouts of the person protecting the child. So please understand. Zhu Yangtian interrupted. Oh, is that so? The people behind him coldly listened as he laughed and asked, Even if the commission fee is for the leader of the Hao gang. The people immediately drew their swords from their sheaths. Right after a sword light flashed, the entire group quickly charged at Zhu Yangtian. Right after another light appeared, Wu Mian coldly held his sword, blocking all attacks. I thought you weren't planning to welcome us like this anymore. Tang Yunkyu looked at the two of them with a dark expression and asked, How did you know? Zhu Yangtian calmly replied, I didn't come here to talk in riddles. Isn't the most important thing that we both have the information the other needs? She still frowned suspiciously. Can you verify your information? He tapped the table and said, You should do it yourself. Tang Yunkyu furrowed her brows when she heard Zhu Yangtian say, Careful consideration is what you should do when in a desperate situation. She was startled when he threatened, If you don't need it, then forget it. I'll go find a gang that can reveal some information about the leader of the Hao gang. Tang Yunkyu finally compromised, I understand. Zhu Yangtian immediately asked, Good, how long will it take? She replied, About 3 months. He heard this and stood up from his chair. Then it's settled. Zhu Yangtian lifted the curtain and walked toward the door. When you find him, we'll exchange more information. Suddenly he thought of something. Tang Yunkyu was still bowing her head in thought. Suddenly she looked up in shock when she heard Jianrui Mountain Range. After that, Zhu Yangtian left. This is your deposit. At this moment, only 2 people remained in the room. The boss was still suspicious. Jianrui Mountain Range. Do you believe him? Tang Yunkyu glanced at him. He knows the secret information about the missing leader. I have no choice but to trust him. She couldn't help but feel uneasy. What is he thinking? Looking at the skills of the bodyguard with him, he must know we would welcome him like this. Tang Yunkyu thought of the sect leader of the Gu clan. This information can't be something he knows alone. I'm sure the clan head of the Gu clan is also involved. She raised her hand to her neck, right after Tang Yunkyu peeled off a layer of human skin. The boss looked over and asked, Is it okay to take it off? Placing the fake skin on the table, she said, I just feel suffocated. No one is watching. After that, Tang Yunkyu continued to remove her corset. The Hao gang usually doesn't respect trust or follow the leader. That's why he's hiding to avoid his pursuers. She suddenly thought of something. Then Tang Yunkyu closed her eyes tightly. She thought of a person locked in prison. Father. The two of them, Zhu Yangtian, now left the Hao gang's hideout. He turned and closed the door. After that, Zhu Yangtian let out a soft sigh of relief. But it was a relief that the little information he knew became useful. What I know. Zhu Yangtian thought of a man shackled and tied up. The leader of the Hao gang was captured by the Black Knight Palace over 5 years ago, and as a result, the Hao gang and the Black Knight Palace fought. Under the architecture engulfed in flames, the scene of him being stabbed through the body. The Ming sect's raid caused the collapse of the Black Knight Palace, and the battle ended. But in the battle, the leader of the Hao gang died, leading to the extinction of the Hao gang. But he remembered the mountain range covered in fog. However, I don't know the exact location of the Black Knight Palace. Zhu Yangtian walked on the road deep in thought. It's really lucky. I didn't expect that information to be useful. Thanks to a branch of the Hao gang in Shanxi, I met the leader. The market is filled with vegetables. It's really troublesome, but I need to do this to find him. He thought of the heavenly demon and the person beside her. The boy stood at the pinnacle of the demon sect since he was young. He smiled and stood there holding a military book. Known as the brain of the demon sect Zhuge Ha. I'm thinking of finding and killing him. Remembering how Shuya was once surrounded, even Wei Shuya struggled because of his schemes. If I don't deal with him first, he will support the growth of the demon sect. Wu Mian suddenly spoke up. Young lord, although I don't know who you're looking for. Jiu Yangtian turned to listen to him. If it takes 3 months, you might hear news around summer. It seems the people of the Hao Gang aren't as skilled as rumored. He calmly said, yes, I can find him by summer. Suddenly, Jiu Yangtian realized something. He walked toward the Gu clan, thinking, why am I thinking of this? Jiu Yangtian gradually became gloomy. Isn't it around this time that the secret chamber of the Yuan family in Jinchuan, managed by the first merchant guild, was discovered? He thought of the golden mountain inside the secret chamber. Countless treasures piled up inside. It doesn't matter. Then Jiu Yangtian remembered the 3 precious pills. What's important are those priceless pills. He thought of the person who had exploded with demonic path power. A figure who reached the pinnacle thanks to the power of the pills will turn into a demon, becoming a great source of power for the heavenly demon. Zhuge Ha is a problem, but so is the secret chamber. Even if I want to stop it, the secret chamber is too far away in Sichuan. He closed his eyes tightly. It's hopeless. Right after Jiu Yangtian smiled and decided to give up. Forget it. There's no way to get to Sichuan, and how could I find such a hidden place? Let's buy some honey cakes first. Huia was now extremely confused and asked, what are you talking about? The person opposite replied, I'm asking what you think about coming to see me. Jiu Shuai blushed and declared, I will make you happy. Jiu Yangtian was surprised. Then a secret manual rolled right to my doorstep. Zhu Luan exclaimed in surprise, oh ho! Wei Xiaojun opposite him heard him laugh and say, you missed a leaf there. He just laughed and didn't care, allowing Zhu Lun to press on. I came all the way here because I heard Yangtian caused trouble. I didn't expect this old man to be the root of it all. Wei Xiaojun turned his head and laughed, once then heard him order, stop laughing and get to work. He couldn't keep his composure and crushed the broom handle. Zhu Lun, what do you think you're doing? Zhu Lun hurriedly excused himself. I'm just helping you disguise yourself as a servant of the Gu family. Wei Xiaojun immediately said, then help me sweep the yard. He waved his hand. You've already broken the last broom. He calmly replied. Really? Then go pluck your hair to make another one. Quietly picking up the pieces of the broken broom handle, Wei Xiaojun sat to the side drinking tea while watching Zhu Lun bow his head. I suspect you came here just to meet that kid. I guess I'm right. He glanced back and asked, do you feel it too? Remembering the time before, Zhu Lun had instructed teach that trash for me. The child refused to train and ran away 6 months ago. Then he remembered the recent battle where he defeated his sister. Moreover, the flow of the firewheel technique has stabilized. Zhu Lun felt a bit proud. Don't you think the kid has talent? We can't let him be too free. Wei Xiaojun had a different opinion. I don't know if I should call it talent. I've never seen anyone progress so quickly. He took a sip of tea and affirmed there must be something fishy. Wei Xiaojun also warned. The Grand Elder won't sit still if he finds out about this. He might have already acted. Zhu Lun then leaned on his hand and stood up. The Grand Elder is indeed that kind of person. Where is the kid now? The clear blue sky echoed their conversation. I'm afraid it will cause trouble with so many eyes watching him like this. The curly-haired figure appeared and explained, that's Shuya. Everyone listened as Shuya spoke. She happily said, want to know what happened? Shuya will tell you. At night when Shuya was going to sleep, she had a dream, but it wasn't a good one. In that dream, she had killed many people. Shuya had hurt many people in that dream. Grandfather knew how much Shuya hated holding a sword, but he made her hurt many people in the dream. Then Shuya angrily killed 3 people in another house. Shuya wanted to stop, but still entered a house to hurt others, and that man. He smiled brightly. If I just had a little more time. Shuya angrily gritted her teeth. You, right after he stabbed her in the stomach. Shuya's face immediately turned pale, right after her eyes slowly closed. I'm sorry. Shuia's dry lips called out, "I'm sorry, young Tian." When the sun appeared, she woke up from bed. Shuia had such a nightmare and woke up. After that, Shuia hurriedly ran past Manhwa. Shuia wanted to see young lord, but Manhwa told her to go to the yard. But when she arrived, she encountered someone else. However, Shuia arrived earlier than young lord. So someone else was in the yard instead of young lord. This made her extremely confused. The man then said he would make Shuia happy, but Shuia was happy beside young lord. Then Jiu Yangtian appeared, angrily blocking Shuia's path. At that moment, young lord saw what happened and made a scary face. Then the three of them just stood there looking at each other. After that, he spoke up puzzled. "Sorry, but this is my maidservant." "Who are you?" In his heart, Jiu Yangtian wondered, who is this guy asking about Wei Shuia? Jiu Suai was now embarrassed, looking at him with a red face. I don't know where he came from, but damn it! He hurriedly waved his hand. "I'm sorry I misunderstood you." Jiu Yangtian wondered, You know me." Jiu Shuai immediately clasped his hands and replied, "I know." He bowed and introduced himself. "My name is Jiu Shuai. I want to seek guidance from someone of the main bloodline." He immediately smiled and waved his hand. "I refuse." Jiu Shuai looked up in shock. "Huh?" Jiu Yangtian added, "I won't fight." The training yard echoed with their back and forth. "You want to run away?" "That's right. Are you scared?" "Exactly." He tried to suppress his anger, so weak. He brushed his hair, not caring. "You have a sharp eye. I'm really weak." Jiu Suai silently observed, unaware that Jiu Yangtian was plotting. "I caused trouble in the battle with my sister. Do you think I'll make the same mistake again?" After that, he didn't notice someone behind him and turned to leave. "Goodbye, I'm leaving now." Jiu Lun leaned on his hand and asked, "Why didn't you accept?" Jiu Yangtian was startled and turned around. "Why are you here?" Jiu Suai bowed and greeted second elder. He turned and replied, "It's been a long time, Jiu Shuai." He wondered, "You know him?" Jiu Lun turned and asked, "Yangtian, don't you remember?" He explained, "He's the Grand Elder's grandson." Looking at the person in front of him, he thought of the old man behind him. Yes, they're really similar. Jiu Lun rubbed his head and pointed at Jiu Yangtian, asking, "Jia, do you want to fight this guy?" He replied, "Yes, but he's too scared to fight." He exposed him. "You came here to flirt, didn't you?" Suddenly he asked, "Is that so?" Wei remained silent when he heard the order from the Grand Elder. No. Yangtian finally understood. Really, I thought he genuinely wanted to spar, thinking of how the Grand Elder only saw him as a puppet to control. The Grand Elder is an ambitious man. He's waiting for a useless person to inherit the family. However, after seeing the person he considered useless defeat Jiu Yantu and disrupt his plans, he looked at Jiu Shuai in front of him. He wants to use his grandson to redo his plan. Yangtian still had no interest. "I have no intention of fighting you. Let's go." Jiu Lun looked at him and advised, "He's come all this way. Just one match. Just one." Jiu Yangtian turned his back, intending to leave. "It's clear I'll lose. Why should I fight?" He laughed and said, "I have a feeling Yangtian won't lose." He pulled Shuia away. "Just by looking, I can tell he's much stronger than my sister. I don't want to fight a losing battle." Suddenly, her other hand was grabbed. Wait. Jiu Yangtian glanced at Shuia, who was caught by Shu Ye. He frowned and said, "I feel Yangtian isn't worthy of you." Jiu Shuai sincerely said to her, "If you come to me instead of that coward, I can." But he was interrupted. "Hey." He angrily glared and warned, "Take your hand off her. If you want to fight, then fight." On the Gu clan's arena, Jiu Yangtian sighed. He complained, "I'm starting to regret this." Suddenly a hand reached out. "Don't be like that." Jiu Lun happily rubbed his head and said, "Fighting a new martial artist will definitely help you improve." Jiu Yangtian didn't care much. "Anyway, this is because you got involved. Whether I win or lose, you have to help me." He laughed heartily. Then Jiu Lun said, "I have no reason to help you. If you lose here, it's your fault. After all, you're the future of the family." Jiu Yangtian immediately corrected him. "Elder, I think you're mistaken." He stretched. I have no intention of becoming clan head, shocking him. Julun was confused and asked, "What are you saying? If you don't become clan head, who will?" But Ju Yangtian didn't care, and thought to himself, I've already given up all hope of becoming clan head, but everyone has too many expectations of me. Thinking of how he would lie on the arena floor and refuse to fight. I just won't fight. Ju Yangtian threatened. I'll roll on the ground and surrender if you don't help me. He pursed his lips. You're really hard to like. Fine, but on one condition. Ju Yangtian asked back. One condition. Now he and Ju Shuai stood opposite each other. I'll help you if you win. He asked, Are you ready? Yangtian stood there leisurely and replied more or less. Suddenly Jiu Shuai said, I'm sorry about this. He leaned on his hand and asked back, What are you talking about? He put on a mocking expression. Last year when I fought you, I was a bit rough. Who knew you'd be bedridden for a month after that? Ju Yangtian scratched his head, not caring. That was a long time ago. I don't remember anymore. Ju Shuai tightly gripped the sword in his hand. Back then I thought you were too weak. He silently listened to him ramble on. I heard you defeated second young lady, but I think it was just luck. My grandfather doesn't seem to think so. I don't like fighting weaklings. Right after the hand-holding Jiu Shuai's sword shifted to a source of power, he swung his sword. But what I hate more is a weakling becoming clan head. Ju Yangtian stood there leaning on his hand, watching the arena floor being destroyed by flames. Julun was observing when someone called Second Elder. Ju Shuai raised his voice and said, I also want a gift if I win this match. He immediately agreed. Sure, that's fair. What do you want, Shuai? Chua raised an eyebrow when she heard him talk about her. I want that girl. Ju Yangtian heard this and gritted his teeth, laughing loudly. He went mad, cracking his knuckles. This damn bastard. Julun immediately became excited. That's right. Let the match begin. At this moment, Ju Yangtian was bursting with power. Ju Shuai was startled when he heard him ask, What are you waiting for? He replied, The minimum courtesy is to let the weaker opponent attack first. Ju Yangtian didn't think so. Weaker than me, I see you trembling in fear over there. Ju Shuai's face turned pale. I'm sure I'm better than him, whether in inner force speed or strength. He still stood opposite him, exuding a powerful aura. Ju Shuai hesitated as he looked at Yangtian standing there angrily. Is it because of his aura? No way. He's full of weaknesses. He's just putting on a show to scare me. And that means, right after he withdrew all his inner force. I knew it. He smiled disdainfully. He has less inner force than me. Now he's out of inner force. Ju Yangtian took a defensive stance in front of him and asked, You said I could attack first, right? As soon as Ju Shuai said yes attack, he flew behind him. He immediately turned to look back. Yangtian kicked, but Ju Shuai quickly dodged. He tightly gripped the sword in his hand. Right after Shuai smiled provocatively. That move was good, but you're too slow. He immediately clenched his hand into a fist. Then he punched him straight in the face. As soon as Ju Shuai was punched away, Ju Yangtian immediately appeared at the opposite end and kicked. He took another kick to the face. A large explosion immediately appeared on the arena. Blood splattered on the broken ground. Ju Shuai opened his mouth and coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Ju Yangtian waved his hand and complained, Get up or else later you'll say I ambushed you. Or have you already given up? He struggled to stand up. I underestimated you. Then let's end it here. Ju Shuai continued to channel his inner force into the sword. I haven't attacked yet, he observed from the side. Dragging this out. I don't have much time. Normally I'd use inner force by releasing it like he's doing. Jiu Yangtian focused on his body. But to fight someone stronger, I need to understand the inner force within to strengthen my body. However, my body can't withstand inner force like that. If I push myself too hard, I could go berserk. He frowned and calculated. I have 7 minutes. I need to end this match in 7 minutes. He was still continuously channeling his inner force into his sword technique. He starts and ends by utilizing the friction between the sword and its sheath. I just need to pay attention to that. Ju Shuai's hand slowly drew the sword. Ju Yangtian raised an eyebrow and realized. Right after he quickly dodged his attack, Shuai stood there swinging his sword. Right after he turned his head, his eyes red. Ju Shuai charged forward, continuously attacking, but Yangtian easily dodged each time. He dodged while silently marveling. The techniques in his skill are linked and neutralized. He's no ordinary opponent. Zhu Yangtian continuously dodged Shuai's techniques and realized. However, that also means he raised his hand to his chest. If I cut him off, he won't be able to do anything else. Right after Yangtian released a surge of inner force from his chest, he appeared behind him, ready to swing his sword. Zhu Yangtian immediately clenched his fist. A burst of energy blew Zhu Shuai away. He knew the moment he released all his energy. He raised his hand to block. How can you do that? Zhu Yangtian understood. It's enough to end this match. Zhu Shuai spat out a mouthful of saliva. He was punched straight in the stomach by him. Zhu Yangtian furrowed his brows. He won, punching Zhu Shuai far away. He was slammed straight into the wall and fainted. Zhu Shuai fell from the wall and sat on the ground. Do you know what I hate the most? Zhu Yangtian said, whether you insult me or want to take the clan head position, he kept vomiting blood. I can't move. He completely lost his rationality and stepped forward. I don't care, but you dared to take what you don't deserve. I absolutely won't forgive you. Zhu Yangtian's eyes turned fiery red. I don't like how he takes what he doesn't deserve so easily and casually. Looking at his trembling hand, he wondered, should I break his hand so he'll never dare to be insolent again? Zhu Yangtian immediately reached out. His right hand will do. At this moment, a hand gently rested on his shoulder. Zhulun knelt on the ground and encouraged, well done, Yangtian. The arena had already become a battlefield. That's enough. A while later, Zhu Yangtian was startled when criticized. You went too hard. He didn't think so. If he challenged me, he should have expected it. He got up and went back to his room. Doesn't that mean he's fine? He crossed his arms and asked, aren't you worried about how the Grand Elder will punish you? But Zhu Yangtian didn't bother to care. Whatever, I don't want to become clan head anyway, startling Zhu Lun. Don't say that. He shouted loudly, a direct descendant like you must naturally succeed. He indifferently said, maybe it's you. Zhuai nibbled on a cake and asked, can I eat this? Zhu Yangtian replied, as much as you want. She immediately decided, from now on, Shuai's dream is to become the clan head of this place. Zhu Lun hummed softly. This isn't a joke. He happily pointed to the side. Maybe it's her. Shuai was now craving a pile of cookies. Zhu Yangtian, beside her, suddenly realized, when will she learn how to use a sword? He thought of her appearance in her past life, and now. If she's called the Sword Saint's direct disciple, she must have been taught by the Sword Saint. But she does chores all day. I've never seen her near a sword. Is she always this foolish? Zhu Yangtian leaned on his hand, trying to remember when he met Wei Shuai this winter. But he couldn't remember anything. Why can't I recall? It's not something easy to forget, she worriedly asked. Young lord, what's wrong? Zhu Yangtian immediately gave Shuai a light tap on the head when he heard her say, I know you were injured in the head during that fight. Make me clan head before you go to heaven, young master. Zhu Lun stood up, leaning on his knee. Let's talk later. You must be tired. Go rest. He was startled when he heard him ask, where are you going? Zhu Yangtian spread his arms and smiled. Keep your promise, won't you? Zhu Lun clicked his tongue. So what do you want? Money, food? He waved his hand. Not those trivial things. No matter how difficult it is, you can help me, right? He impatiently asked. What do you want? Zhu Lun followed the direction Zhu Yangtian pointed. He requested, take me to Sichuan. He repeated Sichuan. Zhu Yangtian held a teacup in his hand and smiled. You can't do it. You're an elder. Zhu Lun interrupted and asked, why don't you go yourself? Making him extremely confused. He secretly felt lucky. I thought you were asking for something outrageous. Zhu Yangtian put the teacup down. But elder, I said Sichuan. It's not like going to the market or a picnic. The only son of the Gu clan can't just wander around. I need an important reason to go somewhere so far. Juicy calmly pointed and said, just participate in the Tang family's weapon exhibition. He widened his eyes in surprise. Remembering the Tang family and their countless weapons. The Tang family's weapon exhibition. An event held annually where the Tang family invites other clans to display weapons crafted by their artisans. Huia reached for their plate of cakes while listening to them. You don't necessarily have to participate, but you can use it as an excuse to go. If you fought a match just to ask me for this elder, I was just joking. Zhu Yangtian quickly changed his mind. Actually, I want money. Julun immediately interrupted. I understand. He seriously asked, You really want to go, don't you? Julun pretended to be moved. I didn't even realize I was getting old. It's truly terrifying. He weakly spoke up. If not money, then at least a pill. In front of the two of them, he excitedly stood up. All right, I'll take you to Sichuan as soon as possible. I'll show you the power of an elder. Zhu Yangtian tried to speak up. Grand Elder. I take back what I said. I want something else. But Zhu Lun shouted, I'll send you to Sichuan right now. He was a bit incredulous. No way. You have to report first, then I need to prepare. But shortly after, Zhu Yangtian was standing outside. Wu Mian bowed and said, This is an urgent order from the elder to send young Lord Zhu Yangtian to Sichuan immediately. Young Lord, we're ready. In the distance, Wei Xiaojun was saying to Shui, You stay and do housework with me. He sat in the carriage, still bewildered. The carriage had already departed, but Zhu Yangtian was still in shock. Julun waved from behind. Goodbye, be careful. A while later, only silence remained between him and Wei Xiaojun. He turned and went inside. Now let's start working. Zhu Lun was startled. Me too. Wei Xiaojun handed him a broom. Of course. You want an old man like me to do everything, he grumbled. Zhu Lun took the broom and suddenly thought of something. He suddenly said, It's just the two of us, how boring. Listen, I think you sent him away in a hurry just to make me listen to your story. Wei Xiaojun silently listened. A few days ago, the clan head asked me about the immortal physician. It seems someone asked him about this. Zhu Lun looked at him and asked, Why the immortal physician? Wei Xiaojun turned his head to look at him. Zhu Lun reached out and grabbed the edge of the door. He immediately said, If you don't tell me, I'll change the subject. Your granddaughter, Wei Shuia. Thinking of Shuia's appearance. The child doesn't seem human. What is she? Zhu Lun immediately shut his mouth when he heard him say, You're crossing the line, Zhu Lun. Swords appeared around Wei Xiaojun along with a warning. Be careful with your mouth. He stubbornly said, If the child were human, I would sense her aura just like yours. The clarity of each person's aura is different. Remembering the day of the Grand Assembly, but when I first met that child, Zhu Lun observed from afar at that time. He only saw her back and didn't sense any aura at all. Zhu Lun now seriously said, If you think the immortal physician can come down here to heal her, you should give up. You know better than me that it's not an illness, and Wei Xiaojun released his sword aura, emphasizing, Enough, Zhu Lun. That child is human. He sadly looked at the light in front of him. Then Zhu Lun reluctantly turned away. He held the broom and turned to leave. I know. If you want to be by her side, it's up to you. I don't want to cause trouble. He was also sad, causing the sword aura to gradually dissipate. I said if the child isn't human, I just want to help her complete what's missing to become human. Wei Xiaojun clenched his fists. If possible, I would sacrifice this old life of mine in exchange for Shuia. Nothing must happen to her. In the bedroom where golden light shone in a few hours later, the Sword Saint would realize Wei Shuia had disappeared from the Gu residence. The moon was now high in the sky. Wu Mian stood in front of the fire and said, Now all that's left is to prepare the food. Manhwa warmed her hands by the fire, calculating. We still have a few days to reach Sichuan. We need to ration the food. He now wondered, Where did young Lord go? She replied, I heard young Lord is training. Wu Mian guessed. Probably because young Lord is bored. Manhwa joked, We should have brought Shuia. Zhu Yangtian was continuously punching and kicking into the air. He focused his power and aimed at the tree trunk. A while later, Zhu Yangtian sat down panting heavily. He sat by the tree to rest. I only practiced a few moves, but I've already exhausted my inner force. It's been almost 10 days since we left, and even though I've been training regularly, I haven't seen much progress. Zhu Yangtian held his head. The biggest problem I faced when fighting Zhu Shuiye was the amount of inner force I have. Inner force is the foundation of all martial skills. He looked at his palm. So I need to resolve this quickly. Zhu Yangtian remembered when the demon stone in his hand suddenly glowed. He frowned. The demonic path absorption technique is a way to absorb inner force from demon stones like the death spirit pill. Zhu Yangtian remembered when he absorbed the power of the demon stone. However, doing so would also introduce demonic energy into my body, corrupting me. For some reason, the fire wheel technique purifies that demonic energy. He sat in the forest, deep in thought. After that, I no longer sensed demonic energy, so I think I can increase my inner force without side effects. Zhou Yangtian became tense when he thought of the heavenly demon. But this is still the heavenly demon's martial skill. It's best not to use it. I can't go back to the demonic path again. Suddenly he was startled by the sound of shouting echoing. Zhu Yangtian looked toward the source of the light. What's going on? What is this? Right after Zhu Yangtian walked over and asked, What's wrong? Wu Mian turned his head and replied, Young lord. Manhwa was now terrified and fell to the ground inside the carriage. He walked over and peeked inside the carriage. Suddenly a voice spoke up. Shuya stepped out of the box. Young lord. She happily scratched her head. I followed you. Remembering that morning in the carriage, Shuya also wanted to come along. I'm still bad at housework. Shuya became confused. Huh. Really? Last time you let me go, Wei Xiaojun asked back. You said it was the Grand Assembly. He glanced at Zhu Lun, who was loading things onto the carriage. Because there are people there who can stop you from causing trouble. But in Sichuan, there's no one to do that. Then Wei Xiaojun looked at the pile of folded clothes. If you understand, then help me move these things. Holding the pile of clothes, she muttered. He said he wouldn't be back for at least a month. Shuya diligently packed things into the carriage, but she was indeed terrible at housework. Young lord also hates useless people, so Shuya had no other choice. Suddenly she heard a strange voice. Wait. Shuya fearfully looked at the box that popped open. Someone. She peeked inside the box. No one's here. It seems the voice came from this box. An invisible hand appeared and pushed Shuya. She was startled and fell straight into the box. Sitting inside Shuya was confused. Huh? Someone pushed me. Who? Why are you teasing me? Suddenly a pair of hands appeared. Shuya is so scared. The hands gradually hypnotized her. Shuya must come out. Shuya gradually lost consciousness. So sleepy. She lay in the food box, not hearing the voice speak up again. I'm sorry. The carriage now began to depart. Let's go. Young lord is ready. The voice said, I'll have to rely on you. Shuya excitedly raised her hand. That's what happened. The three of them, Zhu Yangtian, sat in front of the fire, silently looking over. She seemed a bit silly. Then Shuya emphasized again. It really happened. Only then did he say, Yeah, I heard. The night echoed with their conversation. So you were haunted by a ghost? That's right. Go inside. The carriage continued to speed through the forest. So much trouble, young lord. An owl appeared in the sky, flying alongside the carriage. There's an owl. I've eaten owl meat before. It's very tough. The carriage passed by a tree. There's a squirrel. So you've eaten squirrel. How could you be so cruel? Squirrels are so cute. Punishment, no more cakes for you. Shuya looked out the window and said, Shuya is fine. Zhu Yangtian held a cake and thought, At first I planned to have a guard take her home, but we've gone too far. We also don't have enough food to share with her. Now we're just traveling together. She picked up an earthworm and said, Young lord, trade this for a piece of cake. Without hesitation, he threw the cake out of the carriage, making Shuya scream. No, my cake. Zhu Yangtian leaned his head out the window, regretting I should have taken you back. Suddenly, 4 strange blue flames appeared. He had now also noticed the abnormality. Zhu Yangtian turned his head and called Wu Mian. The horse rider understood. Yes, stop. He sat up and grabbed Shuya. Stay still. It's dangerous. I knew it wouldn't be peaceful for more than half a minute. It seems there are 4. A bear-shaped monster appeared. Zhu Yangtian was surprised to realize, 3. The monster's head was immediately cut in half. He sat in the carriage, ignoring the monster charging from behind. Zhu Yangtian had already prepared a fist of inner force. Suddenly, someone appeared from behind the bear. Please step back. That person drew their sword. That person swung a slash, cutting the bear's body in half. Then she sheathed her sword at her side. She walked toward Wu Mian modestly, saying, I can't kill them all alone. He hurriedly waved his hand. It's not me. Shuya wondered. Who is that? Zhu Yangtian didn't care. Don't ask me. She waved from inside the carriage, calling, "Over here, sister." He was puzzled and observed for a moment. Then Zhu Yangtian was startled when he realized, oh damn. The sword continuously dripped blood onto the ground. In the past, she stood in a pool of blood, observing the corpses in front of her. Now she said, "It seems you're heading to Sichuan." In the past, she muttered, "No one is here." Suddenly, she turned her head to look back. Nan Gongfei turned her head and asked, "Can you follow me?" She gently introduced herself. "My name is Nan Gongfei." He was puzzled. What is she doing here? The sky emitted a black smoke. Crows continuously pecked at the corpses. Nan Gongfei stood in front of the corpses scattered on the ground. Zhu Yangtian looked around uncomfortably. "You're the last survivor. Did you kill them all?" She sheathed her sword and asked, "What did the sect leader say?" He crossed his arms and replied, "He told me to bring you here and you'd go crazy like a madman." Nan Gongfei turned her head and asked, "The last part was added by you, right?" Zhu Yangtian didn't deny it. "Yes, I was wrong." She nodded and walked in one direction. "Let's go." He immediately said, "Not that way." Nan Gongfei kept turning according to the directions. "Left? No, I mean you're right." Zhu Yangtian could only sigh. "Go ahead, follow me. I'm too tired." She also followed closely behind him. "There's something I want to ask." Nan Gongfei wondered, is the sword saint strong? Zhu Yangtian turned his head and warned, "I'll warn you first. The sword saint is someone the sect leader will deal with." She continued to ask, "How is his sword technique? Is it stronger than mine? Stronger than the sect leaders?" In the ruined city, the sound of him sighing helplessly echoed. Zhu Yangtian immediately mobilized the power of a purple flame. He shot that energy toward Nan Gongfei. Damn it. She appeared indifferent to the approaching energy. Right after the energy was split in two before reaching Nan Gongfei, the energy quickly exploded right beside her. Nan Gongfei was furious. "What the hell do you want to fight?" Zhu Yangtian could only sigh helplessly. He pointed in her direction, having taken the wrong path, which left Nan Gongfei stunned. The crimson sky echoed with advice. "If you understand what I'm saying, stay silent and follow me." Nan Gongfei continued to trail behind Zhu Yangtian, nodding. He turned his head and warned, "If you mention the 3 peaks again, I'll tear you apart." She suddenly pointed to one side. "This path seems like a shortcut, doesn't it?" Zhu Yangtian cursed in anger, "Damn it!" But right after Nan Gongfei disappeared before his eyes. "Where did she go?" "I reached the destination in a day, while Nan Gongfei took 4 times as long." She was currently talking to them. "I guess you're heading to Sichuan, if not. It's quite rude. May I join you?" Zhu Yangtian immediately denied. "No, we're not going to Sichuan. You're truly impolite in his heart." He thought, getting involved with this madwoman will surely drive me insane. Zhu Yangtian tried to hold back from cursing further. He expressed doubt, but more importantly, "We can't just take your word that you're from the Nangong family." Nan Gongfei asked, "Is that so?" She pondered for a moment. Right after Nan Gongfei slowly closed her eyes, she mobilized the abundant power within her. Immediately, a bolt of lightning descended straight onto Nan Gongfei. Wumian slowly drew his sword. Supreme sword technique, if she uses it here. Instantly, she widened her eyes in confusion. The entire area suddenly exploded. Nan Gongfei, even with the sword at her neck, calmly said, "This is all I can show you, as I'm not very proficient yet." She didn't care that he was still pointing the sword at her. "Is this enough to prove it?" Zhu Yangtian sighed in exasperation. "You really are from the Nangong family." He smiled and waved his hand apologizing. "But I think we shouldn't travel together. Your martial skill is too terrifying." A while later, Nan Gongfei seriously observed the roasted frog. Shuya, watching her sitting far away, asked, "Sister, will you sleep there?" Zhu Yangtian replied, "Yes." From a distance observing Nan Gongfei, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. When I refused, she didn't say anything. But I didn't expect her to follow the carriage. I already said, "We're not going to Sichuan." Why is she still following me? Zhu Yangtian could only resign himself, treating her as if she didn't exist. Suddenly he noticed she had disappeared. It's best not to talk to her. Shuya ran over and explained, "Sister, you can peel the frog like this," which surprised her. She was startled and cried out when her collar was grabbed. He squatted down and asked, Hey, what are you doing? Shuya happily held the frog skewer and explained, Sister wants to eat this frog, so Shuya wanted to help. Ju Yangtian said, I told you to stop messing around, she asked. Really? Nang Gongfei stared intently, making him uncomfortable. He looked away. Ju Yangtian stood up and asked, I understand you're from the Nangong family, but why are you here alone? A daughter of a prestigious family, right? She softly exclaimed, then blushed and turned away. I was with someone else, but I got lost along the way. He wasn't surprised I knew it. While the frog was being roasted over the fire, Ju Yangtian thought to himself, she's completely directionless, just like in her past life. Then he asked, We're not going to Sichuan, so why are you following us? Nan Gongfei replied, I guessed you were heading in that direction, she added. But it seems you're really not going to Sichuan. Shuya reacted strangely. She looked up and saw Jiu Yangtian gently shaking his head. Right after Shuya looked towards Nan Gongfei, she asked in shock, Huh? We're not going to Sichuan. Leaving him speechless, regretting not sending her back, Ju Yangtian could only say helplessly, We can't stop you from going the same way, but I have nothing to do with you. She introduced herself again. I'm Nan Gongfei, he replied. Yes, I know. Then Nan Gongfei asked, What's your name? Ju Yangtian, annoyed, was about to answer, but then he frowned and corrected himself. Ju Shuye she didn't hear, and asked again. Ju Yangtian lied. I'm Ju Shuye of the Gu clan in his heart. He thought, I'm sorry. Ju Shuye. 2 days later, this incident made me feel guilty towards Ju Shuye. In the morning, as he sat on the carriage listening to the conversation, Look at that squirrel, yes? Wei Shuya pointed and asked, Have you ever eaten squirrel, Nangong? Fei replied, No. Wei Shuya got off the carriage and clung to Nan Gongfei, chattering all day. Naturally, our speed slowed down. Ju Yangtian advised, Get on the carriage, she asked. Will you let sister in? He firmly said no. Shuya said, Then I don't want to either. Ju Yangtian was puzzled. What are you thinking? Nan Gongfei interrupted. Can I get on? He turned and asked Wumian how much longer. Wumian turned his head and replied, We'll arrive in a day if we maintain our original speed. Ju Yangtian wondered, and at our current speed, he calculated probably about 3 days. Wumian also smiled and advised young lord. Though I don't know why you're so wary of her. Why not let her travel with us? He lay back on the carriage window, sighing. There's no other way. The carriage continued on the treacherous mountain road to reach the town. Below the mountain, let's see how it goes in the nearby village. His footsteps were heavy. Ju. Yangtian stretched and asked 1 more day. Right, Wumian cheerfully replied. Yes, thankfully we don't have to sleep outside tonight. Shuya on Nan Gongfei's back waved and asked, Sister, will you sleep with us? She turned her head and asked, Is that okay? As Wumian said, I'll find a place to rest. He crossed his arms and looked at the two of them. Have I given permission yet? Get down. Why are you carrying a maid on your back? Nan Gongfei explained. She said her feet hurt. Jiu Yangtian disagreed if her feet hurt. Get on the carriage. She immediately said. You said you wouldn't let sister on the carriage. He could only say, We've arrived. Get down. As Shuya suddenly noticed something, she asked Shuya, Can you get down now? She pointed towards a group of people rushing over. Someone dressed like sister is coming this way. Nanggong Tiantun ran over, calling out sister. He anxiously asked, Where have you been? Do you know how hard we've been looking for you? Nanggong Fei looked at the table on her shoulder and said, Sorry, I got lost. Nanggong Tiantun said, That's why I said we should tie ourselves together. Shuya imagined being tied up as Nanggong Fei said that would be embarrassing. He kept complaining, That's why you disappeared after just 1 day. I was worried sick. Then Nanggong Tiantun noticed the others. Who is this Shuya sitting on her back, pointed towards Jiu Yangtian, and introduced, I'm Shuya. This is my young lord, he continued to demand. Get down now. Jiu Yangtian frowned. Realizing if he's her younger brother, then he thought of his appearance in his past life, the future Blade King, one of the 5 sword kings of the martial world. Now, Tiantun Nanggong, Tiantun, currently. Nanggong. Tiantun clasped his hands and apologized for the late introduction. I'm Nanggong. Tiantun. Of the Nanggong family. Zhu Yangtian also clasped his hands and introduced, I'm Zhu Shuaye of the Gu clan. It's an honor to meet you. He scratched his head and laughed. You're too humble. Suddenly, Nanggong Tiantun's gaze changed. He coldly asked, But why are you traveling with my sister? He was startled and replied, We happened to meet on the road to Sichuan, so we're traveling together. Nanggong Fei heard this and said, I thought you weren't going. Shuia's gaze gradually turned cold. Nanggong Tiantun kept being polite. It seems my sister has troubled you. If you don't mind, why not stay here for the night? We have plenty of room. Zhu Yangtian immediately waved his hand. No problem. It's only natural. He glanced towards her, apologizing. But I don't want to get involved with that madwoman anymore. We'll find another place to stay. Then Wu Mian reported, Young Lord. It seems there are no rooms left. Zhu Yangtian decided. Then let's set up a tent. Zhu. Yangtian looked at him, who was tearfully complaining. Young Lord, we're exhausted after days of setting up tents outdoors. Are you going to make us sleep outside again? Of course we'll manage, but the knight brought a helpless answer. Then I'll accept your invitation. Remembering Nanggong Fei's dark past, the first thing Nanggong Fei did when she became a demonic path martial artist was slaughter her own family. The bodies of the Nanggong clan members were scattered across the ground. Her younger brother, the clan leader, and all the disciples. After that, she earned the title of Demon Swordswoman and began her ascent to the peak. Zhu Yangtian looked out the window. I wonder how much she hated them to do something so cruel to her own family. But her relationship with Tiantun seems fine. I thought they'd be like Zhu Yantu and me, remembering the lightning bolt that struck her. What I'm most curious about is the Nanggong clan's secret art, the supreme sword technique. I feel she must be stronger than Tiantun, but at this time she has no notable titles. He walked to the main door. Her younger brother seems ordinary. Is there something I'm not seeing? Just as Zhu Yangtian stepped out the door, he saw Nanggong Tiantun approaching. He clasped his hands and bowed. Did you sleep well? Thank you for giving us such a good room. He didn't pay attention and bumped hard into Zhu Yangtian's shoulder. Nanggong Tiantun angrily warned you should know your place. This left him gaping in shock. He disdainfully turned his head. I tried to be polite once, but you dare to talk back. I'm saying you're not worthy to speak to my sister. Nanggong? Tiantun gritted his teeth. I don't know how you charmed my naive sister, but if this happens again, I'll chop you in half, and that maid on her back. At that moment, Nanggong Fei opened the door and stepped out. Tiantun immediately changed his attitude, becoming cheerful. I'm glad you slept well. I'm very grateful to have been able to help someone from the Gu clan. Right after Nanggong Tiantun quickly turned his back and left. We'll go have breakfast. Now she was pushed away by him, utterly confused. Wait. Zhu Yangtian watched the two of them and concluded they're all crazy. He stepped out of this gate and saw Wu Mian standing there clasping his hands. Did you sleep well, young lord? Yangtian walked over and interrupted, Yes, don't mention them anymore. He looked puzzled. What? He asked again. When will we leave? They approached the carriage while discussing. We're ready. We can leave right after breakfast. Thankfully, you're still normal, thank you, my lord. Zhu Yangtian stepped into a house and urged. Hurry up, he thought to himself. I want to get away from the Nanggong people as soon as possible. Nanggong Fei turned and said, Sorry, I couldn't greet you earlier. Shuia, while eating a bun, welcomed you've arrived. Young lord, he looked straight ahead. The buns here are delicious. Try one, my lord. You can have my portion too. The two of them sat on either side to make room for Zhu Yangtian. Do we have to eat together like this? He walked over, sat down and looked at her, saying she can eat with me but you shouldn't be here. Nanggong. Tiantun was glaring angrily from another table. You should eat with them over there. I'm just sitting at the nearest spot. Your younger brother is looking at me like he wants to kill me. Nanggong Fei turned her head no way. She saw him smiling brightly. It didn't seem like that. Zhu Yangtian watched, puzzled. Is he okay? Right after he put a piece of bun in his mouth, I don't know what she's trying to do, but until the Tag clan, I really don't want to meet them at all. Zhu Yangtian stood up from the table. I'm leaving. You haven't finished eating. I'm full. He secretly hoped it would be best never to meet again. He stepped out the door and cheerfully waved. Just keep eating. Shuya hurriedly chased after. Wait for me. Nanggong Fei could only watch with her mouth open, but said nothing. Suddenly a foul smell rushed straight into her nose, making her frown in discomfort. Then Nanggong Tiantun walked over calling sister. He bowed and asked, We're all sitting over there. Why are you sitting here? Nanggong Fei uncomfortably glanced over, around Nanggong Tiantun. A dark aura was emanating, she replied. Because this spot is more convenient, he said. Next time sit with us. Nanggong Fei casually responded, Yes, sorry. The three of them, Zhu Yangtian, were starting to leave. Nanggong. Tiantun was surprised to see her suddenly stand up. Sister, you haven't finished eating. Where are you going? Nanggong Fei just left the carriage. I want to rest. He silently watched her go. She had walked towards the group of three. He asked in confusion. Why are you following us? Nanggong Tiantun immediately snapped a finger. He was furious. I hate those who interfere between me and my sister. Zhu Yangtian sat on the carriage, puzzled. Why are you still following us like this? Nanggong Fei corrected, not following. I'm just escorting you. He pointed in confusion towards Nanggong Tiantun, who was angrily sitting in the opposite carriage, saying, That's fine. But why are you here while your younger brother is still over there? She was about to say something, but Shuya happily interrupted Shuya, brought her here. Zhu! Yangtian angrily turned and ordered Wumian. Get both of them out of here now! Wumian could only smile and reply, They'll leave on their own. The carriage quickly moved towards a splendid city. We've just arrived in Sichuan. The Tag clan of Sichuan, a prestigious Orthodox clan in the Sichuan region for centuries. The sharpness of the Nanggong clan. The might of the Pang family in Hebei. The insight of the Mo Yong clan. The Tag clan may not compare to other clans, but they're famous for being the best at handling poison and steel. The weapon conference is the result of that confidence. Zhu Yangtian kept tapping his finger on his cheek. He stood on the balcony, deep in thought. 3 days. I need to find the treasure within 3 days after the conference ends. She was running around the room exclaiming, It's so spacious, while Zhu Yangtian was lost in thought. All I know is it's in Sichuan and the surrounding area, but he looked despondently at the vast city before him. How can I find it in such a big city? Zhu Yangtian continued to prop his chin. If I can't find it, I might have to reveal it to the gang, so I need to hurry. He was startled when Shuya suddenly cried out. Zhu Yangtian looked over. Puzzled, what is she doing here? Her eyes lit up. This is the first time I've been in such a high place. The breeze is so cool. Shuya smiled brightly and turned to young lord. Look, the fireflies are dancing under the moonlight. He just silently listened as she spoke. Nanggong Fei also told me there's a very beautiful lake there. Right after Shuya grabbed Zhu Yangtian's wrist, she excitedly pulled him along. Let's go see it together. Soon the two of them arrived by a lake. Zhu Yangtian exclaimed, It's really huge. While Shuya was sulking, hugging her head after being hit, he couldn't help but wonder, how big does a clan need to be to have an entire forest inside it? Suddenly Zhu Yangtian heard a voice calling, Young lord! Shuya held 2 flowers squatting on the ground, asked, Where do you think Shuya is hiding? But he wasn't interested. Just go, she reluctantly replied. Okay. A firefly landed on a leaf listening to their conversation. I just want to make you happy. Young lord, that's not something you can help with unless you tell me. Maybe I can help. Zhu Yangtian didn't believe her. Really then, if someone wanted to hide a valuable item in this vast land, where would they hide it? Shuya frowned, annoyed. Why would they hide it? Making him helpless. Just stop it. Okay. Suddenly Zhu Yangtian heard someone ask, Who are you? She warned. Outsiders are not allowed to enter here. He immediately realized. Speaking of the Tag clan, I forgot about her. You alone stopped thousands of demonic beings from attacking Sichuan. She stepped down the stairs one by one. She asked again, Who are you, the poison goddess Tang Suni, who was killed in my past life? Just like that, stepping on a pool of blood. Zhu Yangtian slowly walked towards her, but Tang Suni just knelt there, not reacting. He looked down from above. It's over, poison goddess. Only then did she react a little. Tang Suni looked up and smiled. Is it you? Zhu Yangtian stood before her and asked a ridiculous scene. Your clan members left long ago. Do you think protecting this place alone will do anything? Tang Suni replied, nothing will change. He was puzzled and asked then why? She smiled and asked in return, why are you here? Zhu Yangtian immediately grabbed Tang Suni's neck, foolish. He squatted down and said to kill you, what else? She being strangled just said I understand, I'm sorry. Zhu Yangtian scolded, apologizing to a demonic being. You're insane! Tang Suni suddenly smiled strangely. Yes, I think I'm no longer sane. She tilted her head, regretting after losing her eyes. I've seen many things I should have let go sooner. He gradually lost patience. Do you have anything else to say? Tang Suni smiled and said, I know this is very selfish, but if there's still time. Right after Zhu Yangtian snapped her neck. After finishing, he turned and left. Looking at his hand covered in her fresh blood, Zhu Yangtian coldly uttered one word, disgusting. Now Tang Suni was angrily shouting, aren't you going to answer me? He bowed his head, watching her continuously scolding. Perhaps she's still at the peak of poison elixir. Tang Suni was still raising her voice. If you don't answer, I'll call the guards. Suddenly a hand was placed on her shoulder. Nang Gongfei whispered into Tang Suni's ear. She was surprised and asked, why didn't you tell me earlier? She replied, you didn't ask. Right after she bowed and introduced, I'm Tang Suni of the Tag clan. I apologize for raising my voice at the clan's guest. Zhu Yangtian also introduced, I'm Zhu Shuiye, sorry for not answering immediately. Then she frowned and asked, why are you here? Looking towards Nang Gongfei and Shui'e playing happily, he asked non-clan members, can't write Nang Gongfei is also an outsider. Tang Suni quickly explained, our clan members have allowed it, so it's fine. Zhu Yangtian concluded, so she told me to leave because she didn't allow me in. How petty, I was already planning to leave. He clasped his hands and replied, I'll leave right now. Tang Suni and Nang Gongfei watched the two of them leave. She silently listened to her complaining Zhu Shuiye of the Gu clan is really rude. The knight listened to their conversation. Suni, why did you look at him so sternly? Clearly he was wrong, but refused to apologize. Tang Suni blushed and said, is appearance that important? I hate those who rely on their good looks, but have bad personalities. After saying that, she suddenly became unusually silent. Right after Tang Suni hurriedly explained to Nang Gongfei, he's handsome, She raised her eyebrows, puzzled. Nang Gongfei thought of Zhu Yangtian's angry face, handsome. Tang Suni, now blushing hurriedly, left ordinary guys, even if they're a bit ugly, are still the best. He on this side was still scolding Shui'e, unaware that someone had just mentioned him. Morning came, a bird sang on a branch. Zhu Yangtian stood in front of the room door, thinking the Tag clan's conference is tomorrow, I should take the chance to practice. When he opened the door, he found the Nangong clan sisters waiting there. Zhu Yangtian began to feel annoyed. What's wrong today? Nang Gongfei replied, eat. He was puzzled. Eat what? Nang Gongtiantun jumped in laughing and explaining the Tag clan invited us to a meal. My sister wants to invite you to join. Zhu Yangtian immediately said thank you for the invitation. Right after he smiled and scratched his head. But I feel a bit awkward, so. Zhu Yangtian kept shooing them away, thinking to himself, if you understand, then just leave. While she didn't understand anything, he reached out. Don't be like that. Nang Gongtiantun tightly grabbed his wrist. He looked at him though angry. Still forced a smile. Come with us. Zhu! Yangtian gritted his teeth and raised his eyebrows. I already said I don't want to go. Or do you want to force me? He softly muttered, oh. Then Zhu Yangtian suddenly burst with power. You really? Nang Gongtiantun felt the energy and couldn't help but feel scared. The two of them looked at him. Oh, he realized it seemed he had to go. Zhu Yangtian smiled and said to the Nangong siblings, I guess I can't refuse the invitation. Let me go with you two. He immediately slung his arm around Nangong Tiantun's neck, and Zhu Yangtian waved his hand, calling softly, Nangong, young lord. He smiled and reminded, remember to smile. Your sister is watching. Zhu Yangtian was satisfied, looking at his angry, gritted expression. Thank you for coming with us, it's nothing. A while later, he sat before a table full of food. Zhu Yangtian couldn't help but feel bewildered by the dishes before him. I know, Sichuan people eat spicy food. But if everything is this spicy, how can I eat? The host of Tangzhou Post smiled and said, It's not exactly gourmet food, but I hope everyone likes it. He wondered. Is there anything I can eat? Zhu Yangtian raised his chopsticks towards the plate of buns in front of him. This bun probably looks less spicy than the others. I've never seen a bun so red before. Just as he was about to put the bun in his mouth, he suddenly saw Tang Suni staring over here with a longing expression. What's wrong with her? Zhu Yangtian remembered the time he met her in his past life. She looked at him with the same disdainful expression. He uncomfortably put the bun in his mouth. Who would have thought it'd be the same in this life? Just as Zhu Yangtian took a bite of the bun, he was utterly panicked, sticking out his tongue. Why is it so hot? I have to spit it out immediately. Tang Suni saw this and couldn't stop panting. Zhu Yangtian kept fanning his tongue. The spiciness is unbearable. A glass of water was immediately brought over. Here's water. He reached out to take it. Thank you. Just as Zhu Yangtian was continuously drinking water, a piece of fish was placed on his plate. Nang Gongfei simply said, Eat this, it's not spicy. Zhu Yangtian couldn't help but be surprised. On this side, someone was tightly gripping their chopsticks, observing him from the next table, asking, Why did you suddenly pick that for me? She turned and replied, Sorry. Nang Gongtiantun went berserk, destroying the chopsticks in his hand. Tangzhou Post saw this and asked, Oh, sorry, is there something wrong with our chopsticks? He hurriedly explained. No, it's just that I used too much force. Tang Suni now moved to sit next to Zhu Yangtian. She shyly closed her eyes. While he was utterly confused looking over, Zhu Yangtian asked, Do you want to say something? Suni was startled and shouted no, but he firmly said, clearly, You do. She became hesitant. Zhu Yangtian waited to see. Tang Suni blushed and expressed, If you want something. Suddenly, Nang Gongtiantun interrupted. Tang Suni, is there a training ground here? The training ground echoed with voices. Yes, didn't I show you last time? But no one uses this place. The clan members all have their own training spots. He stood on the balcony observing. I want to go take a look. Is everyone done eating? Or should we go together? Zhu Yangtian behind him also looked over. What's he thinking? The sunlight shone down on the training ground. Soon they gathered below. It's so spacious, he exclaimed. It's huge! He crossed his arms and explained. Our ancestors thought the bigger the better. But I don't see much point in it. Nangong Tiantun beside him played with a weapon and smiled. There must be some deeper meaning. Tangzhou Post recounted memories. So Gyeo often trained here to spar with me, but now that she's grown up, she doesn't like fighting anymore, making Tang Suni startled and call out, Brother. She looked at Zhu Yangtian in confusion and whispered, It's because... But he said it out loud. Zhu Yangtian secretly felt lucky. Thankfully, I don't have a younger sister like her. The sword was raised high. Everyone's full. Let's move around a bit, making him wonder. Move around. I haven't eaten anything yet. Nangong Tiantun raised his sword and asked, Does anyone want to spar with me? Looking at his smiling face with no good intentions. Zhu Yangtian immediately understood looking at his face. I know he wants to beat me up. I'm not stupid enough to let him have his way. He immediately waved his hand to refuse a nobody like me sparring with Nangong. Young lord, sorry, but a voice suddenly interrupted. No, Tang Suni vehemently opposed the gap between your techniques is too big. What if you scratch his face? Zhu Yangtian looked over puzzled. Nangong Tiantun stood opposite and declared, It's fine. We won't use inner force. This is just a practice match. He smiled provocatively. Is that okay? He also couldn't help but smile. Want to teach me without using inner force, he dares. Zhu Yangtian asked back. Can you do it making Nangong? Tiantun confused, huh? He sneered and asked, Are you qualified to teach me? Tangzhou Post hurriedly explained, It seems you misunderstood his intention. After all, he is, but he smirked and interrupted fine. Nangong Tiantun was so angry, he burst out with power. Fight me! After accepting Nangong Tiantun's challenge now in Tang Suni's training ground, the two of them were silent. No one spoke, just staring at each other. Then Nangong Tiantun put on a fake smile and said, "I'll let you attack first." Zhu Yangtian saw his fake expression and also smiled. "I'll let you go first." Oh, this answer of his was like an arrow piercing Tiantun's pride, but he still had to grit his teeth. Veins popping on his neck as he forced a smile. "Then I won't be polite." Then he, with the wooden sword in hand, charged at high speed, shouting a threat, "I'm attacking, now!" Nangong Tiantun, in the first strike, swung the sword hard, aiming to take down Zhu Yangtian in one move. But fate was on his side. He successfully dodged. Next, Zhu Yangtian took advantage of the situation and immediately stepped back. Using his strength, he leaned back once again, dodging Nangong Tiantun's direct attack. After his relentless attacks, Zhu Yangtian's head quickly realized the first two strikes were just distractions. The real attack is now. Not giving Zhu Yangtian time to think, Nangong Tiantun swiftly charged in to attack. In the training ground, the two of them continuously unleashed moves that forced the other to dodge, causing dust to rise everywhere. This also made the onlookers not dare to look away, so worried that sweat was dripping down their faces. Since childhood, Tang Suni was different from other children. Her childhood memories surfaced as she recounted while other children in noble families were busy chasing dogs and cats. She chased after fierce beasts like wolves and tigers. Those ferocious animals not only had sharp eyes with a fierce gaze, but also sharp fangs bared growling. They were like close friends to Tang Suni. These spiritual creatures always exuded an overwhelming aura that made no one dare to approach a top predator. That strength was different from other weak animals. Truly captivating because of this strange hobby, the girl could hardly find the love of her life. Tang Suni lazily lay on the back of her favorite wolf, complaining, "Is there anyone like that? I hope to meet my soulmate at this Tag Clan weapon conference." It wasn't very interested in her story and just let out a soft growl. Her hand gently stroked the wolf's head as she rambled, calling out, Yangtian brother. Why do women like such handsome faces?" Tang Suni kept lamenting. Is there a man as strong as a tiger or leopard? She was immersed in the wolf's scent, so fragrant, but heaven won't let anyone down. The love of her life, the person she thought she'd never meet, had appeared. But ironically, it was Zhu Yangtian when she saw Zhu Yangtian's figure. She couldn't control her emotions, her cheeks turning as red as tomatoes. Her dazed eyes accompanied by trembling lips due to shyness, Tang Suni seemed to lose all rationality in her head. Only thinking, why? Why is my heart beating so fast? No, this can't be. She was so flustered that her hands unconsciously clenched together. Tang Suni now had to constantly reassure herself. This is just an illusion. I'm drunk on the morning air. That's why I'm momentarily confused. Tomorrow, he'll be no different from other young lords. Just like that, Zhu Yangtian's image appeared in her thoughts. Looking at his demeanor, his expression at that time, she couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes are so beautiful. Even the most embarrassing moment of Zhu Yangtian made Tang Suni infatuated. He can't handle spicy food so handsome. She was so captivated by this so-called crush, imagining every image of Zhu Yangtian, even when drinking water. He's so cute. Immediately, Tang Suni recalled the moment the two of them sat together at the banquet. At that time, Tang Suni was extremely flustered. Why did I suddenly come here? Zhu Yangtian, sitting beside her, suddenly spoke up. Miss, do you have something to say to me? Hearing this, her mind was in a mess. She could only bite her lip and reply, no, nothing. Not daring to look directly at Zhu Yangtian, she had to turn her face away, stammering word by word. It's nothing. But inside her heart was pounding like waves crashing against the shore, wondering if this is love. Can I take another step forward? Gathering all her courage, Tang Suni turned her face and said to him, Hey, you Zhu Yangtian. I like you. But her fantasy was immediately shattered by a wooden sword fragment flying past her face and embedding itself into the brick floor. At that moment, Nan Gongfei saw this and didn't dare to say a word, her eyes clearly showing worry. The wooden sword fragment broke in half and flew over, embedding itself at the feet of the two of them. Tang Suni, standing nearby, was also extremely frightened. Her eyes widened in shock, her mouth agape in surprise. The scene of Nangong Tiantun using all his strength to strike at Jiu Yang Tian, but due to his agility, he dodged, causing the wooden sword to break in half, was imprinted in their eyes. At this moment, Nangong Tiantun, having exerted all his strength, was panting heavily, his eyes still filled with determination to fight. As for Jiu Yangtian, seeing him like this, he couldn't help but laugh. Suni, witnessing everything firsthand, was so scared, she slumped to the ground. Her face was dazed, her mouth agape, unable to say a word. In complete contrast, Tatang Sunya Nangong Fei remained very calm in the face of that scene. With the situation before him, Nangong Tiantun tightly gripped the sword in his hand, continuously questioning himself. Why did the sword break? Thinking back over the whole process, he secretly realized one thing clearly. I deliberately made the first 2 strikes easy to block to tease that brat. But the subsequent strikes were all full force. While Nangong Tiantun was lost in his emotions, Jiu Yangtian's cold voice rang out. Geniuses often daydream during battles. If this were a real fight, you'd be dead 3 times over. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiu Yangtian, with bloodshot eyes, raised his fist in a cold warning. Nangong Tiantun, do you know? Only now did he realize the threat from him, his blue eyes wide open, clearly showing panic and fear. Immediately, Jiu Yangtian poured all his strength into this punch, intending to strike hard at his head. But Nangong Tiantun, with incredible luck, swiftly stepped back and dodged. Having narrowly escaped Nangong, Tiantun gritted his teeth, furious in his heart, continuously cursing. You coward, daring to sneak attack me when I don't have a sword. Just then a voice rang out, reminding him from behind. Hearing this, he, still gripping the broken sword, instinctively looked back, quickly. Draw another weapon. Seeing him standing there dumbfounded, Jiu Yangtian arrogantly sighed and said, You said you'd teach me martial skills, so teach me a few moves. These words of his directly angered Nangong Tiantun. Not satisfied, Jiu Yangtian laughed loudly and added, Or am I the one teaching you? If so, I'm a bit lacking in confidence. As soon as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed, becoming utterly shocked with a hint of confusion. That damn brat! Now being insulted by Jiu Yangtian without any restraint, Nangong Tiantun was truly enraged, his face filled with hatred, his entire body exuding an indescribable hidden weapon aura. A tremendous surge of power like lightning running from the top of his head to the soles of his feet transferred to the wooden sword in his hand. Without any hesitation, Nangong Tiantun, with the sword brimming with invincible power, charged straight at Jiu Yangtian. Thankfully, he managed to dodge this strike in time. Jiu Yangtian's eyes turned blood red, and he immediately swung his fist in retaliation, daring to coat the sword with inner force. Do you want to die? But life isn't a dream. Nangong Tiantun didn't give him a chance to counterattack. Now he had jumped up with full force and raised the sword, a beam of light emanating from it. After executing his ultimate technique, Nangong Tiantun stood still in the beam of light, waiting for the result. But suddenly the beams of light from him shattered into pieces, disintegrating in an instant. Everything happened so fast that Nangong Tiantun couldn't believe the truth. Before his eyes, impossible, that brat. Seeing Jiu Yangtian standing there majestically, he continuously doubted, stronger than me. How? Easily breaking Nangong Tiantun's technique only fueled his fighting spirit. That brat, I've held back enough. With that, Jiu Yangtian poured all his speed into his legs. Without another word, he kicked straight into the gap between his legs. Jiu Yangtian aimed precisely, mercilessly, kicking Nangong Tiantun in the groin, and deliberately dug deeper, causing him even more pain. This truly shocked Nangong Fei, her eyes wide with surprise. Tang Zhou Post, standing nearby, was also utterly stunned, deeply pitying Nangong Tiantun's subordinate. Tang Suni was so shocked she had to cover her mouth, unable to speak. As for Nangong Tiantun, the tragic injury to his precious parts left his face pale, drained of all blood, his pupils bulging. There were no words to describe the sky-piercing pain he felt, every fragment shattered. The little bird, thanks to Zhu Yangtian's intervention, had now hatched from its egg. He was now completely defeated, kneeling at Zhu Yangtian's feet. Witnessing Nangong Tiantun trembling in pain from the egg breaking, he also sat down and sneered. Zhu Yangtian's eyes were full of mockery, his voice dripping with sarcasm. What's wrong with him? Is he really broken? Zhu Yangtian squatted in front of Nangong Tiantun, who was clutching his stomach in pain from the recent blow. He lay on the ground, sweat dripping from his head, his face pale, cursing. "You bastard," Zhu Yangtian added. "You can still speak so your bones aren't broken, huh?" Nangong Tiantun trembled and cursed you. "Coward, are you even worthy of being a martial artist?" Furious, he propped himself up. "I'll let everyone in the clan know about this, so you won't dare to lift your head again." Zhu Yangtian looked down at Nangong Tiantun and asked, surprising him into silence, "How many people have you killed?" He directly told him at least a few dozen. "Right, Nangong." Tiantun avoided his gaze, stammering incoherently. What are you talking about?" Zhu Yangtian gently grabbed his collar, then took Nangong Tiantun's hand and pressed it down, causing him to scream in pain and discomfort. At this moment, Tangzhou Post stepped in to intervene. "Young hero, please stop the fight." Zhu Yangtian emotionlessly looked at him and replied, "He not only coated the sword with inner force, but also emitted killing. Aura, can't you sense it? Do you think he's just a reckless child? Making mistakes, this guy. He's older than you." Tangzhou Post, hearing his long speech, gently reminded Yangtian is from the Nangong clan. "If you continue, I don't know what will happen." Zhu Yangtian remained in the same position, unwilling to let go, saying, "I've been holding back a lot because he's from the Nangong clan." What if it were the other way around? Tangzhou Post, hearing this, was helpless with no words left to persuade, only coldly asking back then, "What do you plan to do?" Yangtian had no intention of answering Tangzhou Post's question, making him sigh in helpless frustration. Nangong Tiantun was still furious, veins popping on his face, his expression changing, gritting his teeth and shouting loudly. But he didn't care at all, ignoring him and walking away. While walking, he suddenly stopped as if remembering something. After thinking for a while, he bit his lip. "Did I cause trouble?" Zhu Yangtian thought about what the second elder would say if he found out I beat Nangong's son to such a bruised state. "I just need to explain briefly. Maybe he'll even praise me for doing well." He turned his head, thinking. After all, there are witnesses, and they were the ones in the wrong. Suddenly, a hand gently tugged at Zhu Yangtian's sleeve. He turned around and was slightly surprised, exclaiming, "You!" Nangong Fei was holding his sleeve, stammering name. "Tell me your name." Hearing this, he pulled his hand back sharply and snapped, "I already told you, I'm Zhu Yangtian." Nangong Fei stood there, not believing his words, directly accusing him. "You're lying." Making Zhu Yangtian surprised and confused. "How does she know?" He flusteredly turned around and said, "What, do you want to avenge your junior brother or?" She heard this and just stood there looking at him without saying a word. Her eyes slightly sad. Zhu Yangtian glanced at her, thinking her expression didn't change, even when her junior brother was beaten like that. Seeing him silent, she decided to speak again. "Tell me." Gradually, Nangong Fei moved closer to Zhu Yangtian, pressing close to him earnestly, asking for his real name. No matter how infatuated she was with him, Zhu Yangtian remained resolutely silent. The two of them stood in that position for a while. Zhu Yangtian then changed the subject. "Why do you keep speaking so bluntly to me?" Nangong Fei, flustered, quickly turned her face away. Then Zhu Yangtian quickly changed his decision and said, "If I tell you my name, will you stop following me?" Nangong Fei? Seeing this, nodded repeatedly. Then he put on a serious expression and coughed a few times. He cleared his throat and said Zhu Yangtian to Nangong Fei's surprise. She immediately blushed and repeated the name Zhu Yangtian. After shaking off Nangong Fei, he continued walking, thinking after all. After beating that Nangong brat, I can't go to the Golden Thread Alliance anymore, whatever. Consider it an extra day to search for the treasure. Thankfully, Zhu Yangtian sighed and rubbed his shoulders a few times, thinking, I'm tired after the fight. I should rest a bit. He kept walking while lost in thought. Just then, Wu Mian's figure appeared, rambling. Young master, I heard you beat up Nangong. Young lord, from now until we return, I'll stick with you so you don't cause any more trouble. Zhu Yangtian stood there silently for a long time. Scene transition. The small figure of Wei Shuai leaning against the wall. At that moment, Wu Mian hurriedly pulled open the door and shouted, "Young master!" Inside, only Shuai was there. Leaving. Wu Mian stunned. He asked, "Wei maidservant, what are you doing here, No. Have you seen the young master?" Shuai turned her head and smiled brightly. "Oh, young master, I don't know." Wu Mian looked around, searching for Yangtian. Where did he go? Shuai also curiously followed his gaze. What's wrong? This morning he had arranged to have breakfast with people from other clans, but he hasn't returned yet. Hearing this, she widened her eyes and replied, "Oh, eating." Not finding Zhu Yangtian made him panic with a headache, and not only that. What should I do about reporting this? Wu Mian's words seemed to trigger something. Wei Shuai's eyes suddenly lit up. Wei Shuai gazed into the deep night. The Golden Thread Alliance was a clan that was both a martial world and a merchant family leading the Central Plains centuries ago. The scene of the Golden Thread Alliance appeared. It was the most powerful clan at that time, possessing the world's #1 person and controlling the flow of money in the Central Plains. But in just a short period, this place had become desolate and ruined. The Golden Thread Alliance, which seemed like it would never fall, had also disappeared due to a bloody battle. No one knows the reason for its collapse. The only fortunate thing left now. But according to records, all the treasures of the Golden Thread Alliance were hidden under the white maple tree. Zhu Yangtian was now searching for that treasure. He complained the white maple tree. What nonsense. In the middle of the night he went deep into the forest, checking each tree one by one, not seeing any maple tree, let alone a white maple. After a long search, Zhu Yangtian, exhausted, leaned against a tree and sighed. Besides, it's not autumn now, so where would there be a maple tree? It's probably rotted into an ancient tree by now. Moreover, the white maple tree, is this just a ridiculous rumor someone spread to deceive others? While sitting and pondering, Zhu Yangtian's stomach growled loudly. He sat there alone, scolding himself. I haven't eaten anything all day, wasted energy on the fight, and now I have to climb the mountain. At night, eating is also a form of cultivation. Just then a figure silently approached from behind Zhu Yangtian. It was none other than Wei Shuai. She quietly walked up to Zhu Yangtian and handed him a bun, saying, "Do you want to eat this?" Zhu Yangtian saw her as a lifesaver, quickly took the bun, and praised, "Oh, at a time like this, even a pig is useful." Receiving such a backhanded compliment from him, she was a bit displeased. Huh? Shuai is not a pig. He saw the large bulging bag behind her and skeptically asked, "Is all that food lucky I was about to give up because I'm hungry?" She shyly replied, "Yes, Shuai is useful, right?" Zhu Yangtian hesitated and said, but Zhu Yangtian immediately changed his tone and snapped, "Why are you here?" Seeing his attitude, Wei Shuai instinctively smiled brightly like a flower. He sat amidst the food Wei Shuai had brought and asked so. Zhu Yangtian kept asking, "Everyone is looking for me because I disappeared. And you also came here to find me," Wei Shuai enthusiastically replied. "Yes, that's right." He then asked, "How did you know I was on this mountain?" She casually replied, "Intuition." She suddenly stood up confidently and said loudly, "Now that Shuai is here, don't worry anymore." Zhu Yangtian, seeing her like this, was a bit displeased and coldly said, "Sit down. You're making dust fly into the food." With that, he kept thinking in his head, "Although I've solved the hunger problem, I still haven't found the white maple tree, and if I continue searching in the remaining 3 days with such limited food, it's not certain I'll find it, or should I just give up?" He directly asked the white maple tree in early summer. What a ridiculous lie. Shuai, holding a chicken leg, replied, "Oh, I just saw it. It's very beautiful." He casually replied to her words, "Yes, it must be very beautiful." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Yangtian suddenly realized something like a bolt of lightning. His voice snapped as he asked again, "What did you just say? You saw it?" Wei Shuai casually said, Yes, didn't we see it together? Only now did Zhu Yangtian feel uneasy, his face dumbfounded with suspicion. Me with you. Wei Shua, seeing his doubtful expression, smiled, with her eyes closed, and replied, yes. Wei Shua smiled and looked in one direction. Zhu Yangtian, sweating, said, so you're saying? The white light in the night illuminated a corner of the dark sky. The ancient tree stood tall and proud. Both of them stared at the tree. Zhu Yangtian asked, is this tree the white maple? Wei Shua replied, yes. Zhu Yangtian told her to leave quickly. Wei Shua wondered why he shouted angrily, go get your eyes checked first. Where does that tree look like a white maple? She insisted. Young master, is there something wrong with your eyes? It's white, and it's a maple tree. Zhu Yangtian turned away indifferently, making her jump. Yes, yes, I was wrong to believe you. She clenched her fist seriously, looking at him firmly, saying Shua is not lying. She turned her head to look at the ancient tree, thinking in her head, yes, that's right. Suddenly a light shone, making Wei Shua widen her eyes. There it is. It emitted a light accompanied by a strange power, making Shua's hair flutter in the wind. She asked, huh? Zhu Yangtian had already walked away a distance, thinking I came here because I was worried, and just as I thought the problem hasn't been solved. Can I find it in the remaining time in this vast place? He frowned, his sharp eyes calculating instead of wasting time. Here I should return to Gu Clan and train with the second elder, not to mention whether that old man will teach me properly. It seemed he heard Shua say something, so he turned around. What are you talking about? Shua seemed to be affected by something. Her whole body stiffened. Her hand moved towards a series of blue lights. Yangtian, worried, shouted, hey, what are you doing? Get away in his head. He was always suspicious. I don't know what that is, but it's definitely dangerous. Shua's arm now seemed about to touch it. Yangtian, seeing this, urgently rushed over. You idiot! Each time her finger got closer to that strange light, he from behind also swiftly rushed over. Her finger just touched the blue light before Yangtian could do anything. It began to glow brighter. The bright light made him frown, covering part of his face with his hand. He frowned, his legs stiffened to see more clearly. Something made Zhu Yangtian freeze, unable to speak. Before his eyes was the white maple tree he had been searching for. The ancient tree, black as if about to die, instantly transformed into a pure white tree, full of life under Shua's influence. Wei Shua turned around and looked at Yangtian Si. Behind her, the white maple tree shone brightly. Shua's face sparkled with achievement. Yangtian looked at Shua and the white maple tree, wondering what just happened, clearly, before it was just a dead ancient tree. I don't know what Shua did, but the space suddenly cracked and this tree appeared. Is this the mechanism to hide the treasure? Then how does she know? Yangtian pointed and asked, hey, what did you just do? Shua innocently asked back, do what? He tried to ask again. You just did something, so the tree appeared, but she seemed unaware of what she had done, still innocently asking. Back Shua, what did I do? Zhu Yangtian insisted on investigating. I'm asking what you did, she still replied meaninglessly. Shua did what, making him helpless? Zhu Yangtian, using all his patience, explained yes. When you got close and touched it, she tilted her head, her eyes wide, and asked back. So what? He had to admit defeat in the face of Wei Shua's meaningless answers, not knowing how to make her understand, extremely angry, having given up. Yangtian approached the white maple tree. No, it seems not you. Shua, not understanding what was going on, asked again, what's wrong? He didn't try to explain further, walking away while thinking, we'll talk after we return. He and Shua walked around the huge ancient tree thinking, I've found the white maple tree. But where is the treasure hidden? It seems not on the ground then. Zhu Yangtian suddenly saw something in the distance. Seeing it, he asked, what is that? A bright purple circle right under his feet. This was something Zhu Yangtian had never seen before, making him stand there dumbfounded, carefully observing the hole emitting purple light. He bent down to examine it. Damn, could it be under the white maple tree? Before he could finish, Shua's feet stepped forward excitedly, saying, that's the entrance. She jumped down and shouted, I'll go first, making Yangtian behind her panic, unable to reach out in time. Hey, hey! Half of her body submerged into the spatial door. Wei Shuya turned her head and called, "Come quickly, young master!" Yang Tian, seeing this, clicked his tongue and frowned. He jumped straight into the abyss, having no other choice. Not only did the two of them discover the white maple tree, but there was also a stranger. Watching their every move, the man, cold. "It was Ma Ti. He sneered those brats." Scene transition. Zhu Yangtian had now reached the bottom of the cave. He sighed in relief. Luckily, the fall wasn't too painful, considering the height. Shuya in front had an unusual expression. She was on the verge of tears, looking at something. Yangtian approached and touched her shoulder, reminding her, "Don't act recklessly again." Ahead of them were two separate dark paths. Shuya blushed from overthinking, while Yangtian looked at the entrance and set a fork in the road. "This must be the treasure, but which path should we take?" Shuya used all her brain power and pointed to one path, saying, "This way." She firmly pointed. "Definitely this way." Zhu Yangtian was about to scold her. "Do you even know?" Before he could finish, he remembered her earlier interaction with the tree, then quickly accepted the request. "Let's go that way." Seeing this, she praised, "Wow, today, young master listens to Shuya so well." Young master is so obedient today. Yang Tian, beside, could only silently order, "Shut up." Then the two of them followed her lead and went deeper inside. As soon as the two figures disappeared, Ma Ti also jumped down. Shuya's two strands of hair swayed like antennas, searching for the entrance. Yang Tian was a bit skeptical and asked, "Is this the right path? We've been walking for so long and still haven't reached the end." The night pearls were sparsely placed, making it even darker. Or did we take the wrong path? She walked ahead, scouting the way. "No trust, Shuya, young master," is so obedient he snapped, interrupting her. "Shut up," making Shuya obediently reply. Yes, the two of them continued walking deeper inside, not saying a word to each other. After walking for a while, Shuya smiled and pointed into the dark corner. "We've arrived." Yangtian, hearing this, immediately knocked Shuya's head, making her cry out in pain. "Liar!" Shuya hugged the bump on her head, sulking while Yangtian was now carefully observing everything around here. Suddenly noticing something stuck on the wall, he asked, "What's that?" Its shape looks somewhat familiar. Unlike outside, the night pearls here were lit. Looking into the dark corner, Zhu Yangtian continued inside the room. "There's nothing." He was still diligently searching. "Is this the treasure?" When suddenly Shuya trembled and placed her hand on Yangtian's shoulder, softly calling young master. "Young." Her face was covered in sweat. Stammering, "There's something?" Something large slithered past, making Shuya scream in panic. Zhu Yangtian was still dazed, not paying much attention to Shuya. A large creature, its entire body white, quietly slithered past them. Now the two of them had witnessed it firsthand, making her scream for help, "Young master." Before them now was a giant python staring intently at its prey. Yangtian didn't know what else to do. He could only reach out to shield Shuya behind him. At this moment, the lives of the two were too fragile. Shuya's eyes were teary, continuously screaming in fear, while Zhu Yangtian was also extremely worried. His teeth clenched tightly, but he quickly recognized the demonic creature. Wei Shuya hid behind him, continuously worried. Young Master Zhu Yangtian coldly replied. Silence in his head. He kept thinking, why is there a demonic creature here? He looked up at the giant white Chenxing spirit with suspicion. Clearly, I didn't sense anything. So why did it appear? The two of them stood under the Chenxing spirit, just a small thing in its eyes. In his head, he had already realized, moreover, with that size. Zhu Yangtian immediately thought of the ranks of demonic creatures, and secretly confirmed it's definitely a 5th-rank demonic creature. With a bit of hope, he looked into its eyes, happily thinking, luckily, it's still asleep, so it hasn't noticed us yet. He took this opportunity to quietly turn around. We must leave here silently. But just as he thought of this, the python suddenly opened its eyes. It stared intently at the two of them. Zhu Yangtian met its gaze and cursed in his head. Damn it! Why is it awake now? He was already thinking far ahead. We have to fight at the same time. Shuya's eyes hiding behind Zhu Yangtian changed color strangely. 2 people. 1 beast. 6 eyes staring at each other without looking away, even though he stood majestically shielding Wei Shuya in his heart. Zhu Yangtian was very apprehensive. I can't win against it, is this okay? To the point that his whole body was trembling, Shuya behind him also clearly saw this. Zhu Yangtian clenched his teeth, his eyes full of determination. The chance for a peaceful life has just come. I can't waste it. Thinking this, he clenched his fist, emitting a not-so-ordinary power, continuously encouraging himself. Even if I die, I must fight to the end. Suddenly, a deep voice rang out. Brat. It was the voice of the python. It stared at him intently and then ordered, "Withdraw your inner energy." These words made him jump, suspicious of life, a demonic creature. It can talk? It stuck out its long tongue. Its cold eyes said to him, "I have no intention of harming you." Hearing these words from it, Zhu Yangtian decided to ask back why. Can a demonic creature speak human language? Chen Xing's spirit, seeing him ask this, laughed loudly and replied, "Demonic creature." It continued, "I'm really curious. You're not of the Lian family's bloodline. How did you get here?" He also instinctively looked at Wei Shuya, who was hiding behind him. Yangtian, with a determined expression, replied, "I just followed and got here." Chen Xing's spirit, hearing this answer, was also a bit surprised. It seemed unable to hold back its humor and burst out laughing, baring its extremely poisonous fangs, asking back, "Really? Then why did you come here?" Zhu Yangtian calmly replied, "I just accidentally got lost here." But in his heart, he thought, if that snake is related to the Golden Thread Alliance, it won't let us go. But suddenly his brain also realized something was wrong with reality. Wait, did I just speak politely to it? Chen Xing's spirit still found humor in his meaningless answer and laughed continuously. "Yes, unfortunately it seems there's nothing left for you to take." It deliberately emphasized the two words human, making him unconsciously politely reply, "Yes." The demonic creature gradually approached his face. It didn't beat around the bush directly, saying, "I just want to ask one thing. What do you think fate is?" Zhu Yangtian, still shielding Wei Shuya, calmly asked back, "Demonic creature, what nonsense are you asking?" This answer from Zhu Yangtian made it for a moment like a fool, dumbfounded, then suddenly burst out laughing, shattering the quiet space. It laughed savagely. Zhu Yangtian with a judging gaze. "What's going on? Is it crazy?" Chen Xing's spirit, after laughing for a while as if it had found money, spoke up again. "Really, I've asked a strange question. Since the moment you, someone not of the Lion family's bloodline, came here, surely you already know they've returned to the earth and sky." It suddenly looked up at the light in the sky and said some incomprehensible words. Yet they still cling to something. Or is it because of something they had to endure? Hearing this, he was overjoyed, turned around to leave, not forgetting to say, "Then we'll take our leave." But Yangtian's eyes were suddenly attracted by a golden gem, and he asked, "What is this?" The demonic creature, seeing him ask this, immediately explained, "This is the reward for staying with me after all. It will fall into someone else's hands, so why not give it to you? You have a connection with me." These words of it were like a bolt of lightning, making him continuously think demonic stone. It seems not. It saw he still had some doubts, and continued to explain, "With what you carry within you, you'll accept it more easily than others." Zhu Yangtian also gradually approached the gem. The gem in his hand emitted a dazzling golden light. Yangtian didn't understand what it was saying and asked back, "Carry what within me?" Suddenly, Zhu Yangtian collapsed to the ground, his whole body extremely uncomfortable. He gritted his teeth and endured. What is this clearly? It doesn't have the aura of a demonic stone. The gem in his hand continuously emitted golden light. Zhu Yangtian also realized demonic path. Heavenly absorption technique again, but this feeling is different from when absorbing a demonic stone. He gritted his teeth and endured the power of this gem. Suddenly a hand reached out towards him. It was Wei Shuya, lending him her strength. Due to absorbing the energy of the gem given by the demonic creature, he was almost out of breath, panting heavily. After a while, the absorption process was completed. Zhu Yangtian was also exhausted and collapsed. Now he had completely lost all his strength. lying motionless on the ground. At this moment, Chen Xing's spirit suddenly spoke up and asked Wei Shuai, "Are you satisfied now?" Her voice had also suddenly changed calm to the point of being chilling, replying, "You have no right to judge whether I'm satisfied or not." Wei Shuai, in this moment, had completely changed her eyes. Cold, her demeanor calm, her whole body exuding an overwhelming power. Chen Xing's spirit spoke up and asked, "Hey, why don't you transfer more inner energy into him? If you emit such a strong aura, he won't just faint." Shuai had long realized this, and gently lifted Zhu Yangtian's head onto her lap, calmly replying, "I know." It saw her actions and sneered, replying, "You know you've changed too many things. Is that your choice?" Wei Shuai, without a hint of fear, naturally replied, "Why don't you understand?" The demonic creature immediately replied, "No, I understand very well. So I feel even more heartbroken and regretful." Wei Shuai continued to ask back, "And you, why did you give that important treasure to him, someone you just met for the first time?" It pondered, looking up into the void, just a momentary interest. Nothing is lonelier than waiting for someone who will never come. In this moment, Chen Xing's spirit's whole body was crumbling into pieces. Its mood seemed to have been freed from its restraints, replying, "I've already let go." Wei Shuai tried to raise her arm to catch the fragments falling from its body. She fell into silence, her arm still cradling those fragments, saying fate is truly cruel. Her tears fell one by one onto Zhu Yangtian's cheek. "But when I look at you, I can't let go. You're truly foolish." She recalled the scene of him, though scared, still standing up to shield her, both afraid of losing the second life she had just gained. Unable to hold back her emotions, her cheeks flushed red. Tears appeared at the corners of her eyes as she called his name. "Wanting to protect me." Zhu Yangtian. She gently wiped away her tears, softly telling him, "Don't push yourself anymore. Sorry, can you give me a little more time?" But suddenly, Wei Shuai sensed a dark force, a voice echoed. "Yet there's still killing." Aura at the same time, Ma Tie was leisurely stepping out of the shadows. He looked puzzled and asked Shuai, "You speak as if you've known all along. Since when did you realize?" She didn't even bother to turn around and look at Ma Tie, disdainfully saying, "I can easily sense the aura of a useless person serving the Nangong clan." Hearing these words from Shuai as well as her attitude, Ma Tie was extremely angry, gripping the sword in his hand, saying, "These brats are really—" He sighed, showing disdain sometimes, climbing mountains at night, sometimes crawling into strange caves. "It's ridiculous that our young master lost to someone who fainted from exhaustion upon arriving here." Ma Tie even revealed the reason for his coming. "The master has ordered to deal with him in silence, so if you hand him over, I'll let you go." This only made her hug Zhu Yangtian tighter. Now Wei Shuai's entire body emitted a dark force. Her voice also deepened, saying, "Is this the will of the Nangong clan, or that useless person?" Ma Tie, hearing this, angrily drew his sword and pointed it at her, shouting, "You brat, you're not worthy to mention the master." Wei Shuai showed no trace of worry or fear in the face of his actions. She just silently used her hand to gently push the sword away. Ma Tie, with a look of contempt, continued, "Really? If you've said so, then I have no other choice if that's the case." Suddenly a flash of light appeared in the night, making his eyes widen in surprise. But what was more terrifying was that Ma Tie's arm had been severed. Without him even realizing it, only now did he notice this screaming in pain, while Wei Shuai, the one who created that slash, was frighteningly calm, gently raising a finger to signal Ma Tie to be silent. Wei Shuai had now completely changed, a terrifying power emanating from her, with many blades she created hanging in the air, ordering him to be silent. Her eyes were now cold. Her pupils had also changed to a dazzling golden color, her entire body exuding a formidable power. Turning back to Ma Tie, "Don't make noise." The night fell, covering the scene with a layer of mysterious silence. On the table in the room, a neat set of clothes was folded neatly. The sound of steam rising from the stones echoed softly. A heavy punch landed on the table, breaking the silence. Nangong Tiantun, wrapped in bandages all over his body, sat there angrily gritting his teeth. Damn it, Nanggong. Tiantun was almost bursting with rage. Damn it, he must have used dark arts, otherwise how could that brat dare? Nanggong Tiantun raised his hand, intending to punch again to vent his anger, but the pain in his shoulder forced him to stop. Nanggong. Tiantun lowered his head, holding his shoulder, suppressing the pain. He gritted his teeth and called Ma Tai. Very quickly, a man appeared beside his bed. Nanggong Tiantun. Yes, Nanggong. Tiantun scratched his head, his face unable to hide his anger, asking, Is there any way? Ma Ti replied in a steady but cautious tone. The guards of the Gu clan are stronger than we thought. It seems we have no chance to act. He paused, remembering that figure, but for some reason he was acting alone without guards. Ma Ti's voice was firm. This could be an opportunity. Nanggong Tiantun smiled sinisterly. He suddenly said, I've always trusted you, Ma Ti. I hope you'll bring me good news again. Ma Ti glanced at the young master. After all, he's from the Gu clan. How far should we go? Nanggong Tiantun said through gritted teeth the shoulder of Nanggong and the life of that brat. He smiled sinisterly. That's only fair, isn't it? Ma Ti tightened the sword at his side, replying, Yes, I understand. On this side, Wei Shuia stood before the unconscious Zhu Yangtian. The scruffy man asked, Who are you? Wei Shuia pursed her lips, raised her hand, thinking her golden eyes swept over him. You don't need to know. The man noticed that gaze. He screamed in horror. Why are you? Before he could finish, a cold, sharp light tore through the space. This light severed his remaining arm. The man collapsed, screaming in pain. Wei Shuia coldly replied, I have no obligation to answer. She looked down, her voice deep and silent. Wei Shuia said softly, I don't have much time either. The man collapsed, his body trembling, urging himself to run away. He lifted his leg, struggling to get up. Taking advantage of her being preoccupied with that brat, the man ran for his life. This is the only chance. His entire body was scruffy. Blood still wet, splattered with each step. In his heart, he screamed, I must return to the clan and plan later. Suddenly, his foot missed a step. His face turned pale. I've never seen a woman so terrifying. He opened his eyes wide. Why is the ground here? His entire body collapsed in the end. Wen had his head separated from his body. Wei Shuia stood there, her cold eyes looking at his corpse. She raised her hand to her chest, deep in thought. Wei Shuia gently tightened her collar. I don't want you to kill someone with your own hands for the first time. Her face showed anguish, but I, an uninvited guest, took matters into my own hands. I'm sorry. Please return my body to me. Shuia kept apologizing, murmuring, I know I'm being selfish. She turned to face Zhu Yangtian. But can I stay a little longer? Wei Shuia reached out to him just a little closer. A furious roar erupted. This is my body. She clenched her fist, determined. The light around Wei Shuia gradually faded. The present and the future are yours, Chensing Spirit asked softly. Can you go now? A voice echoed in response. I'm leaving. I need to sleep. This body is too small. I'm exhausted. The voice continued. Do you know who you are? The light slowly dissipated from her body. Wei Shuia replied with a hint of confusion, I know a little. It reminded Wei Shuia. But the road ahead will be very difficult. She softly replied, I know. Chensing Spirit calmly responded. Is that so? The light continued to rise, blending into the night, I hope. Before completely disappearing, it wished her, may your path ahead be filled with luck. Wei Shuia bowed her head, murmuring, if there's a chance. She smiled brightly. We will definitely meet again. Zhu Yangtian. She sat before Zhu Yangtian's body, her hair color returning to its original state. The atmosphere gradually fell into silence. After an unknown amount of time, Zhu Yangtian suddenly opened his eyes. Before him was a starry sky. Wei Shuia cheered joyfully. You're awake. He immediately sat up, startled. His eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. This is... The two sat on a rocky outcrop, the only sound being the rustling wind. Zhu Yangtian, still confused, asked, What happened? His voice was deep and contemplative. In short, he recalled vague memories. I accidentally found the white maple tree. There was no treasure. Then a giant snake appeared. I touched the strange gem it gave me, and it was suddenly absorbed. Zhu Yangtian gestured as he explained to Wei Shuia. That's what happened. Do you remember? She blinked in confusion, repeating snake. Gem. Are you dreaming? What are you talking about? I don't understand anything. Wei Shuya firmly stated, I don't remember anything. Seeing this, Jiu Yangtian grew more anxious, his voice rising. Don't lie. She frowned, annoyed, arguing. But Wei Shuya found the white maple tree, talked to the giant snake, and received the gem. You don't believe me. He looked helpless. Why do you always think so normally? Zhu Yangtian pressed on, trying to find a clue. Then who brought you here? She replied with a distant gaze. I don't know. When I woke up, I was already here. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck. Wei Shuya worriedly cried out, Young master! He sat down, waving his hand to reassure her, I'm fine. It's just a slight pain in my dantian. Though in his heart, he wondered dantian. Her eyes welled up. Is it very painful? He sat cross-legged, calming his mind and circulating his qi. Zhu Yangtian's entire body was enveloped in a red aura. He thought to himself, indeed. He observed his hand where the qi was flowing, then clenched his fist. Since absorbing the gem, I've noticed a strange amount of internal energy in my body. Zhu Yangtian tightened his fist. 3 stars. Just a little more and I can reach 4 stars. He slowly stood up, his eyes filled with determination. So my memories are real. Did the snake bring us here and erase Wei Shuya's memories? That makes sense. Seeing him stand, she was flustered. If you're in pain, let's go back. Jiu Yangtian calmly replied, I'm not in pain. But if we stay here longer, Wumian will scold me. He suddenly fell silent, deep in thought. Then Jiu Yangtian sat down, reaching behind his back. Let's go. This action surprised Wei Shuya. He explained walking would take an hour. Carrying you, I can run much faster. Wei Shuya blushed. I ate a lot yesterday. I must be heavy. Seeing her hesitate, he lost patience. Just get on. Wei Shuya, still flustered, intertwined her fingers, but finally she climbed onto his back, murmuring an apology. Wei Shuya shyly held onto his shoulders. Shuya isn't heavy, right? I want to get down. He turned, his voice softening. It's fine. The powerful qi in his body circulated with 3 stars, the fire wheel technique, and abundant internal energy. He crouched slightly, preparing to take off. Then he gently but firmly pushed off the ground. In an instant, the two leaped up, leaving only a circle where they had stood. Zhu Yangtian stepped on a nearby rock, propelling himself upward. In his heart, he couldn't help but marvel. His once heavy body now felt as light as a feather. The two quickly leaped from mountain to mountain. The dawn broke, illuminating everything. The two's eyes sparkled with joy as they gazed at the scene. On the other side, someone was anxiously biting their nails. Wumian paced back and forth. A whole day has passed, and I still haven't seen young master. I hope he's safe. Otherwise, my head will roll. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Hey, we're here. Wake up. Wumian turned around to see Wei Shuya climbing down from Zhu Yangtian's back. He quickly asked Wumian, what are you doing here? He couldn't contain himself and raised his voice. Young master, where have you been? I haven't seen you all day. You didn't say anything. Zhu Yangtian chuckled awkwardly. Sorry. He scratched his head innocently. But I've returned safely, so it's all good, right? Wumian puffed up. I was worried something had happened to you. He wiped his tears and pressed on. So where did you go? Wei Shuya quickly chimed in. Young master encountered a snake on the mountain. Zhu Yangtian was startled and quickly covered her mouth. Cold sweat poured down his forehead as he held on to Wei Shuya. She's talking nonsense again. I just went for a walk. Wumian was suspicious. Did something happen? He scratched his face, avoiding Wumian's gaze. I had a strange encounter. He sighed inwardly. You're only a first-rate, but you're very perceptive. He changed the subject. Why are there 2 strange qi streams coming here? Wumian was also confused, scratching his head. Well, the 2 sitting in the room eating also realized they were being talked about. Tang Suni and Nan Gongfei stopped eating and looked up. Tang Suni was bewildered, dropping her food, while Nan Gongfei didn't care much and continued eating her noodles. Zhu Yangtian asked, Tang Suni, a young lady, are you waiting for me? And Nan Gongfei, young lady, we promised not to bother each other anymore. Tang Suni was startled and stammered, No, I'm not waiting for Ju Yangtian, young lord, Nan Gongfei replied while chewing. I'm not bothering you. He helplessly raised his hand to his head. Oh heavens, then why are you here, young lady? The two were flustered and quickly found an excuse. I haven't said goodbye to you yet. I also came to say goodbye, Ju Yangtian asked while thinking to himself. Is the young lord of the Nangong clan also here? If so, that's troublesome. Tang Sunie quickly replied, No, he's not coming. She recounted, I told him I was coming to see you, but he said you definitely wouldn't come. Hearing this, he could only wonder. What does that mean? Nan Gongfei was currently picking up food. She raised her chopsticks. Her tone serious. I want to ask you something. Why are you speaking so bluntly to me? Nan Gongfei suddenly pointed her chopsticks at him. What happened? Ju Yangtian looked away. Just a little something happened. Tang Sunie, hearing this, held up 2 items. Ju Yangtian, young lord, do you prefer poison elixir or hidden weapon? Nangong, Fei whispered. Then, she snapped the chopsticks in her hand. I want to fight with. Before Nangong Fei could finish, Jiu Yangtian rested his hand on Wu Mian. I'm too tired. I want to sleep. He also glanced at young master. Seeing him staring intently, he immediately understood. Wu Mian quickly ushered Tang Sunie and Nangong Fei out. Sorry, but young master needs to rest. Please leave. Tang Sunie, holding a scroll, turned back. Finally, this. She presented it to Jiu Yangtian. This is an invitation to the martial gathering of soldiers next year. Whether you want to attend is up to you. He took it and tucked it into his robe, chuckling, thanks. See you next year. In his heart, he already had the answer, I probably won't go. Tang Sunie blushed shyly. I just want to maintain good relations between our families. Don't misunderstand. With that, the sound of the door closing echoed. As she walked, she said to Nangong Fei beside her, I thought something would happen, but it seems everything's fine. She just hummed in response. Suddenly, Tang Sunie looked up. She saw Nangong Fei smiling. Tang Sunie's expression turned serious. She spoke up. Hey, could it be? Tang Sunie shyly asked, Do you like Jiu Yangtian? A voice rang out. Tang Sunie. I'm hungry. Wei Shuya was jumping around. I want to eat chestnuts. Shuya also wants to celebrate Mid-Autumn Festival. Seeing her so hyper, he sighed helplessly. What's Mid-Autumn Festival? Tang Sunie quickly explained Mid-Autumn Festival is a holiday where the readers live. People wear traditional clothes, gather together, and worship their ancestors. She enthusiastically introduced the citrus mooncakes that young Lord and Shuya love are also their traditional food. Jiu Yangtian crossed his arms. I don't know anything about it, but we're not from there. Why should we celebrate? Let's just forget it. Wei Shui's eyes welled up. Then Nangong Fei spoke up. All right, there's a way. She clasped her hands. Let's make a wish to the moon. Nangong Fei looked up and softly said, Then the moon will listen to our wishes. So we can celebrate Mid-Autumn Festival together. Tang Sunie hesitated, her eyes showing a hint of worry. I wonder if young lord, does he like me? Nangong Fei glanced at her, her eyes thoughtful as if considering. After a moment, her lips slowly parted. Nangong Fei asked, What is like? Tang Sunie was startled by the sudden question and stammered. That is... She was so flustered she couldn't put it into words. That is like, is... But then she stopped and shook her head. Never mind. Nangong Fei maintained a calm gaze and asked Tang Sunie, Did you intend to give it to me? Her eyes welled up. Actually, I meant to give the invitation to Jiu young lord. I'm sorry, sister. I wanted to get to know him. I should have prepared 2. Nangong Fei gently patted her head, her voice soothing. It's all right. You did well. Tang Sunie immediately beamed with joy, like a child being praised. Thank you, sister. You're the best. She ran ahead to apologize. I'll treat you to the best poison elixir. Let's go. A purple aura surrounded Nangong Fei's eyes. She fell into deep thought. Her hands trembled as she clasped them together. It's fine. I can handle it. Her face flushed slightly. I have a feeling we'll meet Jiu Yangtian again soon. Night fell, and the pale moonlight illuminated the towering building, creating a solemn yet chilly atmosphere. In the shadows, a man stood tall and imposing, while another knelt respectfully beside him. The man spoke evenly but coldly. I only want you to take care of your sister. Nanggong Tiantun was holding back curses, and yet you lost a loyal guard. He didn't mince words directly, calling him foolish. Nanggong. Tiantun gritted his teeth, filled with resentment but not daring to speak. Wondering what happened. Why hasn't Ma Tai returned? Did he fail? His hand clenched slightly, his cold gaze fixed on the floor. Could it be that kid? Ma Tai reached the pinnacle realm. How could that be? Then why hasn't he returned? The man's voice broke his train of thought, Tiantun. Nanggong Tiantun immediately bowed. Yes, father. The man's foot stomped heavily on the ground, the harsh sound freezing the air. He turned his gaze, burning. Do you know what disappoints me about you? The pressure emanating from him forced Nanggong Tiantun to bow lower, his body stiff. He continued, his voice low but sharp. It's not because you lost to a nameless nobody, nor because you used killing aura in the fight. He emphasized each word. It's because you didn't clean up the aftermath neatly. That's what disappoints me the most. Nanggong Tiantun swallowed hard, bowing even lower, his hands on the ground. Enduring. The man walked past him, his voice emotionless. I won't punish you, but go to Azure Brocade Hall for closed-door cultivation for a while. Nanggong Tiantun replied softly, Yes, father. The pressure dissipated, and the atmosphere in the room gradually lightened. The man suddenly mentioned, What about the Gu clan? He fell silent for a moment. Then he simply told him to forget about it. Nanggong. Tiantun looked up, his eyes full of surprise. Father, what do you mean? The man's cold gaze looked down. Nanggong Tiantun fell silent, not daring to say more. The man's hand rested on the door as he prepared to leave, not forgetting to add, Later when you become clan head, you'll understand. Until then, don't touch the Gu clan. He paused briefly. Moreover, they might become family with us. Nanggong Tiantun softly replied, Yes. But as soon as he left, his face turned pale, his eyes wide with horror. He turned around abruptly, about to say something, but only silence answered the man who had just left. The next morning, Zhu Yangtian was bewildered, asking, What's going on? Zhu Lun repeated calmly but firmly. Didn't you hear clearly? Your marriage has been arranged. The news struck him like a bolt of lightning. He still couldn't believe it. I just returned from Sichuan, almost died, and now you're talking about marriage. Are you joking? Zhu Yangtian frowned, trying to find an explanation. Recently, I just canceled my engagement with the Peng family. Zhu Lun smirked, pointing at him. Exactly. Didn't you cause trouble that led to the cancellation? After causing that, you still want to get married. He spoke sternly. Do you plan to stay single for life? Zhu Yangtian was flustered. Why are we suddenly talking about this? Zhu Lun laughed, ignoring his attitude. If not just get married, this is my arrangement. Wei Shuya stood to the side and asked softly, Young master, are you getting married? He glanced at her, sarried. What? That old man must be joking. Wei Shuya widened her eyes innocently. What's marriage? Can you eat it? Wu Mian called out. Young master. His expression was serious. It seems the marriage is real. Zhu Yangtian, who had thought Zhu Lun was joking, was startled and quickly asked what it's real. Wu Mian recounted. When I came to report our return from Sichuan, I heard this news had already spread throughout the Gu clan. Zhu Yangtian was stunned. Why am I the last to know? He fell into deep thought. Damn it, I made a scene with Bing Axie, and the bad rumors about me must have spread throughout the clans, yet someone still wants to marry me. Which clan is so crazy? He quickly called for second elder. Zhu Yangtian asked, So which clan am I marrying into? Who is it? Zhu Lun chuckled. Don't be surprised, kid. He spoke, his eyes full of hidden meaning, the Nanggong clan. He felt confused and repeated, the Nanggong clan. Both of them exclaimed the name in unison. The Nanggong clan. Zhu Lun leaned on his hand. I was going to tell you. He sighed. The Nanggong clan has no shortage of suitors. Why would they want to marry you? He thought to himself, if so, then their daughter has agreed to marry me. Still confused, he continued to ask. But the Nanggong clan only has one daughter, right? Zhu Lun pondered. That's right. You might have met her at the martial gathering of soldiers. He fell silent, thinking about something. Then suddenly he spoke up. The image of Nangong Fei appeared in his mind. Zhu Yangtian pointed at himself. I'm engaged to that crazy woman. Zhu Lun spoke sternly. Why are you calling her crazy? She's your fiancé. He firmly opposed. I absolutely won't agree. He didn't argue with him anymore. This is the clan's decision. If you're dissatisfied, report it to the clan head, he added. There's something more important. Zhu Yangtian asked. More important than this? Zhu Lun smiled mysteriously. I inform you that your sister has returned to the estate. Zhu Yangtian was stunned. His face twitching. Sister, what? The image of a woman with long hair appeared in his mind. Her words echoed in his ears. The three venerables of the world have decreed. She also said this is the era of heroes. The images of ancient heroes appeared like stars falling to the mortal world, talents emerging everywhere. That girl was born in this era. Zhu Yangtian recounted, truly born in the wrong era. Though talented, it's strange that she can't compare to my sister Zhu Shi the Sword Peak. My sister with her talent and strength is someone I can never reach. That's why I hate her. Zhu Yangtian turned around in panic. I need to run away, but where to? He decided, that's right. First run far away. Zhu Lun's hand grabbed his shoulder. His voice rang out. Where do you think you're going? Zhu Yangtian grabbed the hand on his shoulder, whispering pleadingly. Second elder, please pretend you didn't see me, okay? He spoke loudly. What are you talking about? Your sister has returned, he repeated. That's why please pretend you didn't see me. Zhu Lun still looked puzzled. Your sister has returned and you want to run away. Zhu Yangtian twisted, trying to escape his grip. How do I know what she'll do to me? Anyway, I'll disappear for a few months. Don't look for me. Zhu Lun held his head. What did you eat in Sichuan? Why are you acting so strangely? Zhu Yangtian hurriedly said. Just consider me sick for a month. Don't look for me. Feeling a powerful aura approaching, he stiffened. She's coming here. He could imagine Zhu Shi smiling as she approached. The door seemed to burst into flames in his mind as he silently counted down, She's coming here. Zhu Yangtian reached out and shouted, Wu Mian, block the door. Wu Mian looked helpless. How can I block it? He grew more anxious. Use wood or anything, just block it. A broom quickly blocked the door. Wu Mian stood there asking, But sister is about to arrive. Is this okay? Suddenly, he heard a strange laugh from the other side of the door. A hand lightly touched the door and a voice rang out. Sister is about to arrive. The door began to crack, and a voice close to his ear said, Little brother, you're blocking the door. The person outside looked inside. In less than a few seconds, the door exploded. Her hand slowly lowered. Zhu Si stepped in. You're so rude, little brother. Zhu Yangtian gaped at her. Zhu Si waved her hand, calling little brother. He stuttered in response, yes. Zhu Si approached Zhu Yangtian. You didn't greet me when you saw me. He suddenly became obedient. Hello, sister. She looked him over. You look healthy. That's good. But why aren't you kneeling? He was flustered. Do I have to kneel? Zhu Yangtian knelt down. Zhu Si stepped over and patted his head. That's right, good boy. She stopped in front of Zhu Lun, clasping her hands in greeting. Elder, it's been a while. He smiled happily. You siblings are still so harmonious. That's good. In his heart, Zhu Yangtian screamed, Is there something wrong with your eyes? Zhu Lun looked at her. You're still healthy. That's good. I heard you're doing well as the captain of the sword team. Zhu Shi laughed. You flatter me. She added, It's thanks to the efforts of the team members. Zhu Yangtian sighed inwardly. Damn it, that's why I wanted to run away. Suddenly, Zhu Shi called little brother. He quickly replied, Yes. Her voice turned serious. Do you know what you did wrong? Zhu Yangtian hesitated. I tried to block the door. She raised her voice. And you planned to run away. Pressure began to emanate from Zhu Shi as she asked, You planned to run away, didn't you? He panicked inwardly. This is bad. It's not like that. He stammered. Or is it because I defeated second sister? A look of surprise flashed across Zhu Shi's face. Zhu Yantu. You defeated Zhu Yantu. Zhu Yangtian carefully asked again. If not, Then is there something that made sister unhappy? She placed her hand on his head, speaking softly. The engagement. Jushi's voice hardened. Why didn't you tell me about the engagement beforehand? Her other hand clenched into a fist and raised, and you didn't even ask for my permission. Zhu Yangtian grabbed the hand on his head, explaining, But I just found out about this too. Why should I ask for your permission about the engagement? Julin laughed behind them. Jushi's raised fist. You dare talk back to me? You've grown up, huh? He cursed inwardly while shouting, Wumian, save me! Wumian spoke up, young lady, please spare young master. She turned to look at him, her gaze cold. Jusi called Wumian. He retreated timidly, his voice small. As you wish, young lady. She grabbed Zhu Yangtian's hair, preparing to punch down. I need to teach you a lesson. He caught her hand. Wait. Suddenly Wei Shuai grabbed Jushi's hand and shouted, No! Jusi, seeing her attitude, pouted and looked at her. Zhu Yangtian worriedly said, Don't, sister. This lady is my maidservant. She just arrived not long ago. Wei Shu, hearing this, widened her eyes in surprise. Wei Shua's hands now tightly held onto Jushi. You can't hit young master. She gradually let go of his head. The aura around her grew hotter. He anxiously called sister. Zhu Yangtian kept calling sister. Ignoring him, Jushi softly said, Little brother. She stared coldly at Wei Shuai. Who is this? He felt the atmosphere suddenly heat up and hurriedly explained. My maidservant, but she's not used to things yet, so she's a bit rude. So, Jushi's eyes lit up. She used her other hand to reach towards Wei Shuai. Zhu Yangtian angrily thought to himself, This crazy woman, I told her to stop. Wei Shuai closed her eyes, preparing to take the hit. Suddenly her cheek was pinched hard. Jusi didn't just pinch once, but used both hands to pinch repeatedly. Time passed quickly. As she pinched Wei Shuai's cheek, she marveled. Her face is so soft, even softer than I imagined. Zhu. Yangtian sighed inwardly. Sister, you released killing aura just to pinch her cheek. She glanced at him. You hid the fact that you have a maidservant from me. How hateful. Jusi casually said, Little brother, give me your maidservant. He firmly replied, No. She fell silent for a moment. How strange. He stood up, leaning on his hand. What's wrong? Jusai, while pinching her cheek, looked at Yangtian. Little brother, you always give me everything I want, but now there's something you don't want to give me. He was startled and quickly replied. Ah, yes. Her voice sharpened. Who allowed you to stand up? He knelt down. Sorry, sister. Jusi glanced at him, and this was arranged by the elder right. Zhu Yangtian could only sit there silently thinking to himself, It would be strange if you didn't notice. She turned to ask Zhu Lun, But why has he changed so much in just a few months? He crossed his arms. I didn't do anything. Jusi turned to look at him. You were like that back then. She decided to let go. She waved her hand. All right, the clan head is calling you. Go quickly. He was surprised. This time it was so easy to get through. She asked, Do you want a heavier punishment? I was going to teach you a lesson, but I lost interest. He thought to himself, What interest? Wei Shuai stood behind him. Zhu Yangtian also replied, Then I'll take my leave. Just as he thought it was over, Jushi suddenly handed something to him. Here, little brother. It accurately landed in Zhu Yangtian's hand. He stared at what he had just received, a yellow stone. Zhu Yangtian held it up to eye level, silently evaluating. What is this, a demon stone? But I don't feel anything. He asked, What is this? Jushi casually said, Just a souvenir. I bought it from a merchant. He said it's a talisman. Wear it on your waist or I'll punish you. He stuffed it into his pocket, thinking, So it's just trash. As if sensing his thoughts, Jushi warned, If you think it's trash and lose it. She grabbed his shoulder, smiling lightly. I'll love you even more, little brother. Zhu Yangtian trembled, wanting to remove her hand. Yes. Seeing his reaction, she couldn't hold back her amusement and laughed. Her hand still rested on him. This kid. Jushi's face couldn't hide her joy. I knew you'd do well. The image of Jiushi before her death appeared in his mind. At that time, she smiled gently. Little brother Maev, happily, okay. He was slightly startled, returning to reality. Looking at the hand still on his shoulder, he softly replied, Yes. In the place they had just been, Only Ju Lun and Ju Shi remained. She turned to ask him, "It really wasn't arranged by the elder, was it?" He whistled, acting nonchalant. "I already said it wasn't." She fell into deep thought, her eyes showing contemplation. Last winter, he was only at 1 star. Just that. Recalling Jiu Yangtian's training phase compared to his junior sister, he couldn't even convert inner force into heat energy, and his movements were clumsy. But now, thinking of the person who had just stood before her, his mental state was stable, his inner force had doubled, and his body was well trained. When she heard that his junior sister had lost to him and that he had gone into closed-door cultivation, she was very surprised. But how could he reach that level so quickly? She couldn't help but speak up. "Aren't you surprised?" Ju Lun shrugged. "I'm also very surprised. I didn't expect that child to have such potential." She pressed, "So what happened?" He didn't answer directly, instead asking evenly, "Why don't you ask him?" She turned around. I saw that even if I asked, he wouldn't say so. I let it go. Ju Lun raised an eyebrow as if it were obvious. "But you're his sister. You should be able to tell, right?" She spoke softly. "He's my little brother. I've observed him for many years. Just by looking, I know what he's thinking." He nodded. "If you say so, then it must be true." Suddenly she remembered something, her eyes showing seriousness. "By the way, speaking of that..." Ju Lun crossed his arms, curious to hear her speak. Ju Si asked, "That maidservant elder, did you sense anything?" He chuckled, trying to maintain his composure. "Why do you ask?" She lowered her head, her voice growing softer. "I thought it was just me who felt something strange, so I asked you." When she pinched Wei Shuia's cheek, she had secretly observed carefully. "I checked thoroughly, but she's just an ordinary girl." Ju Lun lowered his voice as if to reassure her. "You're being too sensitive. She's just a maidservant." She raised her hand to pat her head, as if to dispel her doubts. "Is that so? But you're right. I've been fighting demonic creatures for months now, so I might be a bit sensitive. Let's forget it." He smiled inwardly, praising her. "You can sense that this girl truly has extraordinary talent, just like Ju Yangtian." Seeing her speak like this, Ju Lun patted Ju Shi's head. His voice was deep. Even those close to him have turned their backs on him, and no one in the world supports Ju Yangtian. But you've always cared for him. Ju Lun sincerely said, "I'm very grateful to you. Thanks to you, I don't have to worry about anything." She smiled lightly. "After all, he's my silly little brother." He sternly reminded her, "But you shouldn't be so harsh with him. Scolding him over the engagement is too much. Anyone looking in would think you're against this marriage." Hearing this, she remembered, right, the marriage. Her eyes turned cold, her body radiating heat. Ju Shi gritted her teeth. "What vixen dares to seduce my little brother?" Ju Lun, standing beside her, sighed. Really, everyone's abnormal these days. In the clan head's room, his voice broke the silence. "I heard you broke Tiantun's arm." Ju Yangtian sat opposite him. His eyes flustered quickly, explaining, "No, I didn't break it. I just touched it slightly." The room fell into silence again. The clan head gently lifted his cup and drank. His calm gaze lowered the cup, and he spoke in a steady voice. "What was the reason you broke Tiantun's arm?" Ju Yangtian trembled slightly, inwardly screaming. "Why are you asking about that?" Hearing this, he bowed his head and took a light breath. Then Jiu Yangtian recounted. "Tiantun challenged me first, so I accepted. But he used poison, so I retaliated." The clan head asked in a deep voice, "Tiantun used poison. Are there witnesses?" He firmly confirmed. There were many people there. After answering his question, Ju Yangtian fell silent again. He spoke up. "It seems you've made progress in your martial skill." The clan head nodded. "Well done. Keep it up." Ju Yangtian quickly replied, "Yeah." The atmosphere suddenly became heavy again. He looked at Jiu Yangtian before him. "My son has defeated Tiantun and reached 3 stars. Yet you react so indifferently. But this is normal for you." His next words startled him. "If there's been a conflict with the Nangong clan, you must have met your fiancé by now." His hands under the table clenched, his eyes briefly, showing confusion. What will come will come. Ju Yangtian knew he couldn't avoid the engagement with the Nangong clan. "I want to ask you about this." The clan head spoke while pulling out a stack of papers. This is the Elder Council's decision. This isn't bad for you. He spoke evenly. Though canceling the engagement with the Peng family was unavoidable, I didn't expect you to cause this. Zhu Yangtian understood his meaning. He couldn't cancel the engagement. Even if he wanted to refuse, the incident with the Peng family was mostly his fault, so he had no right to refuse. Damn it. The clan head opened the stack of papers he had just taken out, his tone still indifferent. It's almost midsummer. He couldn't sit still wondering. What else are you going to say? The alchemy conference will be held at Manhwa. Zhu Yangtian's expression darkened. Images of death appeared. What do you mean? He simply handed the stack of papers to him. Zhu Yangtian took it and opened it, reading carefully. After reading, the sect leader said, "Bring it here." He frowned, confused. "Why are you telling me this?" He lifted his teacup and drank. Zhu Yangtian asked again, "Me, what about me?" The clan had proposed, prepare to depart in 10 days. He immediately objected. "Sorry, but I just returned from Sichuan." He said, "You can refuse." Hearing this, Zhu Yangtian was overjoyed. "Then I won't go." His words cut off his excitement, but his next words left him speechless. "If you go, I'll give you the Taisian Dan from the family vault." Outside, Wei Shuya and Wu Mian were huddled together, waiting. She softly asked, "When will young master come out?" He estimated he's talking with the clan head, probably in about an hour. The two ate potatoes while chatting. "I just came back from a long trip. I'm so tired." Wu Mian agreed. "Me too. But we're young master's guards and maidservant. We have to follow him everywhere." Wei Shuya asked. "Then shouldn't we hide here and eat secretly?" Wu Mian replied. "That's right. If we're discovered..." A familiar voice interrupted their conversation from behind, startling him. "What are you doing? Let's go." Wu Mian stammered, "Young master." Zhu Yangtian ignored their confusion and simply announced, "In 10 days we have to go to Mount Hua. Both of you prepare." Shuya sighed. Shuya has to go again. So troublesome. He couldn't do anything more. It's the clan head's order. If you're dissatisfied, tell him. Suddenly, Wu Mian asked, "What's the reason this time?" Zhu Yangtian held the paper, his mood stiffening. A figure appeared in his mind. Zhu Yangtian softly said, "Father told me to bring your sister." He peeked out the door to see who it was, carefully looking around, assessing the situation, confirming no one was there. Zhu Yangtian walked away, sighing inwardly. That old man and sister are back. He wearily opened the door, muttering, "In Sichuan, it was the Nangong couple. At home, it's my sister. I thought it was over, but now I have to go to Mount Hua to pick up my sister." He lay on the bed. "Tonight I'll sleep well." Night had fallen and the place was quiet. Zhu Yangtian was falling asleep after a long, tiring day. A figure appeared near his bed, holding a bottle of wine. A melodious female voice rang out, "Here's a bun." Feeling the heavy atmosphere, he drowsily opened his eyes. Before he could regain his senses, an arm wrapped around his neck, startling him. It was Jiu Shi. She stuffed the bun into his mouth. "Do you think you can skip dinner at your growing age, my little brother?" She reminded him chew well before swallowing. Zhu Yangtian jumped out of her arms. He backed away. "Sister, why are you here?" Juicy casually replied. "Am I not allowed to be here?" He shouted. "No, this is my room." Her face flushed. "Then it's my room too." He realized she was drunk. "Sister, you're drinking? What nonsense are you spouting?" Zhu Xi raised the bottle. "I'll drink more." Zhu Yangtian was bewildered. "What's wrong with her? She complained I was worried because you didn't come to dinner, so I brought you a bun. And you treat me like this." She was sad. My little brother is getting married to that Nangong girl. Zhu Yangtian choked on his water. "Why bring that up suddenly?" Suddenly, Zhu Xi angrily raised her voice. "Are you so happy you're choking on your rice? Happier than being with me? Stop talking nonsense and drink." She raised the bottle and drank while scolding. "Damn it, how I raised you, huh?" Zhu Yangtian angrily said. "Sister, finish drinking and go out to sleep, okay?" Juicy asked, "What are you saying?" She said, "Today we'll sleep together." He got up and left the bed. "Then sister sleeps here and I'll sleep outside." In the middle of the night, their voices echoed back and forth. "You're so heartless. Who sleeps with their sister at this age? To me, you're still a child, but I can't accept it." Juicy drained the last bit of wine. She happily exclaimed, "The wine is really good." He looked at her helplessly. "Finish it and go." Suddenly, Juicy sighed at the situation. Under the bright moonlight illuminating everything in the world, she softly called little brother. Jiu Yangtian couldn't ignore her and replied, "Yes." Juicy's voice suddenly deepened. "Want to spar with me?" Yangtian looked at Juicy with astonishment and blurted out, "Huh? Did I hear wrong?" Seeing him so confused, she calmly repeated, "Spar with me." She seemed to misunderstand his reaction. Yangtian quickly explained, "No, I heard you clearly." He whispered, "Sister, you're talking nonsense. You must be drunk. You should go back to your room and rest." Jusai was displeased with his words. Her eyes instantly turned serious, and her voice cooled. "Are you okay?" As she spoke, her index finger pointed directly at Yangtian, making him even more confused. He pressed, "What do you mean, sister?" She lightly touched his chest and spoke that matter. This touch from Ju Shi was enough to make the spiritual energy in his body suddenly radiate uncontrollably around him. Juahai wanted to say, "Though I don't know how you've been cultivating, the immense internal energy in your body is in chaos, not fully absorbed. You know you could suffer from chi deviation, right?" She could clearly sense that the gem hadn't been fully absorbed. "We should anticipate that your body not fully developed would struggle to absorb such a large amount of internal energy. That's why Jushi sincerely advised him, you must quickly get rid of it." Only then did Yangtian understand her intention. "So that's why sister wanted to spar with me." She slowly moved away from her seat and calmly replied, "No, not really." A second later, she smiled brightly and turned to look at him, happily answering, "I just wanted to hit my little brother." Seeing Ju Shi say that so calmly, Yangtian could only stand there helplessly thinking, "Damn it, why are all my sisters so abnormal?" Since she had said that he naturally had to comply whether he wanted to or not. Ju Shi stretched comfortably before engaging with him. "It's been so long since I last sparred with my little brother." Only then did she notice that Yangtian's hands were empty and quickly asked, "Little brother, aren't you using a sword?" He informed her, "I don't use a sword anymore." She was quite surprised by his decision. Oh, really? Regardless of Yangtian not using one, she still liked to use hers. She thought to herself, "You were just using a sword recently. Are you tired of swordsmanship already?" The tip of the sword quickly pointed straight at him. Jusai smiled challengingly. "This is tiring. Why aren't you attacking?" Her decisive attitude and actions momentarily stunned him. Before starting, he didn't forget to remind her, "Sister, remember to go easy on me, okay?" Yangtian's words made Ju Shi laugh. "After all, I don't want to make it hard for you. Don't worry, I won't beat you to death. Just..." Before Ju Shi could finish her sentence, Yangtian instantly attacked. His speed was truly astonishing. By the time she realized it, his punch had already landed squarely on her right side. Sparks flew after this attack. Ju Shi was, of course, somewhat injured. Because he attacked so hastily, she couldn't react in time. Before this punch was over, Yangtian was already gathering strength to strike again. The fist, blazing with fiery energy, aimed straight at its target. This time he chose to strike from above, directly causing a large explosion here. Only then did Yangtian truly stop and rest. His body was still radiating intense flames. In front of him was a thick cloud of black smoke from the recent attack. Yangtian softly called out to check if she was okay, sister. The next second, a strange laugh suddenly came from behind the cloud of dust. The laugh grew louder, and at the same time he saw a large explosion accompanying it. This time, its destructive power was much greater than Yangtian's previous strike. The only person who could create such a fiery scene was Ju Shi. She stepped out proudly and said loudly, "Little brother, well done!" Ju Shi's entire body was now enveloped in an immortal flame, its heat incredibly intense. This made Yangtian tremble in fear. "Damn it, that's 5 stars. It must be far beyond 5 stars. Upon closer inspection, it amazed him even more because Ju Shi was completely unharmed. "I used my full strength, yet she's still fine." Seeing her aura and that smile, Yangtian was utterly terrified and stammered, Sister, let's stop here." But Ju Shi couldn't agree to this request so easily. "I haven't even made a move yet." "What are you talking about, little brother?" Just one stomp from her was enough to make the ground shake, cracks appearing all around. Even more terrifying, the flames followed the cracks towards Yangtian, their pressure making it hard for him to resist. This time the roles were reversed. Ju Sai was the one closing in for a counterattack. Now it's getting interesting. Her punch was many times more terrifying than his earlier one, sending Yang Tian flying backward. To withstand that swing, Yang Tian had to pour all his strength into his legs, causing his shoes to wear down. Ju Shi's strength was proven. He truly didn't dare to imagine the scene if he hadn't been able to block it. After calming down and looking carefully, he saw that she was nowhere in front of him. His eyes quickly glanced behind, only to see a wall shattered from the recent collision. Just as he wasn't paying attention, Ju Shi once again launched an attack with a strange laugh. Her expression now looked as if she wanted to devour him whole. Yang Tian on the opposite side seemed to have no way to resist and could only stand there defensively. This crazy woman is at it again. Ju Shi flipped in the air this time, concentrating all her power into her right leg. The next second, a precise strike landed directly on him. After the previous kick, Ju Shi chose a flurry of punches. She attacked him from all directions, but Yang Tian refused to yield. He skillfully dodged her punches. Due to the difference in their abilities, he expended a lot of energy to avoid them. However, Ju Shi had another weapon, her sword. She firmly gripped her sword and thrust it straight at him. The first thrust was still anticipated and dodged by Yang Tian. Ju Shi was still superior. She quickly grabbed his hair and pulled it taut. Before delivering the final blow, she still showed concern. Yang Tian, don't open your mouth or your jaw will drop. At least she still remembered they were siblings. Yang Tian held back tears at the corner of his eyes and obediently followed her instructions. Under the faint moonlight, the sounds of their fight echoed clearly. On the other side, looking at the letter filled with signatures, the middle-aged man finished reading the letter, his body trembling with anger. She asked, "What is this letter?" His subordinate reported, "Young lady, she left this letter and ran away from home." Hearing this, his hands unconsciously clenched the paper. He crumpled it tightly and ordered his subordinate, "Find her and bring her back now." The farmer was diligently harvesting vegetables in the midday summer sun. He pulled a carrot out of the ground. He stared at it for a while. A few seconds later, he sighed sadly and had to discard it, as it probably wouldn't sell. Looking at the unimpressive pile of vegetables, he couldn't help but sigh heavily. Oh, this cursed weather, when will it end? At that moment, a girl flew past him. The farmer couldn't help but notice, and curiously followed her with his eyes. Soon the girl landed right in front of him. Seeing her appearance, the farmer couldn't help but blush. It was Nan Gong Fei. Her beautiful appearance made him exclaim, "A fairy has descended." She pointed at him and called out, startling him. She spoke, "Hey," she softly asked, "Excuse me, which way is it to the West Mountain?" He was more than willing to guide her, and quickly replied, "The West Mountain. It's to the east." After getting the answer, Nan Gong Fei quickly left as swiftly as she had appeared. "Thank you." The farmer watched her go, still wondering who she was. His eyes suddenly caught something glinting in the distance. As he approached, he was astonished to find a pile of silver. "This amount is enough for my family to live comfortably for months." His heart swelled with emotion. "Oh, thank you, fairy. You are so kind." But then he felt confused about some things. But she was still flying hard towards her destination. He was puzzled why the fairy was running west instead of east. "West is over here." Julun's expression was extremely tense upon hearing about Manhwa. Then Julun spoke in a deep voice. "I heard the divine doctor is at Manhwa. What do you plan to do, elder?" The man opposite calmly replied, "He has left Anhui and gone to Manhwa." Really? He wasn't too surprised, since the divine doctor was known to wander and never stayed in one place for too long. But why Manhwa? Julun also had questions for him. Why are you in such a hurry to find the divine doctor? But since the information isn't certain, perhaps let Yang Tian confirm it there. Julun seemed to see through his intentions. "Elder, you're hiding your identity as a maidservant and want to go yourself. That seems a bit hasty." Thinking it over, his words weren't wrong. Indeed, it's not acceptable. That's why he was in the position of a coachman today. "That's how it is, young master." Wei Xiaojun solemnly affirmed, "Just leave it to me." His actions made Yang Tian couldn't help but question, and Julun was no exception in this matter. Yang Tian watched him carefully, inspecting the horse, thinking to himself, It's strange enough that the swordmaster is replacing the coachman because the coachman suddenly asked for leave. His gaze shifted to Shuya on the other side. I confirmed that Wei Shuya and the swordmaster weren't on the list of people going to Manhwa. How did this happen overnight? Not being able to find the reason made him even more frustrated. I smell something very unpleasant. At this point, Julun beside him spoke up, noticing his expression wasn't good. Why are you so worried about going to Manhwa? Yangtian didn't explain clearly. Just indifferently replied, "It's nothing." Before he left, the elder just wanted to remind him of a few things. Take care of yourself. Don't get into fights there. Yangtian, being pointed out, quickly retorted, "I don't get into fights." As soon as he finished speaking, he remembered the scenes of his previous fights and his previous defeats. His expression instantly became awkward. Only then did he obediently reply, "I'll try my best." Julun was satisfied. He then took something out from his person. "Then I'll give this to you." Yangtian looked at the small bag. He quickly asked, "What is this?" As soon as the bag appeared, it emitted an intoxicating fragrance, making him exclaim, "What a wonderful smell! The aroma is faint and I feel full of energy just touching it." Just by looking at it, he felt it was very precious. But the elder said, "It's nothing special, just a stone." But he thought differently. "Just a stone? It doesn't look like it." Julun remained indifferent. "It's nothing special, really." A second later, he added, "It seems to be one of the 4 great treasures of Manhwa." Hearing this, Yangtian couldn't help but look at him in confusion. Julun also fell silent, locking eyes with him. He thought Yangtian didn't like it and wanted to take it back. "If you don't want it, give it here." But Yangtian immediately jumped up, saying, Wait. He was silent because he wondered why the elder would give it to him. "Why are you giving this to me?" Julun honestly explained, "I won it in a bet with old Tao over wine, but forgot to return it to him." The answer sounded calm, but couldn't help but surprise people. "You dared to bet one of the 4 great treasures in a wine contest, and you won." Hearing its origin, he felt this item should be kept more carefully. But the elder thought there was no safer place than entrusting it to him. Yangtian was about to voice his opinion. "What are you talking about?" His eyes glanced slightly to the side. At this point, he automatically understood why the elder did this. "Ah, I see." He thought to himself, "That's right. If the elder knew the true identity of the swordmaster, this would be the safest place." Just then, Wumian loudly called out to him, "Young master, everything is ready." Yangtian silently looked at the small bag in his hand. "I have no reason or time to refuse." He quickly got on this carriage and bid farewell to Julun. "Then I'll take my leave. I'll tell Jushi I've departed safely." Hearing this, he remembered. "Where is Sister Julun guessed? She's probably crying somewhere because you're leaving." He felt this speculation was impossible. Anyway, it was time for Wei Xiaojun to set the horses on their way. Yangtian still tried to leave a message. "Anyway, please send my regards to Sister." He would definitely relay the message for him. After Yangtian left, he turned to ask Jushi, who was sitting gloomily in a corner. "Why didn't you come out to say goodbye to your dear little brother?" She sadly hugged her legs and curled up. By now, she had already cried her eyes red. "How can I let him see me like this?" Julun spoke up. "Yangtian isn't a 3-year-old child for you to worry about." But she retorted, "But he's still so weak." After scolding him, she missed him and tearfully called his name Yangtian. Yangtian sat in the carriage with Wumian riding a horse beside him and softly called Wumian. His expression was gloomy and lazy as he spoke. "How much farther do we have to go?" This question made Wumian laugh. "Young master, you've asked more than 30 times already." Yangtian didn't think he had asked so many times. "Really, I thought I asked a bit too much." Nevertheless, Wumian patiently answered his question. "And I remind you, we still have to go many times the distance we've already traveled." Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel disheartened. "Every time you say that, I feel more discouraged." Just as he finished speaking, he heard Wei Xiaojun in front of him hum softly, startling him. Seeing him constantly complaining, Wei Xiaojun showed concern. "Young master, are you feeling unwell?" Yangtian didn't dare to tell the truth and just forced a smile. "No, it's nothing." Outwardly, he said it was nothing, but inwardly, he was silently blaming him. "You're the one making me uncomfortable. traveling with the #1 swordmaster in the world. How can I possibly feel at ease? Having nothing to do, he turned to Shuya and gently reminded her, "Don't eat alone. Give me some too. I need to eat something to feel at ease." Hearing this, she felt a bit reluctant and quickly made an excuse. "This was given to me by Sister Manhwa, so I need to ask her permission first." Manhwa didn't think much of it and happily said, "It's young master's cake. Why do you need to ask for permission?" Her immediate agreement made Shuya feel a bit regretful, so he chose to eat to forget his boredom, leisurely taking a bite of the cake from her. Only when he saw Yang Tian take just one piece did Shuya cheer up again. "I thought it was the last piece. Turns out she was afraid you'd eat all her cake, that's why she acted like that." Yang Tian didn't think much of it now. His only wish was to go home. At the same time, at Yang Tian's home, Ju Si straightforwardly asked the person opposite her, "Who are you?" The girl gently brushed her hair behind her ear and softly replied, "I am Nangong Fei." She said her innocent and pure beauty, making anyone who saw her want to protect her in their hearts. After learning her name, Ju Si let out a soft, "Oh," feeling inexplicably uncomfortable. "So you're Yang Tian's fiancé." Nangong Fei's large sparkling eyes were truly captivating. Her fair skin and rosy pouting lips added to her charm. Though reluctant, Ju Si had to admit, "You are truly beautiful." Setting that aside, Ju Si wanted to ask more, "I know, but why did you come here looking like this?" Nangong Fei shyly removed a leaf that had accidentally landed in her hair and explained, "I took the wrong path." This reason didn't seem very convincing to Ju Si. "You took the wrong path and ended up like this." Hearing her say that Ju Si wanted to ask more, "Then what's the reason you went through so much trouble to come here?" Nangong Fei pondered for a moment before softly replying, "I came to meet my fiancé." Her answer surprised Ju Si. Fiancé? As far as Ju Si remembered, the two of them hadn't officially gotten engaged yet. Nangong Fei hesitated and added, "That is..." Before she could finish, Ju Si laughed and interrupted. "But what now?" "My little brother isn't here." Her way of addressing him made Nangong Fei curious. "Little brother." Ju Si proudly patted her chest and introduced herself. "That's right, my little brother. I'm Yang Tian's sister." After saying that, she puffed out her chest. Only now did Nangong Fei truly realize who she was, meeting her fiancé's sister. Of course, she had to behave differently. She quickly adjusted her kneeling posture to make it more proper. Her hair was neatly tucked behind her ears. Her serious demeanor impressed Ju Si. "That's right, this is how it should be." Setting that aside, she wanted to ask, "So where has he gone?" Ju Si didn't hide anything and casually explained, "He's gone to Manhwa. It's very far. It seems fate isn't bringing you two together." Nangong Fei, hearing this, actually felt quite happy. Manhwa, really? Ju Si continued to ramble on about Manhwa. "So beautiful, Nangong young lady, you should return home." She didn't realize Nangong Fei had already hurriedly left while she was talking. When she opened her eyes, no one was there anymore. She was puzzled. She left already, but why didn't she say goodbye? On Yang Tian's side, Shuya and Manhwa were now sound asleep. Even Wumian was no exception. Wei Xiaojun was responsible for keeping watch, so he was still awake for now. He secretly glanced to his right. What caught his eye was Yang Tian checking his internal energy through his breathing. There were some things that bothered him, though I know I'm about to reach 4 stars when I feel the internal energy in my breath. The recent check somehow gave him a slight headache. Yang Tian moved to a corner to focus on his own tasks, but that was the problem. If I circulate too much internal energy in my body, it will backfire. I must surpass the limit of 3 stars. His body felt a bit tired, and he suddenly felt a sense of envy. It's still so hard for me to release internal energy, but sister can do it so easily. Talent is truly hateful, but still focus on training instead of finding excuses. At this moment, he poured all his concentration into cultivation, taking deep breaths and focusing. But just a few seconds later, the fragrance from the bag unintentionally disturbed him. Yang Tian tried to ignore it, but it only grew stronger. It really made it hard for him to concentrate. This is really... He looked at the bag he had just taken out and felt helpless. I can't throw it away. He silently blamed Ju Lun. Why did that old man make me bring this thing? The fragrance was even more intense than when he first received it, and the faint scent of plum blossoms made it impossible for him to focus. He curiously observed it, and suddenly realized it hadn't changed at all. Because of this, Yang Tian could only decide I should stop training for today. Just as he was about to return to the others, plum blossoms suddenly flew towards him from nowhere. He couldn't help but notice them. He wondered about this strange phenomenon. Plum blossoms in the middle of summer. What am I seeing? At the same time, an unfamiliar voice spoke to him, seemingly not from someone of Manhwa. Yang Tian was startled and blurted out, Who's there? The truth was that only his location had plum blossoms falling around it. Everything else was completely normal. After thinking for a while, Yang Tian felt suspicious. The voice spoke again. Kid, aren't you from Manhwa? How dare you absorb internal energy here? He tried to find where the voice was coming from. I hear it again. I clearly hear that old man's voice. Which lineage are you from absorbing energy so recklessly? You'll get hurt. Hearing this, Yang Tian felt a bit resentful and retorted, What are you talking about? I didn't eat anything. The bag in his hand, for some reason, was emitting an increasingly strong fragrance. What was notable was that it was entering his body. Yang Tian's eyes couldn't hide his worry. Damn it! His vision gradually blurred from exhaustion. Absorbing again. Yang Tian's eyes only saw a faint point of light. He heard someone calling Young Lord. He only saw the blurry figures of Wu Mian and Shuya, who kept calling him Young Master. The calls grew louder, startling Yang Tian. Awake. Young Master, Yang Tian sat up and saw everyone gathered around him. Shuya hugged his neck tightly, but he didn't care, and asked Wu Mian, what happened? Wu Mian looked at the old man beside him. This old man found Young Master unconscious in the forest and brought him here. Shuya's eyes were teary, but Yang Tian calmly looked at Wei Xiaojun. Thank you, Elder. The old man waved his hand. It's nothing. I just did what a maidservant should do. Suddenly his expression darkened. This made Yang Tian very confused. Yang Tian coldly pushed Shuya's face away. Wu Mian inquired, Young Master, what happened to you last night? He thought last night I was cultivating when... At this point, Yang Tian reached into his robe and felt the glowing stone. He looked at the stone placed in a bag. On the outside, it seemed unchanged. Yang Tian slowly opened the bag. Inside was a purple stone with strange patterns, but it no longer emitted any fragrance. Holding the stone in his hand, Yang Tian pondered. The demonic path's heaven absorption technique. Because of that damn thing, I absorbed the stone's energy and fainted. I thought Mount Hua's treasure must contain something, but I didn't expect to absorb it. His expression also became tense. Yang Tian touched his chest. Could it be? He felt an immense power burning fiercely within his body. Yang Tian muttered, Damn it! His face couldn't hide his joy. 4 stars. Wu Mian looked at Yang Tian with a strange expression. Even Wei Xiaojun, who was driving the carriage, was unusually silent. Wu Mian, riding his horse alongside the carriage, kept looking inside. Yang Tian leaned against the window. I know it's strange that I reached 4 stars overnight, but please stop looking at me like that. Suddenly Shuya came closer and kept sniffing his sleeve. Yang Tian was startled and moved his arm away. And you too, she asked. Young Master, you smell fragrant. He also sniffed his sleeve. I changed clothes and bathed thoroughly. How could I smell? Shuya's cheeks turned slightly red. She was very excited. Not that smell, but the scent of flowers. Yang Tian took out a small bag. It must be the fragrance from here. Yang Tian took out a small bag. It must be the fragrance from here. Yang Tian indifferently crossed his arms. If even this little girl noticed, then my internal energy and inner force must have increased significantly. He looked at his palm. When I was at 3 stars, I could only release heat energy, but now that I've reached 4 stars, I can easily control it. His eyes shone with determination. So can I do what Sister does? He sighed regretfully. I can't be sure without trying. I wish there was someone to test my strength. The image and smile of Ju Lun suddenly appeared in his mind. I told you not to fight, but just do as you please. At that moment, the carriage suddenly moved unusually, making Yang Tian and Shuya curious. Because the carriage braked abruptly, The two of them bumped into each other. They fell directly inside, with only Manhwa still holding onto the seat. She worriedly asked, "Young master, are you okay?" Zhu Yangtian gritted his teeth. "I'm fine." He stuck his head out. "Wumian, what's going on?" Seeing Wumian's serious expression, Zhu Yangtian called out, "Wumian." Only then did he look ahead. "Why are you so alert?" Zhu Yangtian was quite surprised to see the carriage being blocked by someone. "Who is that?" The person clasped his hands impolitely. Yangtian's eyes widened. "Wait, that pattern." The other person introduced himself. "I am Feng Ge, the third disciple of Manhwa. I have something to ask, so I stopped your carriage." The image of Feng Ge covered in blood appeared in Zhu Yangtian's mind. At that time, his face was full of anger. "What did we do wrong?" He felt a bit tense. "It's time." Zhu Yangtian looked at the vibrant young man before him. "Feng Ge, the Mount, Hua Taoist. I killed in a past life perhaps now." Wumian was very angry. A disciple of Mount Hua. "Why would you do something so dangerous?" Feng Ge smiled apologetically. "I didn't mean to block your way, but I need to verify something, so I had to show myself." Wumian didn't understand. "What do you need to verify?" Feng Ge's voice was firm. "I want to see if there are any disciples of Mount Hua in this carriage." Hearing this, Zhu Yangtian grew even more tense. "Could it be?" "No, it can't be." Feng Ge slowly approached. "I sensed a familiar aura from afar, so I came to check. Luckily, there's no problem. But I have a question. If there are no disciples of Mount Hua here..." This made Wumian alert. His hand was already gripping his sword. "Don't come any closer." Before Zhu Yangtian's eyes, a petal suddenly appeared. Other petals also floated gently in the air. Now he saw the confident face of Feng Ge before him, who was very excited. "Why do I sense the aura of Mount Hua from you, young hero?" Zhu Yangtian grew more and more tense. Damn it. In his heart, he was terrified. "I'm done for." But before he could finish, he heard another voice. "I'm doomed." Xinzha looked at Zhu Yangtian in surprise. He was very happy, and the atmosphere turned pink. "Oh, do you see me, old man?" Zhu Yangtian was astonished as he looked at the small old man who suddenly appeared. From this moment, a strong bond was formed. Zhu Yangtian's eyes widened. It seemed he still couldn't believe it, and rubbed his eyes. Xinzha was very annoyed. "This immature brat dares to release internal energy after seeing me." Zhu Yangtian stared at him, not daring to blink. At this point, Feng Ge stammered, "Young lord." Zhu Yangtian pursed his lips. He held his head. "I must have trained too hard. I'm seeing hallucinations." Zhu Yangtian seemed to be comforting himself. "I even hear hallucinations now." Xinzha, seeing this, was extremely annoyed. Still pretending this brat, even Feng Ge was very confused by his actions. "Young hero, what's wrong with you?" Zhu Yangtian was surprised. "Huh? You don't see it?" He looked at Zhu Yangtian suspiciously. "What are you talking about?" Zhu Yangtian pointed at Xinzha. "This tiny old man like a bug here." Feng Ge's face suddenly became serious. Zhu Yangtian's face turned pale. He pointed at Wumian. "Wumian, you don't see it either." Wumian stiffened upon hearing this. But immediately Wumian reacted. "I see it." Zhu Yangtian sighed in relief. "See, you see it, right?" Wumian stammered. "Yes." The red-haired old man. "Right, no. Wait, green?" Zhu Yangtian seemed to lose his temper. "Who told you to guess the hair color?" He looked at everyone and shouted, "It can't be! Only I can see it. Look carefully, Shin." She looked at him silently. "Kid." Zhu Yangtian held his head. He didn't want to accept this truth. "What is this? When did it enter me?" Xinzha stroked his beard, puzzled. "Entered you? Did you willingly eat it?" Hearing his words, Zhu Yangtian flailed. "Eat what have I eaten since earlier, you keep..." Only then did he remember the stone he had been holding. Zhu Yangtian's face was full of panic. Xinzha pointed at his face and questioned, "Who are you? How dare you, a non-Mount Hua person, eat Mount Hua's treasure?" He crossed his arms, pouting. "You don't even know who I am, yet you dare to speak to me like that. You call me a ghost, a hallucination, and even speak rudely to me." Only now did Zhu Yangtian ask, so who are you, elder? You don't know me, Zhu Yangtian replied, no. They continued talking much to the astonishment of Feng Ge and Wu Mian. This brat really knows nothing. Zhu Yangtian delivered a fatal blow. If I don't know you, then you must not be very famous. The old man was so annoyed he let out a Sinji stroked his beard and said, I'll only say this once, so listen carefully.